guiding that past gully. They're off quickly for the first. They're looking for two there. It's not on as the throw comes in from Baker right by the bails. Yeah, just as well. They didn't risk that. It's a good piece of fielding from Baker. There's an energy about everything he does. He's playing for England. He's got a great attitude. You'd expect that, but he's got that added ingredient, Sonny Baker. I likened him yesterday to Tigger. He's got, do you know what I mean? He's got that bounce about him. 281 for 4.
He's enthusiastic, isn't he?
Say, well, you must be enthusiastic if you're playing for England, but people are different, aren't they? They're different sorts. Archer bowls, straight delivery, nearly gets through onto the pad of Blundell. Not quite. Lays it defensively back up the pitch, and Archer fields. It feel like quite good bowling conditions this morning. It is overcast, very still, and England have gone past the outside edge. They found the edge as well. So in a way, that encourages New Zealand for when it's their turn to bowl. It's going to be hard work for England to save this game. I think everyone realises that, and they don't have that much practice either. That's the other thing. Leg slip in, Root. Orthodox slip Brook. Here's Archer bowling. Short, pulled away, good shot. Only out to Gay at deep mid-wicket. So it's only a single. 282 for 4. Not absolutely full, the Oval, at the moment. A few empty blue seats away to our right-hand side. It may just be latecomers or people looking at the state of the game think, do you know what? I think I might come along this afternoon when England are batting, possibly. Just extra hour in bed, possibly.
It feels like the game will speed up at some stage, won't it? At the moment, it's England trying to hold and trying to take these early wickets. New Zealand trying to withstand that early pressure from the fresher England bowlers, but then they'll know that if you're there when the bowlers get tired and the declaration starts looming, that's your time to cash in.
Yeah. See Fisher loosening up at mid-off. Tongue goes in and bowls, clipped away by Blundell towards mid-wicket. Picks out Jordan Cox, and there's no run. Yeah, once you have that security, it's an amazing game, cricket, isn't it? Once you have that absolute security, or when it doesn't really matter whether you're out. Well, we see it in T20 in a way, don't we? You have that licence. But when you're battling,
I'm not sure I ever felt like I had the licence.
You must have had. You must have had one or two games down the order in your T20 match.
Yes, yeah. There was there was a time in tests.
Tongue bowls and forces Blundell back, gets a single into the offside. Good running. Small gap to the right of Bethel, who's coming round to his right from the gully. 283 for 4.
Well, any time I get the opportunity to mention my Test match 50, I do. So
you didn't have much licence there, though. Didn't
no,
show much
I didn't.
Licence to block.
I had a licence to block, but then after 208 balls, I felt as though I deserved the opportunity to have the licence. So I think it was Bruce Martin, the left-arm spinner, floated one up, and I thought, I'm going to wallop that out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, played a big slog sweep, and LBW.
Tongue bowls short, pulled away by Mitchell, down towards deep square leg. Didn't get all of that. It was rolling out, scooting out towards the boundary. One more to Mitchell. He goes to 41. New Zealand 284 for 4.
Licence to block was one of the more disappointing Bond films.
It was, yeah. I could see you picking up the mic, ready to say something there, Zoltz. I knew you had a thought in your mind.
Just on a stat in my mind, the extras count is now up to 69 for the test conceded by England over the 2 innings. That's in England's top 10 most extras conceded. The record exactly 100 in Trinidad in March 2009.
Tongue from the Vauxhall end, bowls to Blundell, and Blundell is forward to a straight ball, blocking it to Duckett, fielding in the covers. And there's no run.
What's the breakdown of those extras?
We've had 31 byes, 26 leg byes, 8 wides and 4 no balls, 8 runs from wides.
And in that 100 in the West Indies, what was the breakdown there?
52 byes, 18 leg byes, 12 wides, 18 no balls.
How long was the innings, or how long were the innings?
I'll get this scorecard up here.
But yeah, it has been a feature of this game, seeing the ball fly past the keeper. I mean, at times it's been tough for Roux. Here's Tongue bowling very full, clip drive from Blundell up towards mid-on. There's no run. I think there's one observation has been that from a few. Well, Jeremy Coney made the observation that he's a little deep, Roux. so that when the ball curves, it's further away from you. So if you're a bit closer, you get it before it goes on its full curve.
It's not something I'd noticed, but I also know very little about wicket keeping, other than disappointed when they drop catches off my bowling.
Yeah. 284 for 4. Tongue right side the off stump, guided away down into the gully to Bethel. Efficient piece of fielding there. Flicks it out to Brook at slip. End of the over. Tongue 1 for 58 from his 16 overs. Anyway, he's not the only person I've heard say that. It's just feeling that he's standing a bit further back than he should be. You'd think, I mean, there's a lot of experience in that England dressing room. Wicketkeeper, Brendan McCullum, they've also got the wicket-keeping coach as well.
Yeah, I think my perception of it is that the wicket-keeper will like catching the ball at a certain height. Yeah. I think some guys like catching it around their midriff, some guys around their ankles, some guys around their knees, and then where they stand is clearly gauged off that. And then where the slip stand is gauged off that. But yeah, you're right. If it were felt, especially by the bowlers, I would often say to the wicketkeeper, if I felt like he was too far back, I'd say, do you fancy coming up a yard? It's a bit of a knock to the ego, but you say, I want the nick to carry. If it comes to you, I want that nick to carry. So I'd always encourage the keeper to stand as close as possible in order to make that happen.
Sonny Baker into the attack. Hop at the start of his run, he's speeding in to bowl to Mitchell. Mitchell turns that up towards mid-on, and there's no run, finds Duckett.
Yeah, that match in the West Indies when England conceded 100 extras, the game ended up with West Indies 8 wickets down, clinging on for a draw to secure a 1-0 series win. They made 544 in their first innings, West Indies, in 178 overs, with 74 extras, 35 byes, and then in the second innings...
Who was keeping wicket in that game?
Well, let's get to the second innings. 26 out of the 114 for 8 were extras, another 17 byes. Matt Pryor was the wicket-keeper. Been playing Test cricket for sort of a year and a half, had a brief spell out of the team and had come back in.
Baker charging into bowl to Mitchell. Mitchell turns the ball on Midland leg stump into the onside towards the boundary. Gay rushes in, sends in return eventually. Once he's got his balance, they were never going to come back for 2 and risk the arm there. So he just delayed the throw. 285 for 4. Mitchell moves to 42.
And, yeah, it became a very, very fine wicketkeeper. It shows byes don't necessarily tell you much about the quality of wicketkeeping, just as a bald stat in itself.
Yeah, because it's the pitch, isn't it? It's a very low bouncing pitch.
And lenient umpires sometimes with the bowlers. You ping one miles down the leg side that the keeper's got no hope of getting a glove on, and you turn around and look at the umpire and it's signal byes, you'd think, oh, cheers, mate. Good man.
Baker looking for his first wicket in the second innings in his 10th over, 0 for 43, bowls to Blundell, who's on the back foot playing defensively towards cover. So we had 50 minutes play this morning, and New Zealand scoring 33 runs. So it's been conservative cricket. I mean, they've looked to score, tick the board over singles, things like that, but there's been no big shots, and that's as we expected, isn't it? Just build, and then you can accelerate.
Bide your time.
Yeah, just keep England out there as well. Thinking middle of the afternoon, something like that. Here's Baker. Bowling to Blundell, turns it into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Remind, only 4 teams in the history of the game have scored over 400 to win in the 4th innings. Highest run chase was by West Indies back in 2003 against Australia when they made 418 for 7.
So what's the longest innings that since McCullum and Stokes started in 2022, what's the longest innings that England have had? I'm guessing in Pakistan 2024?
When they made the 823.
From memory, they seem to get those quite quickly.
Very quickly.
Baker bowls, it's flicked away by Blundell out towards Gay again at deep mid-wicket, only for a single. I think they had quite a long innings against India at Old Trafford last year, didn't they, as well? They kept India out there for a long time. That was quite a long one. But I wonder if
I think my decision, if I were the captain, would be based off that. So what's the longest that these guys have managed to bat ever as a team? If it's 130 overs, that should be enough for you to take 10 wickets. Is where, because runs are irrelevant now, really, aren't they? Where we're at 386 is the lead right now. They're going to have too many runs, you would imagine, for England to chase.
Do you think 386 is too many now? Do you think? I mean,
well, I think
you wouldn't come out now, though, would you?
No.
You wouldn't want to be bowled out now.
No.
Not from this position. Baker bowls and guided away for 4 by Mitchell. There's an ooh from the crowd, but I think that was fine. It was through the slip cord and in the gap between Brook at slip and Bethel in the gully. And Mitchell goes to 46 and New Zealand to 290 for 4. It was a frustrating one for the bowler. If there'd been 5 slips, then it might well have gone to hand. No, it would have gone down when it was actually very nicely played. I think the ooh was deceiving there from the supporters.
Yeah, England's longest innings since McCullum and Stokes took over in 2022, 157 overs and 1 ball against India in Manchester last year. They made 669 all out, exactly 150 overs for that, 823 for 7 declared when Brook made a 300 and Root a 200. In terms of longest second innings, they've only had 2 over 100 overs in second innings. Come to it after this ball.
It's going to be Tongue to bowl from the Vauxhall end. Blundell facing up. It's on the pads. Oh, he's dropped. Is he caught by the wicket-keeper? Well, that was a remarkable sequence of events. It was dropped at leg slip, but Roux clung on to the rebound. So that leg slip position has worked. Roux gets his catch and Blundell's out for 16. It's 290 for 5. Well, a relay catch. Down the leg side, genuine leg glance, wasn't taken cleanly by the Root at leg slip, and he was competing to catch it on the rebound, but it was Roux's catch, and he managed to get the gloves underneath it. And so Blundell's on his way.
It hits the heels of Root's hand, diving and tumbling away to his right, and there was good pace on it. It was full of a length from Josh Tongue, angled in towards that leg stump, and the leg glance almost picked up pace off the bat of Blundell, so it hits the heels of Root's hand, but in the parry he manages to parry it up towards wicketkeeper Roux, who is standing not too far away, and they end up in a ruck on the floor competing to take the rebound catch. But the breakthrough for England, and an important one, I think. Blundell played really well in the first innings, would be confident with his wicket keeping as well, so the only problem is it brings a centurion to the crease from the first innings. Glenn Phillips, who is more renowned for his T20 cricket than he is his Test cricket.
Yeah, in a way, this is the perfect man to come in at this stage. Glenn Phillips with the lead 390. Well, the leg slip has worked. Is that the first catch? I don't think it's the first catch has been there. I've got a vague memory of one other in this series, but I can't nail it down at the moment. But
there have been leg slips a lot, haven't there?
Yeah, they've been persisting with threat. Well, Lords as well as here. Right into Root's hand, but it went very quickly. You can half understand why he parried it. It's nice when a plan works, I suppose, or you get a catch in that slightly unusual position.
I can't work out if that is a plan or not, because there's a leg slip there, clearly, but you'd think a leg slip is there for a back of a length ball that is inside edged and it carries around chest high to the player there. A genuine leg glance where if that's a new ball and there's no leg slip, it just flies away for 4 and everyone's like, oh, the bowler's missed his line.
Yeah.
But, yeah, clearly good field placing, and they don't feel as though the ball, if it is nicked, is going to carry to second or third slip. So it is there for the leg glance, and it's brought the wicket.
Phillips, he also has a leg slip in. This is his first ball. Tongue bowls to him outside the off stump, and Phillips swivels there as he pulls away from playing at that delivery. Nice gentle sighter from Tongue outside the off stump.
So back to the declaration, it kind of feels like 120 overs is enough to bowl this England team out.
Yeah, so their longest second innings, 102.5 overs in Adelaide in the recent Ashes. 352 all out. Got into a position where they were starting to be thoughts that they might have a chance of winning that game.
Well, just before Jamie Smith played that shot, they got it out, I think, on that final day. Tongue bowls, and back goes Phillips, drops the ball onto the pitch, goes rolling back towards the bowler. and there's no run. I could still see it now. It was like 4, 4, 4, and I remember Alex next to me said, "What was it?" Comment said, "Just be careful, little one."
The other longest second innings, in fact, it was the third innings of the match in Hyderabad, the Test England won. They batted 102.1 overs for 420 all out. That's when Duckett made a fine century. Was that Duckett? No, Ollie Pope made a fantastic 196. But that was, to set up a win. So they've not had many attempted rear guards.
Tongue goes into bowl to Phillips, and Phillips is off the mark, clipping that away through backwards square leg. He'll get 2. Fielder running round in the deep in front of the scoreboard, sends in the return to Roux. So Phillips 2 and New Zealand 292 for 5.
Part of the reason they've not had so many rear guards is they've tended to be quite a lot of time left in the game because of the accelerated nature of the game, and have those big fourth innings chases we saw a few years ago. Interestingly, last year when India were in a similar position, they batted until all hope had been removed rather than handling any form of carrot.
Yeah, they went right into that final session of the 4th day and set England over 600. Tongue bowls, turned away by Phillips down towards fine leg. Perhaps a bit of pad in that as well. I think there was no, there wasn't. It's just pad. Phillips stays on 2, and New Zealand moved to 293 for 5. And Shubman Gill was getting pelters, wasn't he? Why are they still out there? 600 on the board.
There's logic, wasn't there? Especially at that stage as well. You want to play on the ego of England and say, okay,
and they didn't
saying we'll chase anything. Be my guest. Try and chase it.
They didn't really know what to do, did they? When they were confronted with those 600, there's no way you can win the game. I think that was a game that got away from them. And I'll come back to the moment. Tongue bowls a short ball down the leg side. It's ignored. In that, you should have been able to defend for a draw on that pitch, especially with the time they had left. But I remember Jamie Smith, for example, played magnificently in the game, being caught on the deep backwards square leg boundary, for example. Anyway,
I think that would be the really interesting thing about this test is, are England willing to bat out for the draw?
Yeah, that is a definite fascination to come. So that was the end of the over. It's at midday. That normally means a drinks break, but it's not going to happen at the moment by the looks of it. 293 for 5. What's the applause for there? Did someone go off for a quick comfort break to the groundsman's shed?
Archer's bowling again, so Baker isn't. So Baker must have gone off.
Yeah, Root was on the far side of the ground, then trotted over towards his leg slip position. Is that Baker down at deep backward point? 293 for 5. Archer moves in and bowls, and Phillips defends. Is it because Phillips has come to the crease and Archer fancies another go at him? Baker is at deep backward point. He's not off the field.
No, you're right. It's curious, unless they're going to flip Baker round to bowl this end. Maybe he's more comfortable this end.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, he's bowled at both ends during the game. Archer's largely bowled at that far end, the pavilion end of the ground.
That was my preferred end. Feels more downhill. Even though it is quite a flat ground, there was something about this end where we are that felt uphill.
Someone's moving, I think, in the pavilion. Sorted that out now. Archer sets off and prepares to come in to bowl to Phillips, who nudges it into the onside and gets a quick single short of mid-on. Duckett coming in, couldn't prevent it. So New Zealand trying to be busy, but no many big shots played so far. In fact, none at all really. It's just bat and bat and bat. See where you are at lunch. I quite like having 500 in the bank.
Yeah, so that would be the number. But I think that's irrelevant. But I think that psychologically 500.
Archer turns to come into bowl to Mitchell. He's 4 short of a half century. Oh, and he takes his eye off the ball there. The ball balloons away into the onside, and Root steps forward from leg slip, tries to get there. Hard to tell initially whether that's come off glove or shoulder of the bat, but he completely turned his head away from that and was potentially very nearly taken by Root. He couldn't quite get there. Oh, he really discomforted him there. You don't often see batters just turning, taking their eye off the ball. It's the sort of thing you used to see way back when, before helmets. banged in short by Archer. And what's this come off? Has it gone glove and
No,
then?
I think it's come off the very end of the bat. So the end of the bat handle.
Oh yes, it has. You don't see that very often, do you?
It's not dissimilar to the way Emilio Gay played the ball he got out to in the first innings.
It's not a perfect sight screen at the far end. Here's Archer bowling. Forward goes Mitchell. Mitchell turns into the onside off. A quick single duck. It shies to the stumps and hits them. I think they're home though. I think that was good running from Phillips. He's quick between the wickets. He's hit the middle stump there. Talking about the back of the box. About they only hit when he's home. I mean, they don't hit when they have the run-out chance, but genuine run-out chance. They're going to review it. We may have to eat our words, but it didn't feel quite right. We're seeing now from side on, and yeah, Phillips is home.
I'd say Glenn Phillips is almost impossible to run out. He's that quick.
Yeah, easy run. So yeah, the sighting from the out of the pavilion, there's a half a sight screen and then spectators below. So, I mean, in theory, it should come out from the top of the sight screen because of the high delivery point. But I don't know whether you just lose it. There's someone with a red top on outside the off stump from Archer. Nothing there from Phillips. It's through to the keeper. There's someone with a red top on who's directly behind the bowlers.
Archer's
yeah. So whether it just comes out of that, I don't know. Because that's the second time we've seen that in the game. You mentioned Emilio Gay turning his head as well. Mitchell doing it.
That Edgbaston game last year, England was set 608 in basically just over an hour, turned out 16 overs at the end of day 4, and then the 90 overs on day 5. So 106 overs required. They only managed to bat out 68.1 overs, so lost with well over a session to spare. But they just removed any kind of idea that they might be able to chase it even. That Baz ball at its best.
295 for 5. Archer bowls. Oh, he's on his backside again. Phillips has appeal from Archer for a catch behind. I mean, that is not the conventional way to play the short ball. It's just rock back and end up on the ground. But it's not the first time we've seen that in this match. In fact, I'd say it's about the 10th time we've seen it in the game. So drinks are now coming onto the field and a few of the England players trotting off presumably for comfort breaks. 295 for 5 at the end of that Archer over. So the two players out today. Nichols was caught by Brookett's slip of Archer for 121, and Blundell caught by Roux. The ball deflected into his hands from a Root at leg slip off Tongue for 16. So yeah, England have done quite well this morning, haven't they? They've kept them honest. Right, time for a change. Alison Mitchell's coming in.
Yeah, they've certainly kept New Zealand honest here, England, but New Zealand with Phillips and Mitchell at the crease will be hoping to be able to press on through the rest of this session, but then the afternoon session is where the party starts for the New Zealand batters, if they're still there, and that's the carrot for those guys. Mitchell on 47 and Phillips on 3. If they can fight their way through these next 55 minutes, it means they can have some fun after lunch. Good morning, Alison.
Hello, Stephen. Good to see you.
Yeah,
here.
likewise. How are you? Looking resplendent today.
Bit of pink.
Yeah,
pink
I like it.
today. Oh, yesterday I think I resembled one of the New Zealand players in their training kit in a very kind of light mint green, or I blended into the oval seating.
That was necessary. It was so hot.
Oh, it was. Yeah. The cloud cover is certainly providing a lot of respite for the fans who are in today. But yeah, I'm looking forward to just seeing this Phillips-Archer battle resume again, that's for sure.
Well, it's clearly that Archer has said, I want to bowl at him.
Yeah.
And that's because Sonny Baker bowled 1 over, and then as soon as Phillips comes to the crease, bang, Archer's back on. So that has to be led by the bowler to some degree, but a conversation with the captain. But Archer clearly wants his man here after not getting him in the first innings.
That's a
compelling battle, though.
Oh, it really is. Glenn Phillips is, in a way, he was saying after his innings the other day, I'm almost used to it, because he'd said he'd faced a spell pretty much exactly like that in New Zealand previously on tour, so he knows what's coming at him, and he's not afraid to take a few blows. I don't think he'll be calling for the sunglasses today, though.
No.
Although
the light enhancers, maybe. Do you remember Brian Laurie used to wear the light
That's
enhancing sunglasses under his helmet?
But sometimes you can find glare on a cloudy day can be just as tricky. The sky is so white and light. But the glare for him was coming off the sight screen, he said, when the sun was gleaming on it. So anyway, no sunglasses under his helmet today, that's for sure. So 295 for 5 then New Zealand at this drinks break, and the lead 395. So we've gone way beyond anything that England have successfully chased down in test matches previously. If we go back to that 2022 match against India at Edgbaston, that was Zach Crawley at the top of the order. Alex Lees was in the side back then. At Root and Bairstow, the bulk of the work to get England over the line in that match. And people remember the Headingley match against India last summer as well. Duckett and Crawley at the top of the order, and Duckett with 149 then. We don't yet know when England's run chase or survival will begin, how many overs they would have to bat for if it's a case of survival, and indeed what kind of fast start they might be able to get off to, which might give them a glimmer of hope. That is all yet to unfold on this day. What we do know is that England have managed to grab 2 wickets so far in the first hour of play. And that was Henry Nicholls, who was only able to add 2 to his overnight score. He was out for 121. He'd taken a blow to his hand the previous over. And then Archer found the edge, and Harry Brook the catch to second slip. One ball from Archer had flown through that area, just wide of Brook, or missed rather, shortly beforehand. So 121 for Henry Nicholls. 261 for 4 at that point, New Zealand, and then with a score on 290, Tom Blundell went with the angle with Tongue. They bowled really full and straight to Blundell throughout, both Tongue and Archer, with a leg slip in place, and he clipped the ball hard and fast to Root at leg slip, who juggled, parried it away, fortunately for him. Forward came James Rue to make sure the catch wasn't spilt, and Root gleefully has hugged him on the ground with that. So we're ready to resume again. It's going to be Joe Root to have a bowl from this Vauxhall end. Jeremy Coney is coming alongside me. Morning to you, with a slip and a short leg in place. So Root in here to Mitchell, who goes back and defends on off stump. He's on 47 here, so on the cusp of another 50.
Morning, Ali.
Morning.
What a fab little hour we've had here at the cricket, isn't it? The conditions, I mean, once again, it's just proved that old maxim. The game's...
Oh, reverse sweep here from Mitchell, who's got it away. Very fine down to the boundary for 4 to bring up his half-century. He does love scoring runs against England. They will be only too well aware of that. And it is his 16th Test 50 to go with the 5 centuries he's got. And he's reached this milestone a number of times against England. 300s against England he's managed to get, so they'll be wary of him.
What I meant to say was, the conditions of the game's presiding geniuses.
There's Root is in a little bit quicker this time, going back, nudging it into the offside. Harry Brook moves forward to pick up.
And that's what's changed this morning. A little bit of, perhaps a bit of moisture left over from the covers and so on, but whatever it was, a bit of cloud, the ball's seamed.
Mitchell going back, cuts away, and that's running away for 4 through the point region. There's a deep third in place. Not able to get anywhere near that. And a really crisp stroke to bring up the 300 for New Zealand on this 4th morning. 303 for 5. It means England are now needing to chase in excess of 400 or bat to survive. Slip and short leg. Lean forward. Now deep third's being asked to come a little squarer here after that boundary 3-point. Root in again. Slow delivery, plenty of air. Forward bat and pad close together. Ball has ballooned away towards Archer there at backwards square. Lands safely.
How does that get there?
I'm going to have another look at the replay there, whether it came off an inside edge between his legs and ballooned up, or ricocheted off the keeper. Root in, here's another reverse attempt, and Harry Brook tried to read that one, tumbling to his left, but couldn't stop it, and the ball's again running to the boundary for 4. You could see him anticipating because he saw the shape of the shot and he began to move to his right-hand side, but couldn't stop it. So 3 boundaries in that first Root over. We see much more of him. It's taken the score onto 307 for 5, and Mitchell now onto 59. Zoltz?
Yeah, it's a half-century, 68 balls, a 6 and 6 fours, his 21st Test 50-plus score, including those 500s. The 3 against England were all in that extraordinary series 4 years ago in 2022. Since when Mitchell's had just 1 more 100 in 25 Tests prior to this one, and none in his the 20 before this one. His form has dipped significantly, but yeah, a good innings here today.
This is perhaps the team against which he'll regain, or has regained that form, he could say now, with a 50. Will he have the time, the opportunity to go on to score 100? Let's see what happens. Archer is continuing, and he's got Phillips in his sight. He was struck at the end of the last over from Archer, and there's a short ball straight away. Doesn't trouble the batters and ducks underneath it through to Roux. So 2 out on the leg side, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Yeah, well, Archer brought back as soon as the wicket of Blundell, and just 1 over from Sonny Baker, and back he came to attack Phillips, the new batsman. The ball has bounced this morning as well. I thought Root started the same way as he finished yesterday, and the first ball was a catch and a wideish gap between one slip and one gully. A mistake, in my opinion.
One slip and one gully here, as well as the leg slip, as Archer is in full ball driven. Oh, it's gone straight to gully, and Bethel has held on to another. He's been strong in that position all match, and Archer does get the wicket of Phillips. And it didn't take a short ball. It was a fuller delivery. And he went hard at it. Good sharp catch taken. 6 down. Phillips gone for 3. New Zealand 307 for 6.
Well, I mean, these wickets this morning have been brought about by change of conditions and some good bowling from the England bowlers, principally Archer and also Tongue, both the most experienced bowlers for England, and they've deserved that. And in fact, it's probably the best thing for the game, frankly, as well, for New Zealand to be bowled out. It's just a question of how many runs are they able to gather before that happens. 407, probably in the terms of the overs at the moment that remain in the game, bring England back into this quite substantially.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's that runs versus time conundrum, which is sort of the push-pulley nature of the fourth innings, and which way is it going to go? Will it be England coming out looking to chase to begin with? At some point that equation might change and it's more about saving the game, but it's a delicious part of day 4 of a test match. It is. But I mean, what I say we've seen in the first hour is a dropped catch, we've seen a rebound catch, we've seen a cloth hook that could easily have been out from Mitchell's bat, a couple of chances of run-outs. So it's been very much more lively and evening up the equation between the bat and the ball. And it's so much more an interesting game when you get that equation that's of equality, or even in slightly in favour of the bowlers. And that's what New Zealand will be looking towards as well, won't they? Them with ball in hand, looking to take 10 England wickets to level the series, take us to a decider at Trent Bridge. It's going to be intriguing to see how England go about it with the bat as well. Smith is a new batter, and Archer's on bowling in here with a short leg in place, back of a length, through it goes to the keeper.
Smith is one of those players who New Zealand feel is going to develop into an all-rounder. We've seen no ball. We've seen already that he can bowl. You've seen the wickets that he's taken so far in pretty bowler-friendly conditions at Lord's, and even here as well. He did a good job. Skiddy swings it away a little bit from right-handers and so on. He's developed that part of his game. What he hasn't developed at the moment is the runs and his batting. He's a better batsman than we've seen.
Archer swiftly in, back of a length again, has Smith swaying this time to take evasive action. Through it goes to the keeper. He was one of Bethel's dismissals in the first innings, a top edge attempting the sweep. And it was that catch from Jordan Cox chasing back. He was out for just 4. I think that was a full toss from Bethel, wasn't it, in the first innings? He attempted to sweep. 308 for 6. New Zealand resumed 3 down. So Archer has taken 2 wickets this morning and 1 for Tongue. Archer has 3 in all so far in this second innings. Smith yet to score, awaits, bat poised in the air. Archer over the wicket, and this is nudged behind. Square on the leg side. Picked up in the deep as they go through for 1. Fisher there at backwards square. So Mitchell back on strike on 59. So after this pair, it's Jameson, Henry and O'Rourke to come for New Zealand. And we've got 45 minutes to go until lunch. Jonathan is alongside us in readiness for view from the boundary, as it will be today at lunch. Wait to hear who our guest is, if you haven't already. Did you give it away, Aggers, earlier when you're on with Toughest? No, keep it a secret, top secret always. That's to come for you at 1 o'clock. 45 minutes more of scintillating play here. Archer over the wickets, and Mitchell shapes to play, lets it go through. Good carry to Roux, takes it at shoulder height. And we've got lots and lots of cricket for you today across the BBC, because there's 3 matches going on in the Women's T20 World Cup today as well. So if you haven't yet had a play with the apps on your phone, or if you've got a smart speaker, now's a good time to give that a try. BBC Sounds app, or indeed your smart speaker. TMS on 5 Sports Extra. A triple header then from the Women's T20 World Cup, starting with, at the moment, Australia taking on Netherlands. That's on Sports Extra 2, which you can find by toggling the dial if you go into the Sports Extra, the BBC Sounds app. Archer moving in over the wicket here, full defence from Mitchell into the offside. Oh goodness, I've just seen the score there. The Aussies, 219 for 6 at the end of that over from Archer. A wicket taking over then, where he has removed the dangerous Glenn Phillips. Pleased with his work so far, immediately brought back into the attack. He's got 3 for 60 so far. Archer, 309 for 6. Pick up on that Australia scorecard, but results, what have you got?
Just on Archer today, 2 for 21 from his 7 overs so far, plus that drop catch off the first ball of the day. For Australia's women, Beth Mooney retired hurt for 74. I don't know what. I'll see if we can find out what happened to Ashley Gardner. 58, Georgia Wareham 41 in that 219 for 6 score, and the Netherlands are just coming out to start their 0 off 3 balls.
All right, so Australia set. Netherlands 220 to win, so it's a stiff ask for them, but they did take 6 Australian wickets, which they'll take great heart from. Sports Extra 3, you can hear Ben Stokes bowling for Durham. 1 for 80, that wicket he got late in the day yesterday. 25 overs for him so far. All the county championship actions on the BBC Sport website and app. England's women are in action tonight. 6:30, they play Scotland in the first ever T20 international between those two nations on English soil. That one at Headingley. 2 slips and the gully. Sonny Baker swinging round from the Vauxhall end here. Short leg in place. Bowls a short ball, heaved away over deep mid-wicket by Smith. And it's gone for 4 and got really underneath it, really low to high shots to swing it away high. As one fielder at deep square. Ben Duckett, but it was sufficiently in front of square to be safe.
And that was because of the line of the ball from Baker. It was outside the off stump, really, so he could actually fetch it, if you like, a little bit. It's not going to go quite as square as the man positioned there. If you want to bowl short, that man has to come much straighter to be in the game.
Smith awaiting again. Familiar hop from Baker as he gets into his stride. Full delivery defended up to mid-on, where Tongue is there to field. And there's no run. Yeah, England's women without Nat Sciver-Brunt for 2 games of this Women's T20 World Cup, so that is going to be a challenge for them. I think the Scotland team are looking pretty sprightly at the moment. They would have been really targeting this England game, thinking, can we cause a genuine upset? They've had a close one, but I think particularly with Nat Sciver-Brunt out the side, they'll think, can we get amongst England and cause a bit of a stir? That's at 6:30 p.m. tonight. In the meantime, Smith waits. Baker in on his toes, forces it way into the offside. Through they go for 1. One-handed pickup by Fisher. 314 for 6, New Zealand.
Just, Nathan Smith's batting in first-class cricket. 1 century, that was back in 2019. 15 other 50-plus scores, so he's been pretty useful, averaging 26.7, but in his relatively brief Test career, 161 runs at 20 coming into this game.
He's played on this ground for Surrey, hasn't he, in the Blast?
Yes,
Nathan
he has.
Smith.
And Worcester. He played at Worcester for a while and opened the bowling there. Principally a bowling all-rounder at the moment. Whether we can call him an all-rounder, a little question mark, I think, beside it.
Mitchell awaiting. Baker hurtles towards the stumps. Turns it towards mid-on. Tongue is there to pick up. Well, maybe this could be the innings, Jeremy, where he persuades of his all-rounder status. Little way to go yet. He's on 6. Excellent crowd in here at the Oval again for this day 4. People packed in all around the stands. Bright colours as well. Lots of red hats I can see, T-shirts. bright blue shirt standing out, yellow flower pot hats I can see. Very summery feel to it on a hot day, and the sun's just burning through some of the cloud at the moment. Leg slip is in place as well as conventional slip, and Baker is in, full and straight, draws. Mitchell forward defensively, picking up off his own bowling. And no
Next
run.
thing, Ali, is going to be the second new ball, isn't it? About 8 overs away after this over.
Yep.
And therefore, do you keep Archer away from bowling in the next 4 overs from his end? Probably, yes. Do you want one more over at Smith? That's the question that Root will be pondering at the moment. But they've got some choices, England, now, after claiming these wickets this morning.
You could almost say Archer came in to bowl to Phillips, did that job. Tick, have a breather. Baker in again, straighter. Forward he comes, fielded by Tongue at mid-on along the ground. Dot ball to end the over from Baker, so the boundary off that first ball crashed away, and just one single after that. Mitchell on 59, Smith on 6, 3-14 for 6. I'm going to have a change in commentary here with Aggers coming in alongside you, Jeremy.
Yep, so New Zealand, the game has changed just slightly. They still, of course, have the runs up the sleeve, so to speak, and we'll just have to see if they're able to extend that and to what extent that can happen. England fighting hard here. They will look at that at the moment and say, just over 400, that might be a possibility. But if another 50 or 60 runs are put together, that might change. What do you think?
Well, yes, it's going to be a very tall order, isn't it? But they have fought hard this morning. In comes Archer, and he bowls outside the off stump, and Smith allows that to go by. Now, Archer actually just shows, doesn't it? You get a few overs under your belt, you know, and actually you get fitter, you get better, and
you get success.
Yeah, exactly. And he's bowled really well. Actually, he's bowled well throughout the game. There was just that mystery 90 minutes, wasn't there, on the second day when presumably England thought they were going to knock New Zealand over. They wouldn't have to bowl him and have a bit of a rest, but of course it didn't quite work out that way. 314 for 6. Archer again from the far end moves in and bowls, and Smith tucks him away for one run out to backward square leg, who's fairly deep there. Is a bit of no man's land position. So Smith moves to 7. Mitchell 59. He's played a good role here. Just sort of nailing it down, really, as far as New Zealand are concerned.
Question is, what length will Archer bowl? I think you can see immediately the bat pad goes out to catch on the hook shot. He's keen to play that. Will Archer try him out on that? And then the fuller ball to try and get him LBW. That'll be, I think, the plan for him.
So the lead 415. Sun comes out, Archer's on his way, bowls to Mitchell on the off stump. Mitchell comes creeping forward, plays carefully down to mid-on, and there's no run. 315 for 6. A few empty seats around here at the Oval, but it's another very good crowd. I think an easier day for watching cricket today than yesterday. There's cloud cover. I mean, you still get burned under clouds, but yesterday was really quite ferocious, wasn't it?
More comfortable today.
Yeah, but a little bit fresher. It's still a very warm afternoon, though. Root has now moved to backward square leg. Slip in a gully. Archer once again bowls a bouncer. Mitchell ducks underneath that one. 315 for 6. Saying earlier on, it often helps the batting team in this situation to get bowled out, because you can linger a bit, can't you? And perhaps, we'll get another 30, which you don't need. They still want some more than this, but I'm thinking more in that sort of 45-minute period, hour after lunch.
You think that's when it'll happen, do you?
Well, I'd have thought that would be the time when most people up here would say you've got.
It's up here.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just an interested part of the public, aren't we?
Indeed, yeah. And also, we're just not so involved in it, are we? In comes Archer, bowls, pushed away down to mid-off. It's different in that dressing room, different when you're the captain.
Very, very much so. I mean, it's like if it's a league game or a club match, if you declare and get beaten quite often, unless it's a team that's very close to you on the table, it means very little.
Yeah.
And you've also got plenty of other games in the season to earn those points back. And I think that's the same in county championship cricket as well. You get the 10 teams and the 14 games. You declare in the third match. You've got 7 other games if it doesn't work. In a test match, it's 1-on-1, isn't it? Each test match.
And people talk about it decades later.
Yes.
Here's Archer. Past the umpire, bowls. Mitchell picks up a single, guiding the ball to Bethel's right at gully. I mean, people still talk about David Gower, for goodness sake, the Lords against West Indies in 1984. Andrew Flintoff at Adelaide, 2006. You know, they just get remembered, don't they? Gary Sobers, crikey,
Yes.
when was that?
That was quite friendly, that one, I think.
I think it was that? That was Colin Campbell.
Yeah, 1968 England tour.
People still talk about that one. I think Gary got quite miffed about it in the end. I think he sort of thought it was, you know, it was just one of those things. And Gary played cricket in that sort of way, didn't he? That, hey, you know, that sort of quite a relaxed character when it came to that sort of thing. But I think even he got quite miffed about the fact that people kept bringing it up.
In the context of 1960s cricket, I think we need to look at that game. The draw was dominant then, and West Indies were one of the...
So it's Baker starting a new over, rushing in bowling, and Mitchell guides it for a single. It's into the covers.
West Indies were pretty much the only team playing positive cricket then. They were the fastest scoring team in terms of runs per over every single decade from the 1940s to the 1990s. England overseas in the 60s, I think, played 47 tests, 4 defeats, 9 wins, and I think 34 draws.
Right.
So, yeah, as a kind of a moment in cricket, it was almost Sobers as one of the great players and a fantastic, charismatic attacking player, was kind of rebelling against the prevailing negativity of the time.
Wasn't there a backstory to that declaration, though, as well? I mean, I'm just trying to think why he did it. Was there a little backstory going on? I don't think it involved horse racing, which it often did with Gary. 3:17 for 6, and in goes Baker. Oh, that was a good ball there. Full length, goes straight through Smith. Just prodded there outside the off stump, and Mitchell's coming down for a word, having seen that. What a quick ball, that one. That full length.
Yeah, I just think that the general comment that I was trying to make, I guess, is that dangling carrots doesn't happen so often in Test cricket.
No.
Because
Only
it's
in
very hard to come back. I mean, if New
circumstances.
Zealand do it today and lose, of course, that's the series over.
Exactly.
But they have to win, so there is a moment of jeopardy in it.
Yep. Leg slip there and a short leg. Baker runs in, bowls. It's flicked away by Smith. That's not quite where he was aiming, but he picks up one to Archer down there with the Bedser stand behind him. And the refurbished dressing rooms, which actually we've benefited from here up here, haven't we? Because we've got in our corridor now all parts of the walls. There was a tradition that players would autograph the walls of the dressing room, and I think with all the reconstruction, actually we've got them up here. There's some really interesting ones up there. If you can try to identify the names and so on. So that's yes, we arrived to find that on the first day here. You up on there? Have you made it?
No. I've only played here twice.
Baker bowls, defended by Mitchell with a very straight bat to mid-on. It was a nice tradition, but we seem to have...
I like that.
Up behind us now. So was there a little backstory? Why did he declare?
I'll try to see what I can find. I'll get the reports. Just quickly, now the score is 3-18. That does mean if England are to win this match, they will need to set a new record for the highest successful fourth innings chase in Test history. This New Zealand side, though, Jeremy, does have recent experience of failing to win a game with a long time to bowl in fourth innings.
Baker rushes in, bowls short, and Mitchell's taken that on, sends the ball to Archer, and for one more run.
So the Christ.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
I thought it was an interrogative for a second. There was no answer forthcoming.
Christchurch last December against West Indies.
Oh, yes.
In the first test, they set West Indies 531 to win. Ended up bowling 164 overs. West Indies 457 for 6, having been...
They were on to win it at one stage,
72 for 4.
It was great excitement.
Shea Hope 140. Justin Graves made a double century, and Kemar Roach 233 ball 58, not out.
Short leg crouching. Baker's on his way. Bowles. Smith guides that into the gully where it's fielded securely. Bit of a crowd catch there. One or two gave a cheer. That ended up in Gully's hands, but it's the end of the over. 319 for 6 with half an hour to go until the lunch break.
Would there be any scarring from that, Jeremy, do you think? Any sort of
Different
doubts?
players.
Yeah,
I think you'll find
yeah.
Folkes would be in that, and Duffy
Yeah.
would have been the bowlers.
And they had a couple of injuries, so Henry bowled only 11 overs in that second innings. And,
Yeah.
from the Nathan Smith was unable to bowl in the second innings.
Mm.
See you later, Jeremy. You go for your lunch. Or drinks.
Good luck with
Water
your
there.
chat.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Josh Tongue's coming on from the pavilion end. Or drinks being brought out to the batsman. If you heard Ian Gould saying this the other day, he would ask the umpire. It's impossible for umpires to stop these things from happening. It just all slows the game down. But anyway, Tongue is getting ready, and he's going to bowl to Mitchell, who's on 62. New Zealand's lead 419. And Tongue from the far end runs in bowls, and Mitchell creeps across his stumps there. Just manages to keep that one out. 319 for 6. Michael Vaughan's alongside me.
Good afternoon.
Sunglasses weather, Michael.
Yes, it's not quite as bright as yesterday, but it's still a nice clear day. It's nice and bright out there.
Well, the difference is we're not seeing the shadows of the aeroplanes, are we, today? So they must be above that cloud. 210 miles an hour those shadows are doing.
Is that right?
Yes. At a quiet moment, I sat down and worked it out.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you do that?
Quick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
210. Now here's Tongue bowling. Nice stroke from Mitchell. It's picked up there at extra cover.
Bowled well this morning, haven't they? There's been a bit there. There's been a bit of bounce, a bit of movement.
Yeah.
For Archer's bowled 8 overs this session.
But well, I was saying, he just seems to be getting fitter and getting into Test cricket again. Get some overs under your belt. And a few wickets, bowl well.
Do you think he'll play next week?
That's an interesting question, isn't it?
I don't think he will.
If he's played two on the... No, he played this one. He'll have quite a big break after, won't he?
Well, it's the white ball series
ball
against
stuff.
India.
Yeah. I don't know. I've given up even guessing what's going to happen. 319 for...
Well, Holly Robinson was charging in this
Yeah, he
morning.
bowled beautifully.
Yeah.
Ran in like a new man. Here's Tongue, bowls. Defended again by Mitchell. I'll note that Peter Willie's tried to ring me because that game, as is always the case these days, Andy, I get half right. And so in this match we talked about, I don't know how we got onto it, breaking a finger here, dropping a catch.
Who did that? You?
I did, yeah, Sylvester Clark. And then going and playing in I think it was a quarter-final of a Benson and Hedges or something against Hampshire. And I remember I had a broken finger, but Peter Willie made me play. He got 150 odd, I think, in the game. Here's Tongue, bowls, pushed away out into the offside. There were two statements that I made, and you can decide which one was correct and which one was wrong. I said that Gordon Greenwich scored 100, and I said that I got smashed all round the park.
Well, I would say that's probably correct.
Correct?
And Gordon Greenwich
Didn't get
100.
But someone else, I think Mark Nicholas might have got a few. I didn't have a broken finger. I had a broken finger.
Nicholas got 60 in that game. Peter Willie 154 of 127 balls.
Did they get close in that game? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Here's the next one from Tongue, which is pushed firmly back in his direction.
Leicestershire 341 for 6 in 60 overs. Imagine that, youngster. 6
Yeah,
overs.
that was it.
Gower 79 for half century for James Whittaker. He played one test for England. Hampshire 326 for 9, so just 15 runs.
It was quite tight. Yeah, that was what it was, and that's why I obviously thought that. But yeah, I think I just went with small. I didn't quite get the 100 up.
Key wicket of Malcolm Marshall for 51. Let's ignore the 94 conceded in 12 overs.
And a broken index finger on my right hand.
Yeah, it's
Did
not
a Willie
easy, I
maybe
guess.
play?
Emilio Gay has been put a very straight,
Oh, yeah.
short leg.
Yeah, right in the eye line there. Oh, stand there with a fella on 62.
Good luck.
Here's Tongue running in. He bowls to Mitchell and lets that go through outside the off stump. Mitchell seems to have gone into a bit of a quiet phase here, as if you're thinking, we haven't quite got enough yet, and we're just getting a bit low on batting. Want to make sure we absolutely nail down 450 or something, isn't he? Because he's suddenly gone quite quiet.
Well, it's probably the time left in the game. I get the feeling New Zealand will probably want to bat for a period of time that gives England absolutely no chance. I mean, we're talking world records now.
We are.
So it's never been done before. So I think the history books tells you that New Zealand are quite safe now, but because of the time, they'll just try and bat till lunch. Well, we got 23 minutes, get a few more, and then come out after lunch, play for a bit longer, and then have a bit of carnage for half an hour. Get to 500 in front.
Here's Baker, bowls, and it's pushed away back to the bowler again. Yeah, try and a bit more wear on the pitch, maybe a few more follow-through scuff marks. And
Well, there's definitely been more there today.
yeah,
We've seen a little bit more movement and bounce. I think it's been a really good test wicket, actually. They've been praising Big Lee, the groundsman here. I think it's been an interesting pitch, because at times it's looked really flat, but then there's been movement at times. There's been a bit of spin, seen a bit of tweak.
Yep. Sun out again, big leap from Sonny Baker. Dips his head, goes rushing in. I mean, he's got so much enthusiasm, but he's been driven for 4. Turns around, walks back to his mark again. It was width on that. And Smith put him for 4 nicely. Well,
Yeah, I mean, these young players that England have picked this week, going into day 4, got to remember a lot of them are used to playing 4-day cricket. Then you go into the 5th day, and the emotions and the drain that you feel playing Test match cricket. I'll be intrigued to see how they come out and bat in the second innings. And you're looking at Baker now in the second innings. He's just down a little bit on his pace. He's 0 for 60 from 12.2.
lead 423. He's still running in. And now bowls, and Smith goes on the back foot this time. Plays away out to cover. And there's no run. So 20 minutes to go till lunch. A view from the boundary day. Looking forward to this one. We've had some good.
Have you got? Have you announced it yet?
No.
Okay, so
I'd like to give things away. But
have you any clues?
I did say to Tuffers that the person sits on a fortune, to which Tuffers replied, "Is it my ex-wife?" I replied, which one?
Which one?
But apart from that, we haven't really given too much away. But he does literally sit on a fortune. 323 for 6, and goes Baker again over the wicket, and bowls tucked away out towards mid-wicket. And a couple of runs.
Who wants to be a millionaire? Anything to do with that? No.
Well, he's a bit more than a million.
All right, we're not talking bees.
I heard
billions.
there might be a cake somewhere in store. Is there a cake? Come on, Adam, because this might.
We're talking billions.
Oh,
Trillions.
Oh.
Oh, you've not got Elon on, have you?
we're talking. Yeah, talking a few quid.
Right, interesting. And is he going to give us any?
No.
Oh, what's he coming on for then?
Is Elon a cricket fan?
I don't.
I think he is, you know.
Is he? Elon Musk.
I think he is, yeah.
Disappointing.
Yeah, I think he is.
325 for 6, and goes Baker. Bowls full on the off stump, tapped away out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Well, see the cake. I did guess it. Adam said to me, "What do you think the cake is?" And I did guess, and actually, having had my first glimpse at it, I don't think we've ever had a cake that colour before. It's immaculate. Does it weigh as much as the real thing? That's the question. 'Cause I think the real thing is 14 kilograms. That is a work of art. Whoever has made that is fantastic. 325 for 6. In goes Baker. Last ball of the over. Smith stands up, taps it away, and there we go. So all will be revealed later on. Michael's taking a picture. You're not putting it up on your socials yet, Michael. You can bide your time. So 20 minutes to go till lunch. View for the boundary coming up. We've got a really special guest as well, following on, well, 10 days ago. 2 weeks ago, it's a really special guest as well. So we're in a rich vein of form at the moment. And Daniel Norcross will take us through to the interval, I think. Yes.
Yeah, 18 minutes till the players will venture for a bit of lunch. Always talk about the plum chicken here. I think it was Alex Stewart actually that always used to make sure that they had plum chicken at lunch. I don't know if it's
plum chicken.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, is that what it sounds like? Chicken made with plums?
Well, it's plum sauce. Nice chicken breast in plum sauce. Yeah, I don't.
Well, I suppose you have duck with plum sauce, don't you? And it is, after all, just another bird. As Tongue starts a new over from the pavilion end, driving nicely at Mitchell, and he's going to get it out through extra cover for 4 past the diving fielder. He's lived a charmed life in this innings, Daryl Mitchell, but he might get the opportunity to cash in now.
Well, he's moved to 66, and when you're up against an England side that's up against it, you start thinking, "Whoa, just get a Test match century." He'll have to overcome the second new ball, which is due in 3.5 overs. He's played nicely. He's gritty, isn't he?
Yeah.
Kind of gets stuck in.
Yeah. Tell by he's slightly crouchy as well, isn't he? As Tongue is in, that's tucked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket, back of a length ball.
Well, he should have been taken first ball of the day.
He should.
Harry Brook.
It was quite a poor miss, wasn't it? It's a bit like when you first look at them in real time, the Rue drop to his left from Ravindra yesterday, and that one yesterday, that's quite sharp. And then when you watch the replay again, you think, well, actually, you know, sort of slightly bent arms, could have gone with both hands.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, Harry's this morning, it's almost as if he'd not quite switched.
Yeah. First ball of the day, I guess.
Very rarely happens, doesn't it? It's a first slip.
Tongue is in. Mitchell lets this go by through the keeper. It goes through low. Pace down to 84 now. I suppose the new ball will become available after lunch, really. I mean, with England's over 8 being what it is. So I suppose England's new ball bowlers will have a bit of a rest. Fisher bowled yet today? I don't think he has. So he'll be fresh enough to take the new ball. Archer's bowled well today, would you say, Michael?
Yeah, bowled very well. Yeah, he's bowled nicely. It's a lot of overs, though. 8 overs in a session.
Yeah, you kind of feel he's unlikely to take the new ball, don't you?
He could easily have had a couple more. He's on 3 for.
Here's Tongue again outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. The wickets to fall today. 261, 290, 307. So quite a regular fall of wickets, and Archer's been pivotal to that.
It's not, Mitchell, you mentioned Michael, it slowed down. He route for 3 fours in an over in the 70th over before hitting the first ball of this over 4. He just scored just 3 singles off 18 balls since then. The drop catches have been really costly in this innings. Ravindra dropped on 7, made 76. Nichols dropped on 42, made 121.
Tongue in, right arm over the wicket. Into Mitchell, who comes forward, defends into the ground, up into the air, half stopped by Tongue. There's no run.
Mitchell was 32 overnight when dropped off that first ball of the day. Then missed run-out chance on 37. He's now 62.
So he's also had some near misses as well, hasn't he? There was the pull off the splice that landed just in front of Jordan Cox at short mid-wicket. There was the one off the glove that nearly carried to root. So they've had a bit of the rub of the green today. They didn't really get the rub of the green at all in Lords, so probably due it. As Tongue is in again, bouncer, which is ducked by Mitchell through to the keeper end of the over. The 4 from it off the first ball. 329 for 6. The lead therefore 429 with Mitchell on 66. Michael, they're going to want New Zealand going to want him to get to 100. In the doing of that, is that going to take up a little bit more time than they want, or is it just about the sweet spot?
Well, I think they'll. I think he will naturally get the chance to get to 100. I think at 429. Obviously, it's a world record chase now, but so much time left in the day's play.
So when would you be thinking of? You'd want to go before tea, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course. I'd just bat for a bit longer. another hour after lunch, you can always have a bit of carnage if you're still there after another hour. But one thing, I mean, you know you've got to bowl your 90 overs in the last day. I'd want at least 130 overs on this kind of surface.
Bethel is back into the attack. He's taken 4 wickets in this match. Somewhat surprisingly, as Smith on 14 waits for him. He comes forward and defends, back up the wicket, no run. Smith on 14 off 17.
I don't think he's been used enough in the second. He's only bowled 8 overs, 1 for 34. He got 3 in the first. Even that, just tactics to 2 right-handers. He's starting around the wicket, but I just remember my good pal Ashley Giles bowling over the wicket. The footholes are outside the right-hander's leg stump. Why not bowl into?
And he comes again, punches off the back foot. There's Smith, but picks out short extra cover. There's no run.
And particularly in an era where very few batters are going to pad it away. So why wouldn't you, come over the wicket and try and get it into those footholes?
Especially if they're looking, maybe after lunch when they're looking to speed up to a declaration. Shorter, and it's attempted flick comes off pad and
I think
picked up by Gay to square leg, no
it's
run.
deemed a negative approach, but in this era when you just know the players will probably try and whip one through mid-wicket or play a sweep shot, play a reverse sweep, you're going to be saying to a couple of right-handers, right, you're going to be playing shots with the ball landing in the rough. It's an attacking move, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is. Have you checked the rough this morning?
There's
a
you
bit.
can see the omelette.
Yeah.
See just outside the right-hander's leg stump.
In comes Bethel again. Forward comes Smith. Defends up to mid on where Root will pick up. No run.
It just seems to be a tactic. It just I can't recollect the last time I saw it happen.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, because Giles did it a lot, didn't he? Did Jack Leach ever do that? There's Bethel in again, goes off the back foot and tries to clip into the onside, but goes straight into the ground, and Gay's able to pick up.
He would have done, but at times of desperation.
Yes. Yes, it's sort of like when they're absolutely going for the thrash, isn't it? 10 minutes to go till lunch. Last ball of Bethel's over. Bit flatter, pushed off the back foot, straight back to the bowler. He lets it run through his hands to Root. And that is a maiden for Bethel to start this new spell. 1 for 39 he has off 9, and New Zealand to 329 for 6. The lead 429. Smith 14, Mitchell 66. New Zealand just easing their way to the lunch break here. And then I guess we'll be looking at about an hour's batting, really, if New Zealand can get up to 5:20 ahead. Sort of feel there's no further point in batting at that stage. This is an intriguing move. Matt Fisher's going to come on. I'm going to say we've got 10 minutes left, so should be 3 overs. 2 for Fisher at the pavilion end, and 1 for Bethel. How many overs have we had today? 22. 22 overs and 77 runs scored. So I'd sort of almost say that England would be quite happy with that session. 77 for 3.
Yeah,
New Zealand aren't fussed either, though.
No, New Zealand would be happy as well. I mean, but I do think the ball's done a lot more. There's been balls that have bounced, balls that have nipped, and outside edges have been found.
Right, Mitchell on strike. Keeper up to the stumps. Fisher bowls. Forward comes Mitchell. Defends into the offside. Picked up a very short cover by Cox. There is no run. The sun is pretty much out. What clouds there are very high. The crowd's occasionally had things to get excited about when the odd wicket has fallen, but it's felt like this Oval crowd has sort of been humming now for about 3 days, doesn't it? 2.5 or so. Just that gentle
Hey, we
hum.
snuck into the doghouse last night.
Oh, did you go?
We
Did you
get served?
Well, it was probably pretty full, wasn't it? As in comes Fisher. That's defended back to the bowler. There's no run.
They didn't have enough behind the bar.
What, people?
No, there was just a couple.
Yeah.
We need more.
Oh, you do for a test match day.
Yeah, I mean, Phil had to leave. We entered the doghouse and we left the doghouse quite quickly.
I've almost never seen Phil go in and out.
Oh, he was
of
angry.
that quickly, was he?
Yeah, he was angry. Yeah, very, very angry. Like when he goes to a facility
Yes.
like that, he'd like to get served a bit quicker.
Did you just keep going up further towards Waterloo?
Yeah, we kept on going. Yeah.
Fisher's in. It's worked into the onside around his pad, but picks out Duckett at short mid-wicket. There are two fields that are very close in.
The Tammy field, we tried that one. That was, again, couldn't get served.
Couldn't get served?
And we went to the doghouse, couldn't get served.
Black Prince, he didn't try that.
We didn't try the Black
Off the beaten track.
Is it?
And not too far away.
So we ended up going towards Waterloo, and there was just one just down there on the right. We managed to get third time of asking. Oh, he was angry, Phil.
I can actually see that now. Yeah,
Very angry.
yeah. I'm picturing all of that. Fisher's in again, defending around the front. Pace bowling very straight here is Fisher, and just keeping the batters quiet in this run up to lunch.
I think it was to Matt Fisher last night that he suddenly got one a little bit fuller to Darren Mitchell, and he launched him over wide, long on for 6. Probably won't do that now with just a few minutes to go till lunch, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's a bit fuller that he just goes through with it.
I feel like we've had 15 consecutive dot balls, have we?
Yes.
Here's Fisher. Into Mitchell. Defends into the onside again. Finds Duckett. There's no run. Because what's the number of dot balls? Was it Andy Flower used to say you get to X, or was it
3 overs? 18.
18. So that's 16 balls. 16 dot balls.
They've all said that in the past. You know, Darren Lehman brought that to Yorkshire. 3 maidens, you create a chance. Duncan Fletcher used to say the same.
Duncan Fletcher, yeah.
I once an opening partnership in a school game.
Yeah.
10 consecutive maidens and a wicket fell 0 for 1.
Good man.
Solid. Were you batting, Andy? Yeah. Not
See,
played.
this is proper batting. Fisher's in. Defended again off the front foot. A bit more flourish to that, and it goes straight up to Archer at mid-off. End of another maiden over. We had 2 maiden overs running, 329 for 6. I won my school colours for an innings of 6 in 95 minutes.
6?
Yes, I was batting. I was opening the batting. It became very clear very quickly that we weren't good enough.
Right, so you just dug in, did you?
I just dug in because we were playing our bitter enemies, Dulwich College Prep School. It was like the Celtic v Rangers of under 13s cricket. And none shall pass, Michael. None shall pass.
6 off how many?
Well, 95 minutes. They didn't really to keep tackle the ball, but I would have faced half the balls in that time, because I was basically just stuck at one end, just plodding on.
Just seeing up. Were you opening or?
I was opening.
Yep, seeing off the new ball. Andy, when you were not off turnovers, were you the one that got out eventually?
No, of course not.
No, that's good.
Not my game.
Good. What did you end up with?
You were
that
0
day?
off 30 at that point, though.
Yeah.
0 off 30. Well done. Bethel starts a new over, pushed off the back foot, and Bethel stops it in his follow through. That is 18 consecutive dot balls. Stop what you're doing wherever you are around the country.
There's
Something
a chance
about to
coming.
happen. It's coming.
Yeah.
Slip, leg slip. Backward point, short extra, short mid wicket, mid on, long off, deep cover. Where's the catch going? Here comes Bethel. He's in, and he's gone for it. It's flicked it in the air. It's gone all the way over long on for 6. Well,
something happened.
Something happened, didn't it?
Yes.
If he hadn't quite got hold of that, Nathan Smith, then he could have offered a catch, but he suddenly came dancing down the wicket. It turns out that after 18 balls, something does happen. Smith to 20, 335 for 6. Good use of the feet, lofted over long on.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. He wasn't completely there to the pitch. He just kind of flicked the wrists.
Bethel may be encouraged by that act of aggression. We'll see. Here's Bethel once again. Goes for the sweep. It's hit out brilliantly. Into front of square leg, out towards deep mid-wicket. For 4 more. He's really crunched that. Smith has played 2 super shots after 18 dot balls. We've had a 6 and a 4. Preparations are being made for view from the boundary.
Always got his iPad out, John. He's obviously done some research.
Yeah, lovely photograph in the front as well. Happy times.
Oh, there are all his notes.
Unreadable. Literally unreadable.
Highlighted in green. Yeah. That's the most important points.
I can make more sense of Cyrillic than I can of that. Has you ever thought of being a GP, Jonathan?
He's got little words like cricket club highlighted in green.
Feel good as well. Look at that. Yeah.
First day.
Wittgenstein? Or is that Kyrgyzstan?
Potato.
Fabulous.
play warm formats.
Yeah. I mean, it's a mind palace, isn't it? It's Agassi's mind palace we're having a look at there. Short back into his crease goes Smith, finally getting another ball after a brains trust meeting following the 2 boundaries. 3:39 for 6. Dot ball, as it happens. It's pushed into the onside and collected by Root. The leg slipper's gone. The square leg has come more towards deep mid-wicket. Much else is the same as Smith comes forward and defends along the ground. Back
And
to
Andy,
Bethel.
what was the field? And what year was it? And how old were you when?
Yeah. Where did you do this?
Did they have loads of
Heroic
slips, or
act.
was they just a ringed field?
I can't recall, to be honest. Didn't really matter where the field was, wasn't it?
Well, you were just leaving the ball anyway, or just defending it on the front foot. Bethel slightly tosses this one up. It's tucked into the onside square of the wicket. There's nobody there, so fielders converge. A single is taken. 3:40 for 6. 11 off that over from Bethel. Smith 25, Mitchell 66. We will get one more over before lunch. Can you remember who your opponents were?
Was it turf? Was it AstroTurf or?
No, it was.
No, you went to the sort of school where they had, you know,
Oh, you had.
under 9 level, you had the most delicious flat deck you could score 500 on.
Yeah.
Lovingly cared for by people with tweezers.
You know, just got to see off the new ball, haven't you?
Got to see off the new
Was
ball.
it a 50 over match or 20?
Oh, yeah,
Probably a
timed.
declaration game.
Please
Yeah,
tell me it was
timed.
20 overs.
No. We played.
I did play a 40 over game for my village, in which I opened the batting, was 18 not out in the 32nd over,
Ooh.
got sledged by both sides simultaneously.
You deserve that, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, in my defence, my 6 off 95 was batting second to save a game, not in a 40 over game. Did your son not do a similar act of marvellous heroism? Chip off the old block in one game. As Fisher is in, forward comes Smith and defends a full ball back to the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, he had, I think, 9 off 105 or something.
Oh,
A 2-day game playing for a draw.
how
Everyone applauded
proud.
when he faced his 100th ball.
Oh, that's goodbye.
The Dentury, as it was. Do you remember when Joe Denley was playing?
That was his job,
That
wasn't
was his job, face 100 balls. Yeah. You must have been so proud. I seem to remember speaking to you soon after. There was a little quiver in his voice, you know.
The umpire was BBC tennis correspondent Russell Fuller.
Was he?
Did he clap as well when he got to his 100th ball?
He wept, I think. It reminds me a bit of a great piece of commentary from Kevin Howells in I think it was an Ashes match at Wormsley, women's game. Do you know about
I've
this
heard
incredible partnership? Fisher's it down the leg side. Well taken that by Rooks. He's standing up to the stumps. Good glove work on this occasion. We've been a bit critical when he's not got it right, but he got it right there. It was a very long partnership, I think, between Heather Knight and Laura Marsh. And maybe you can remind me, Zols, it was one of the slowest 50s, if not the slowest 50 in any form of cricket. It went on forever and ever and ever.
It wasn't quite that.
Yeah, but it was,
I think Tavares and Bailey
Oh,
had
yeah.
slower ones.
but it was really, really slow, wasn't it?
It was first innings as well.
First innings. Get the crowd in. Fisher in, worked it to the onside. Straight short mid wicket, no run. How many balls was it? 50 odd of 290 or something?
It was Laura Marsh batting at 8. Heather Knight made 157. Laura Marsh 55 off 304. But England had been 113 for 6 when.
Yeah,
55 of 304.
That's one and over. That's 50.4 overs.
That's outstanding.
And anyway, the bowling was very accurate. And Kevin was, commentator. He's going, here comes Perry, and Marsh comes forward, and she plays it into the offside, and there's no run. And Fisher's in again. Short, pulled away around the corner. It's going to be 4. There's a long leg who's about 10 yards inside the boundary there. And that has been whipped away really well. Smith's looking good here, 29 from 33. And so he's sort of repeating the same thing. So again, off-spinner comes in, Alex Blackwell's in, and Marsh comes forward and defends at the offside, and there's no run. And after about an hour of saying this, suddenly the ball gets past the bat and it hits the pad. As Fisher's in. defended on the front foot, back to the bowler, past him up to mid-on, making me laugh just remembering it. He's got his head on the table like this. Suddenly there's an appeal. He said, "In the name of God, give it!" They didn't. And his head slumped back on the table. I mean, a great
Well,
partnership.
England might need her in the second innings. It's the kind of batting that we're going to need.
Yes, well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Fisher into the onside, clipped away to the right of mid-wicket. They'll get a single. 345 for 6, and that is lunch, with New Zealand having added 93 runs today in 25 overs. They've lost 3 wickets, though, which is some encouragement for England's bowlers, but also, one might say, encouragement for New Zealand's bowlers. The afternoon session is going to be, you think, all about when the declaration comes, although in trying to get to that declaration, New Zealand may well get bowled out. Henry Nicholls making 121, Ratchet Ravindra 76 yesterday, Tom Blundell 16, Glenn Phillips, first innings centurion, just the 3, couple of wickets for Archer, he's got 3 for 62, a wicket for Tongue, 2 for 64. Jacob Bethel 1 for 45. The not out batters, Daryl Mitchell 66 not out from 102. Nathan Smith has shown some pugnacity, 30 of 35, and after lunch, Michael with a lead 445. What's your best guess at what New Zealand will be looking to get and how much time they're going to want to have?
I would think that they'll come out and be aggressive after lunch. I think they've got so much in the tank. Bat for an hour, try and score another 60, 70, get to over 500. No doubt try and give Daryl Mitchell a chance to get to 3 figures, and then I think that's going to be plenty. It's a long shot for England to get anything out of the game, but it's a great opportunity for a young set of batters to go and do something and play like, what was it, 300, what's 50 odd off 300, how many balls?
304, yeah.
Yeah, 304 ball 50. They might need a couple of those.
Well, you know, it will be exciting if it's in the cause of a draw. Michael, we're going to let you go. Have a lovely lunch. We're going to introduce our view from the boundary shortly with Aggers, but first, let's check in on Ben Stokes at Durham and the rest of the county championship stories. Kevin Howells is at Chesterley Street.
You've just been telling tales about me again.
Well, I was fondly recalling.
Yeah, it wasn't just me. You see,
one
the
of your
bit that
great
I
moments.
wasn't the only one. Everybody was saying it. For some reason, it all falls on me. Anyway. Enough of that. That's all right. Ben Stokes, 7 overs unchanged this morning without a wicket, but he did pick up one yesterday, of course. Went for 20 runs this morning, but what a shift from the England Test captain. There, of course, not at the Kia Oval, but here with Durham against Northamptonshire. 25 overs in total. He bowled 1 for 80. Matthew Potts finding some form. He really is finding some form this season. He's picked up 3 wickets. Northampton eventually all out, but for 450. Fantastic knock again from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Must mention this. I mean, all the attention on Ben Stokes and all that story, but a career best 187 for the Northampton opener. Terrific stuff. Northampton's 450 all out. Durham 19 for 1. In reply, top of the table match, of course, in Division 2, but some big shift for Ben Stokes. His day started in the nets with Dale Benkenstein. I think that's worth mentioning briefly. Of course, he and Dale go back many, many years for when Ben first arrived with cricket, if you like, here at Durham, and Benkenstein very much part of the scene there, so I'm sure he's very much at home talking more with Dale about the batting and maybe other things as well. But we'll keep an eye on how Ben gets on with his batting, maybe later in the day or tomorrow. Quick rundown, some of the other things to talk about. Gus Atkinson, of course, who is another player not there with you at the Oval, but for Surrey, where Glamorgan took a wicket, his 3rd of the match in the first over of the day today. Bowled Chris Cook out for 101, but Glamorgan going along really nicely there. 348 for 7 against Surrey, so Atkinson with 3 wickets so far. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire 197 for 5 against Essex. That's a lead now of 13 runs. Another player worth a mention here in the game between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. Leicestershire 250 for 3, which is a lead of 65 runs, which itself is worthy of note. But Rian Ahmed not out 112 in that game at Grace Road. Somerset, Warwickshire, they've been off for rain quite a bit there. Warwickshire 137 for 3. They trail by 71 runs. Hayne and Webster, the not out pair. Mosley made at 54. Hayne is not out on 63. They're at Taunton. And a quick little mention here for a bowler who turned 39 years of age this week, Kyle Abbott. South African, of course, 6 wickets. How he keeps going, and he does such a terrific job for Hampshire. They're having a struggle this season, but a wonderful job from him as Sussex were bowled out for 159. Hampshire in their second innings at over 9 for 2, and that is a lead of 41 runs. I'm judging the coughing as that of Jonathan Agnew in the background.
Sorry, Kevin.
Back to you.
Thank you very much indeed for all of that. There we go, the sun out here, and New Zealand leading by 445 runs. We're underway again in just over half an hour from now. But it's Saturday. We've been building up our view from the boundary, haven't we? How do you follow the head of MI6, who was our guest at Lord's? Well, how about a person who occupies one of the most responsible positions in the country? One of his predecessors founded Chance to Shine, who was MCC president. His most recent predecessor is now Prime Minister of Canada. So there's a bit of pressure on our guest, who has a job which goes back to an original charter set in 1694. He's been in position since 2020. We'll all have an interest in his decision-making because it affects our money. Who else will bring a gold bar as a cake? Of course, it's the Governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey. It's lovely to welcome you.
It's a huge pleasure and thrill to be here, I can tell you.
Well, let's start with the cake, because I mean, yes. You know, that was fantastic. Richard Moore failed last 2 weeks ago to bring a cake. He was going to bring one apparently modelled on the MI6 building, and something went wrong. That is a gold bar, and I'm estimating it's around about the 12 kilogram.
So a real gold
weight.
Bar is just over 12 kilos. Yeah. So it looks like a gold bar.
It does. As long as it doesn't taste like a gold bar.
As long as it's not 12 kilos heavy. I have to put in a name check for my colleague James Orchard and his sister Rebecca, who made it. And it's tremendously effective. Now, a real gold bar is worth about £1.25 million. I don't think the cake doesn't quite make
that. But is that about the right size?
It's about the right size, yeah.
And the writing on it says fine gold.
Yeah.
That is to all intents and purposes.
Gold bars come in one of a few shapes. That's what we call a Hovis bar. So it looks a little bit like
the loaf.
Yeah.
It's actually called a Hovis bar.
Yeah, well, that's
what you call
the nickname.
Yeah. Right. Well, look, welcome. What do you? What do you? I mean, look. Ignore the score, okay?
Yeah. Well,
apart from that, what do you think?
It's a proper test match.
Yeah.
You know, here we are. Lunch on day 4.
Yeah.
You know,
we've made it to the 4th day.
We've made it to the 4th day. Yeah. There's still plenty to go. I'm enjoying it. I mean, it was a good morning's play. You know, I thought the Archer's opening spell was fast. I mean, you know, he's got a tremendously efficient action. I mean, you obviously did when you.
Well, how do you know that?
Because I used to watch you, and also because I can tell a story about you at school, if you like.
Oh, not one of those awful stories about what, bullying or something? Or
No. You were unfortunate. Well, I know about it was good from our point of view. So I went to school in Leicester, so we share a common background.
Wiggiston Grammar School,
yeah. Wiggiston, yeah. Right. And so we played Uppingham. This would have been back in I don't know, about mid-70s. I think we only played Uppingham's second 11.
Yes, you did. I'm afraid Wiggiston Grammar School was not considered
we
worthy of the first
in
team.
The first team. Yeah, I wasn't actually playing that day. But anyway, look, we turned up, and the Uppingham cricket masters came to ours and said, look, we've got this lad coming back from injury, right? So he won't be on top form, but he has played a couple of games for Surrey seconds. So we were all out for 12. Somebody took 8 for 2. And you tell me that was your best. Was that your best ever?
Well, until I took 9 for 70 against Kent. But look, thank you for mentioning it.
Do you remember the game?
Do you know? I actually do.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous because I have got such a terrible memory now. I think I just watched too much cricket. Yeah. But I actually do. I remember where the pitch was. I think because it was a ridiculous. I think the game was over in half an hour.
Our finest moment.
We bowled first. I know, but I do remember that. But but you did play cricket.
Yeah, not very well, but I did play cricket. Yeah, I did. I played a bit at school. Then I played a bit of club cricket in Leicester when I was sort of growing up, and still when I was actually going to university. So I played for Oadby seconds. I'm going to be honest. Oadby's just it's almost a sort of suburb now of Leicester, but it's a little bit south of Leicester.
Yes, exactly. Nice ground. I remember the Oadby ground.
Yeah, Upland Road, and we had great fun. I mean, we used to go around Leicestershire playing teams, and it was great fun. Yeah.
So sort of village cricket.
Yeah. I mean, I say Obi is quite urban, but we played village cricket, yeah. So and we came up. I remember came up to Wymswold, which is your sort of
Oh, it is.
back of the woods. isn't it?
Wymswold's about 5 miles from
Yeah,
me. Yes.
yeah, and there was a pretty aggressive-looking goat at deep extra cover, and it didn't shift. And so when the ball was hit out there. There was a sort of, and we were fielding. There was a, you going to get it? Am I going to get it? Somebody's got to go and get the ball. The goat never moved though. Actually,
probably chew it up. But It is quite rural round there. But, but village cricket, I started playing village cricket. It's just so much of a fabric of
absolutely,
this country.
Yeah.
The whole the teas and just the whole business of it.
We had another incident, a little bit. It wasn't quite as dramatic as yours, but these were in the days when there was still a coalfield in West Leicestershire, in the western part.
Ashby or Colville?
Yeah, so we went out one day and we played at Rawdon Colliery, I remember. And so we got there. And again, the captain came up to our captain and said, look, the opening bowler's, he's not going to be full speed this afternoon because he's literally just come up from a shift. Yeah, 4 for 20 later, we were thinking, what would this guy be like if he, hadn't had a shift?
I wonder who that was.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was.
Might have been Les Taylor, my old mate.
And it was a funny ground because you could hear when the ball hit the ground, it felt hollow. It gave off this sort of slightly hollow sound. Like we were all thinking, what's going to sink or something?
Mine underneath.
No, it's good fun.
Yeah. So what did you do? What was your forte?
I was not a very good batsman.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Keen.
Left hand opening,
Keen.
middle order.
Sort of
shot
opened a bit. Yeah, opened a bit at school. Yeah. But I never delayed the number 3 batsman very long.
There must have been some sort of high point, was there? A little half century, a raising of the bat somewhere along the way?
30 odd, I remember one day, but I loved it. I mean, I love cricket, actually, so, and I played a little bit at the university, and I played 2 Sunday games for the Bank of England.
Right.
Because we've...
At Roehampton?
Yeah.
Yes, because we mentioned me playing with Surrey Seconds.
Yeah.
And indeed, and that's where we used to practice. So there'll be some practice here at the Oval.
Right.
But a lot was done on the Bank of England ground at Roehampton. And I've bowled at nets to John Edrich and people like that on those, and Eunice Ahmed and those sorts of players down there. Is it still there?
Well, sadly, we don't. We got criticised heavily by the Public Accounts Committee in the House of Commons a few years ago, and they said it was sort of too luxurious.
It was a lovely ground.
It was a lovely.
Big.
I mean, it was very nicely maintained. It was beautifully maintained. So we've actually leased it out to the Lawn Tennis Association because the Wimbledon qualifiers have been held there since a bit after the Second World War, I think, and so they've taken the whole thing over now.
Right.
But we still have a cricket club. They've actually renamed themselves West Wimbledon Cricket Club, and they play at Wimbledon Rugby Club, I think. And so we've still got several teams playing.
Yes.
There's a lot of, we're very keen on cricket as an institution. A lot of people there are very keen.
Yeah, good. And so that was kind of it as far as playing was concerned, though. What was it? I mean, so did you get to Grace Road when you were at?
Oh yeah, a lot. Yes, I was a member when I was growing up. Yeah, so in the sort of 70s. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So players then. So that would have been. Well, that's the Railingworth. Higgs.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, because Ray Illingworth, Mike Turner was the other.
Correct. He ran it. He was the boss.
Between them, they really transformed it.
Yes.
So they won the old Benson and Hedges Cup a few years ago.
Well, Mike Turner was a player. He was a leg spinner who played 1 or 2 games last year, but he was a businessman really.
Yeah.
And he ran Leicestershire. He ran it with a rod of iron, I have to say, but very tight. I mean, I think from an economist's point of view, a businessman's point of view, for him to make a profit, I think he made a profit every year that he ran that club, which is extraordinary. Because Leicestershire, you've got the Premiership football team. You've got
the Tigers.
Your Tigers. It's always a third place really in the pecking order, and so for him to run that, but he took over running the club. Who do we need? Right, Ray Illingworth, who I think he lured from
Yorkshire.
So, I mean, he's in his 40s.
Yeah.
Then he needed we need a bowling attack here. Ken Higgs, recently retired.
Do you remember they had Graham Mackenzie?
Graham Mackenzie, fast.
The Australian bowler.
Yes.
And he had a really interesting action because he was almost sort of like side on in this sort of arcing sort of action.
Yes, he did. He was very side on. They still tell a story at Lord's of him bowling a bouncer at Lord's and the ball going straight into the sight screen.
No, but didn't stop.
Bang! Straight in.
And then Ken Higgs came from Lancashire.
He did. So he'd retired.
Yeah.
And I think he was running a sweet shop or something up in Blackpool.
Yeah.
And so he was. I mean, he's a terrific bowler.
Yeah.
And so he actually came down and did another 10 years, I would think.
Yeah.
So Illingworth had him on his cards. But Rayling was an interesting one, isn't he? Because he, for our age, you're about the same age as me, obviously. I mean, Illy, captain of England. I remember sitting and watching him, and he was such inspirational.
He's a great tactician.
Me. Yes.
Because I always found it really interesting because he's an all-rounder in the best sense of the term.
Yes.
And I always found it interesting that he made them, into a very strong one-day team. Because you look at it today, his game isn't obviously a one-day game. Although he was a containing bowler.
He was, quite successful with his off spin.
Yeah.
But no, he got Brian Davison, who was
a very hot. He hit the ball very hard.
Absolutely thrashed the ball.
Yeah.
Roger Tolchard.
So Jack Birkinshaw.
Yeah, Chris Balderston.
Yeah.
Who bagged a pair here against Michael Holding.
Yes.
We were talking about that game the other day. But opening batsman, and he just gelled a team together.
I saw. I was talking a couple of years ago. I was at Lord's, and I was talking. There was a huge thrill. I spent an hour talking to Jeff Boycott, and he told
an hour.
Well,
how many words did you get in?
Well, there's a great story actually in the middle of it. It was the Ashes test. Cameron Green got hit on the head.
Yes.
And so outran the concussion testing. Boycott just turns to me and shouts out, "Get up, you namby-pamby."
Well, that sounds like Jeffrey.
But he was telling me that when he grew up with Jack Birkinshaw and that they played, they were in sort of practicing endlessly as kids together.
That's right. I'm trying to remember the name of the coach.
Yeah.
It'll come to me. But what was quite amusing about that was that it was actually in basically a greenhouse.
He told that story. Yeah, in a greenhouse.
It was.
Yeah.
And I did say to Jeffrey once, well, so how many windows did he break? And the answer was none.
Well, he never hit it off the ground.
He never hit it very hard at all. He never hit it hard enough to break a pane of glass.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So
how did you find? I mean, you came into the team very young then, with all those.
Yeah. So I
old hands.
Well, after my 8 for 2.
You were made.
But I left. I'm a country boy, and I didn't really get on very well down here. So I went and joined Leicestershire, and within just a very few weeks, there was an injury crisis.
Right.
I was the fast bowlers, Ken Higgs, Les Taylor, who we've mentioned, and it must have been a few others, because I was suddenly in the team and made my debut against Lancashire. Who had been my team, the team that I really loved and followed and supported from the age of 11. And it was all a bit of a crazy dream, really. And it soon became a nightmare because their overseas player was one Colin Croft. So if you imagine someone who can't really bat, coming straight from school, age of 18, schoolboy pads, schoolboy gloves, no helmets. And I looked round to all these seasoned professionals who, A, were extremely anxious about the prospect of facing Croft, but B, had all the kit. Proper pads, thigh pads. I didn't have a thigh pad.
Yeah, what's that?
Yes, exactly. Chest pad, all these arm guard. I had little sort of crinkly green gloves, little plastic boots to bowl in, and schoolboy pads. And for a while, it looked nasty because we, I think, lost 6 wickets quite quickly. Unfortunately, in those days, it was a compulsory declaration at 100 overs.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
So I think Paddy Clift and Jack Birkinshaw, actually, we mentioned, got some runs, and I was spared.
You were sitting there looking nervous.
But I mean, going out,
I
couldn't come to face that.
So
but Illy was captain.
Yeah, so I can tell you a sort of slightly parallel story. So going back to the Bank of England, actually, in our cricket club. So we used to have something called Governor's Day when we had the sports club. This was a Sunday in July. And one of the highlight of it really was a cricket game between the Bank First 11 and a Governor's 11.
Right.
And so when Eddie George was governor, he wasn't, I mean, he loved cricket, but he wasn't really into it himself. So we had an agent who actually recruited the team, whose specialism was West Indian test players. And some of them were retired. So Alvin Calitran and Derek Murray used to come year after year. But then you'd get years when one or two of them, the current ones, didn't have a county contract and there wasn't a test series. So one year, Courtney Walsh turns up. So a very good friend of mine, David Buffham, who's sadly passed away now, he was open the batting for the Bank team. And he said to me, he knew in advance. He said, "God, I'm going to be facing Courtney.
You can't face Courtney Walsh.
So anyway, he told me afterwards, he said the first over was okay because he sort of bowled looseners. And then he came up to David and he said, I'm going to come off my test run up now. And David said to him, do you have to do that? And Courtney apparently just completely deadpan said, yes. David said, first, second ball, I didn't see it. I heard I saw the wicketkeeper going to retrieve the stump. I didn't see the thing at all.
No, that is what the difference is, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and we had another year Viv Richards played, and I've never seen anybody hit the ball as hard as he did.
Yeah,
I mean it's like a rocket going around.
And that's the difference. And you can sit, and I say to people all the time, you can sit and watch, like we are here, or in the crowd, or you can watch it on the telly. And you can see you can see the ball. Okay, it's going quite fast. But actually, when you sit sideways on, or actually if you do get the chance ever to face that sort of bowling,
well, when you sit watching,
you see. Hang on.
I went to the last day of the test final, the South Africa Australia game last year, because Mervyn's was president of the MCC and invited me, and I sat in the pavilion at Lord's, and it was fascinating. It was only a morning, but I watched Mitchell start bowling, and he bowled. There was one ball he bowled where he bowled Tristan Stubbs, and Tristan Stubbs played the right shot too late. I mean, the ball went through so fast.
Yes.
But I want to ask you, talking about changes in cricket and timing on this thing about playing that sort of bowling. I mean, I do watch 2020. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I watch them. These kids they've got in India now, I mean, they seem to just...
Extraordinary.
How do they do
14, 15 years old.
The hand-to-eye to coordination? I mean, how do they learn that stuff?
I can't answer that. But I mean, you just sit and just admire. Well, it's just astonishing, isn't it? Yeah. You see how he kicks on, and whether he can. People talk about transferring Test match skills to one-day skills. Let's see if he can transfer T20 skills to Test cricket.
Many of the IPL teams seem to have a sort of somebody who's in their teens still, or 20 who seems to be able to just come on and just.
Well, they've got 1 billion people to choose from, haven't they?
Things right from the. Yeah,
yes.
That's true.
So, but you do watch. You
I watch
it.
Yeah. I watch it. Yeah. I don't watch it live. I really am sort of an old-fashioned Test cricket person, but I watch it on television. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I want to talk to you about your job now. If you don't mind.
You can.
Well, it's just one of those. It's. I mean, is it kind of? Do you aspire? If you're in what you do?
Yeah.
Is this like the top of the tree? I mean, do you aspire to become the governor? Is it like the main? The main.
Well, I've worked for Lanka for 40 years now, actually, not quite all the time. And I love doing what I call complex public policy, and we do a fair bit of that. That's what just keeps me there and keeps me. So I didn't never set out to be governor. It just sort of happened over the years, and I love it.
Yes.
And we deal with the most complicated stuff. I mean, we're dealing with a load of stuff on artificial intelligence at the moment.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I saw you featuring a couple of days
look,
ago.
me and Nigel Farage and I did not have a fight. Let's be clear. We both said this, so it's not. You don't have to.
It looked pretty dramatic.
Yes.
But also
it's actually worrying because
scary.
It's a fraud.
So just to explain, this thing suddenly appeared.
It's AI. Yeah, it's created an AI. It's behind it is an attempt to defraud people. Which is what's most worrying about it. I mean,
what
they're trying. It's a cryptocurrency scam.
Right.
So they're trying to use this as a sort of an entrapment mechanism to get people to participate in it. The really frustrating thing we're finding is we can't trace the source of it. They cover their tracks enormously well. So they appear often as ads on YouTube.
Right.
And they don't get saved. So you've got to literally almost sort of capture them at the moment, and then even then you've got to trace the source. And so there was one last year actually, and it was quite funny because I hadn't seen it, and I kept getting people stop me in the street. I get the train to London Bridge every day and back from where I live, and the guy who was doing the sort of signals to send the trains off suddenly turned. I don't know him. He said, "Have you seen this?" And I said, "Oh God," I said, "I know." That one actually, we asked.
So you've had all the best boffins you could find to find out where this thing came from.
Well, even if you capture the thing, it's quite hard to trace it. They cover technologically speaking, they cover their tracks
right
very well. So and I worry for the public. I mean, it's ludicrous that not. I mean, I hope people realise that that would never happen. But I worry for the public.
Nigel can be a bit belligerent, can't
Well, he was actually quite nice. He said, he and I don't agree on everything. We've only met once, but he and I don't agree on everything. But he did say, but we'd never do that.
Yeah. It's interesting because it actually talks about the relations with politicians. Really, I mean, you are completely independent.
Yes.
And yet you must be dealing with politicians.
Oh yeah, I see a lot of them. I mean, we're independent, and it's very important. I mean, but the independence is prescribed in legislation, so it's very well defined. I spend a lot of time appearing in Parliament, giving evidence, which is important. It's part of our accountability. So I see a lot of them. Yes.
But they want you to do things that are going to suit them, surely. Feel good
it has
factor.
Happened, yes.
But so do you feel that pressure? I mean, that like cutting interest rates, for instance. I mean, do you feel, well, for two reasons. A, pressure from the politicians who want you to do it because they want people to feel good. And actually, I want you to do it because I want you to make me feel good. And I want a bit more money in my pocket, thanks very much.
Yeah,
it's a big responsibility.
Yes, and we always have to say, look, in the long run, you will feel good if we have low inflation. But I understand people. People tend to want lower interest rates. I mean, it's been an interesting time. I always, joke with Mark Carney that he had tremendous timing and I've got terrible timing because I started my term as governor in March 2020, just as COVID was.
It's a bad date.
We had literally in the first week we had a meltdown in financial markets. We had to do an emergency monetary policy intervention in markets. And we went into lockdown at the end of the week, and I didn't see the staff for a bit after that. So it was a great start. And we've gone on that way. We've had the Ukraine war, we've had a little bit of domestic issue with the Truss government, and then we've obviously most recently we've had the Gulf.
Of course.
Conflict.
Yeah. I'm not doing it too political here, but with the Truss thing, I mean, could you see that this was going to end badly?
Well. I've never met Liz Truss, so I always say this because I'm not, I don't pass judgment, because I've never met her. I think the idea that, she didn't want to work with the authorities when we are there to, we're all trying to do the same thing for the country was difficult.
Yeah. Did we learn anything from COVID? I mean, would lockdown work again?
Well, I think we did learn a lot from COVID. First of all, I mean, we learned to work differently. Now, I saw the other day, was it Surrey County Cricket Club were advertising that you can sort of come and work here.
Oh, yes, bring your laptop.
Bring your laptop here.
Get your Wi-Fi out.
So I think the fascinating thing is that it has changed working practices. I mean, pre-COVID, I think, you just went to work every day.
Yes.
And we all proved that we could run our organisations and, run everything differently. And it's gone part of the way back, but it hasn't gone completely back. And we do know we can do things differently, and that's okay.
And it must have been, I mean, the politicians obviously under massive pressure during that time, almost making it up as you go along because they've never been here before. Were you under that same sort of
Yeah.
pressure?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was a very pressurised time. And I don't see it because Rishi Sunak was Chancellor at that point.
Yeah.
And I think you noticed, I think he has said this in public. I used to go around and see him occasionally. There was always a cricket bat there.
Oh, no, he loves cricket.
And he used to come to the Oval
Yeah.
in the evening often with his cousin, I think, and they used to just go in the nets. And he said it was just a huge relief of pressure.
Yes.
But he loves cricket.
Yes, he does.
I saw him after he was Prime Minister, after he stepped down, there was a India-England one-day series, 2020 game in India. And he was on television in the box, and one of these Indian kids had got a century in no time.
Right.
And I sent him a message saying, are you enjoying this?
No, he does love cricket.
He loves it. And he's very, 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 he's very keen and dedicated.
Yeah.
He loves it.
So when you get your committee together every 6 weeks, isn't it? I mean, it's nine people. I mean, that's as many as the Pakistan selection committee have, I think, for their test team. How do you get sort of an agreement from 9 people? Is that difficult?
Well, we don't always agree, actually. In fact, most of the time, we don't all take the same views, and that's fine. I mean, we spend quite a lot of time, deliberating and discussing it. The staff give us tremendous briefing. I mean, we've got brilliant staff at the bank, and that's one thing, we're very lucky. So we get briefed by the staff. The staff will say, look, this is how we interpret what's gone on. So, look, we did a decision last week, on Thursday. And obviously a lot of the background to that is, well, I mean, we're just in a very, very volatile situation. Obviously, Donald Trump had been saying that the conflict was going to end the next day for the last month. it looked like it was coming to an end. So energy prices had gone up; they were starting to come down. So our job is we have to judge. Well, where are they going to go? How much damage has been done in the Gulf to the ability to ship and supply energy, and then what's going to be the longer run impact on the economy here?
Yeah.
And those are judgments we have to make ultimately.
Yes. So you held.
We held.
And is that with a view to bringing down? Because we kind of promised 2 cuts, haven't we, this year? We haven't done any yet.
Yeah, so effectively we have tightened in that sense. You're right, because I thought we would probably make a couple of cuts this year. So we've sort of taken those off the table. Now energy prices have come down a lot. They're not fully back to where they were before it all started, but they've come down a lot actually, which is helpful. Inflation's actually, I have to say it's enormously frustrating because I really expected that we'd be back at the target, 2.0 target actually, and I think we would have been. We're not, but it's come in lower than we thought it would, which is good. So our job now is to look forward and say we've always got to be forward-looking because we can't change inflation tomorrow. We change it in a year, 2 years' time. So how's it going to evolve with the current interest rate setting? So I think holding was the right thing to do this week, and we'll be back again in 6 weeks.
Yeah. Do you sort of persuade people to what you want? I mean, do you usually get your way? You're the governor.
I've always been in the majority, but I don't have to be. Mervyn King wasn't a couple of times. There's usually a fair amount of consensus in the committee, but then I'll get colleagues who are often on either side of it, and that's fine. It's absolutely fine because these are very difficult judgments. Reasonable people can disagree on these things.
Yeah. Why don't you sell the gold off? I mean, apparently we're broke as a country. You just go down below.
Most of it's not ours, actually. I should say. No.
How much is down there?
So we've got about 440,000 barrels at the moment down there.
So what does that equal?
So that's about £550 billion.
Well, we'll just go and sell some of that.
Unfortunately, it belongs to other people, but never mind. So we're the second largest store in the world. But almost equal to the first. The largest is the Federal Reserve Bank in New York, but we're both of us are about equal. We're pretty similar these days.
It is physically. I mean, you can go down in a lift or something.
Yeah, through a bit of security, actually.
A little bit of security. And there it is.
Yeah, and a bar these days is worth about as I was saying, £1.25 million, £1.25 million. So we worked out yesterday what a cricket ball. If you had the weight of the weight a cricket ball is, I know, it's about
5.5 ounces.
5.5 ounces. It'd be about £17,000.
And
price has gone up a lot.
Do you go down and just look at it and stroke it, or
I don't go. I go down every morning. I go down.
Dust it.
I dust it every morning. Yeah, we occasionally go down. We take visitors down occasionally, particularly if I've got sort of foreign people who've got their gold there. Some of my central bank governor counterparts who say, "Can I see my gold?" sort of thing.
It must be.
Yeah. It is. It's funny. It's funny sort of psychologically. When you walk in for the first time, you think, "Oh wow." It's not all in 1 vault, but I mean, there's a lot in 1 vault.
Is it under the streets? I mean, it literally spreads all around.
Well, I can't tell you for security reasons.
Oh, right. Don't worry, I'm not going to go.
No,
my pneumatic drill.
If you've ever stood on the Central Line platform in Bank Station and wondered why it's so curved, it's going round our vaults actually. But it's a great story, which may or may not be. It may be apocryphal because it's a 19th century story that the governor of the day got a note, an anonymous note. This is in our old building, not the current building, saying, "I will meet you in the vault at a certain time on a certain day." So they're all looking, so the story goes, totally sort of, what's this? Can't be true. But then they decide, well, they just better go down there. And they do, as the story goes. And they meet down there a guy. And he's a sewer man.
Right.
And he shows them that there is a way through. This is in the old. So don't try this nowadays. It's a new building.
Has it been closed off?
It's a new building, so don't try it. But this is going back in the 19th century.
Yes.
Now we don't know whether it may be. It's a great story. Whether it's apocryphal or true, we don't know.
No. I mean, literally, but sitting on all of that, it must be quite extraordinary. I mean, walking into that building.
Yeah.
I know you've done it a few years now.
Yeah,
but you still feel a buzz going in there.
Every day. Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely building. No, that and watching, we have a banknote printing works in Essex. Go and watching banknotes being printed is the other sort of great thrill as well.
Wow. Well, I was going to ask you about that, because aren't you choosing what's going on our next set of notes?
Oh, we are, yes.
Is that the royal we, or is that like you as a...
well, we're actually getting the public to. So,
right.
So we choose the security side because that's very technical and it's very important because people do try to counterfeit the notes. But we decided that we're going to have to issue new series because of the fact there's always people trying to counterfeit, we do have to change them from periodically. So we decided to give the public the choice and said, well, what would you like? And we gave them sort of headings. Would you like sort of more historical figures? Would you like wildlife? Would you like nature? English countryside. I mean, we're a nation of animal lovers.
We are.
It's probably
It's a pretty obvious winner there.
no great surprise that wildlife won.
Yes.
So we're now doing a second consultation on. We've got 18. You can choose from 18 animals, birds, and fish. Which ones you want, and please do participate. It's open until the first week of July.
So that's for 4. So only 4.
4, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Anything that particularly stands out from your mind?
well, they're all sort of domestic wild animals. So we've got fox, owl, bee, pine marten. I haven't seen one of those recently.
And then who actually designs it then?
Well, then it'll be done. I mean, we have designers, but they have to work with. We get the security features. We tend to work with outside commercial firms who produce security features because we have to move them on all the time.
And change the security features. Right, so that it's not just a piece of wire that goes through it.
No. We've moved on to actually moving images, which is sort of what they call sort of lenticular technology, where if you it's like kids used to have these things where if you tilt the note, you can see an image moving.
Oh yes.
Which is it's harder for people. It's quite hard to counterfeit that stuff, although people try.
Yeah. And what about cash? I mean, you're talking about the new notes and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine a time when there really is no cash?
Well, there's a great paradox in this. So we're all using it less. I mean, that's the case. I mean, the number of payments made in cash has gone down. We obviously know how much we've got in issue because it's on our balance sheet. It's not gone down at all. So we've got about £90 billion of cash in issue. It hasn't gone down at all.
Oh, really?
And it's interesting when I say to people,
yes.
So just take that number, 90 billion, and divide it by the population of this country. I mean, it's not that simple, but if you believe that every one of us has got £1,000 of cash, well, I don't think we have actually.
No, I'll go and check under the
unless maybe you have. I don't know.
But right, so there is cash out there.
There's a lot of it out there. But look, I mean, our view is, look, we will provide cash as long as the British public want cash. And whenever we ask the British public, they want cash, and that's fine. It's good.
Yes, and yet a lot of businesses don't. I mean, our local pub, the one by Stuart Broad, is now a cashless pub.
Yeah,
and there's more and more of this going.
I think that's unfortunate. I mean, I know that it's there's a sort of cost element in it, but I think it's unfortunate. And people want cash for various reasons. I mean, some of the people want it. Maybe people want it because it's a backup.
Yeah.
They say, well, what happens if all these systems go down? And that did happen in Spain, a couple of years ago. Some people use it as budgeting tool, and that's perfectly reasonable. So, we will provide it as long as people want it, and they do.
How do you get judged in your job at the end? How have you...
Regularly.
Well, I'll rephrase it. How will people say, oh, he was a good governor? Andrew. Andrew. I mean, what makes a good governor of the Bank of England?
Well, I mean, I would say, but wouldn't I, that you have to deal with, what comes your way. And frankly, I mean, it is true in my time we've had a lot of, frankly, shocks in the world to deal with. If you go back to an earlier period, it was much calmer. We have to deal with what we have to deal with. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah. Do you feel? I mean, is there like a legacy that you can leave in your time? Because you're on a set time.
8 years. Yes.
8 years.
I've got just under 2 years now.
So does that leave you with an opportunity of doing something for the good, as it were?
Well, I hope so. I mean, there are changes we've made, certainly, and the institution has to constantly move on. As I said, at the moment, one of the big things we're dealing with is the impact of artificial intelligence.
Yes, that does seem to be the big scary thing out there.
Very big thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you and Nigel Farage wasn't actually for real.
No.
I think you'd come out. I think you'd come out on top.
Oh, I don't know. Let's not speculate.
but it's extraordinary. Right. Well, it's over already. The players are coming out.
Well, it's my pleasure.
No, Andrew, it's been all of our
really
pleasure. Really lovely to have met you. Thank
thrill.
you for coming, and you clearly love cricket, and you can settle and enjoy your day. But thank you so much.
The afternoon.
And as long as you drop the interest rates into next month, you can come back again.
Oh, okay, right.
Lovely to have met you.
Lovely, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. I think you reminded me of that mad day.
8 for 2.
Yeah, thank you. Just every now and then, you just need a bit of a pickup. So thanks for doing that. Andrew Bailey, Governor of the Bank of England. There you go. And it's been lovely to have met him. Here, meanwhile, 445 is New Zealand's lead, and they're still ploughing on. They will for a while. I imagine. Perhaps another hour? I don't know. We always get to that point where we're starting to guess these things, aren't we? Simon Mann's going to get us underway. Simon.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, New Zealand, well, they'll want some time, obviously, to bowl today. But 445 runs in the bank already. But here you can have some fun as well. If you play a few shots, you can that scoring rate can suddenly go up so quickly. It's going to be Jacob Bethel to bowl after lunch. The new ball is available, but in a situation like this, you probably don't want to take it because a new ball can fly around.
Yeah.
Tough as it is.
Oh, sorry. Afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
So we're about to get underway. Good afternoon, Thomas. Yeah. Smith on 30, Mitchell on 66.
Yeah.
And here goes Bethel into bowl to Smith. First ball after lunch. He's full floated up dugout back to the bowler who fields. And there is no run. So New Zealand not exactly crashing it around in that morning session, but they probably did what they needed to do, which is get close on 100 runs. Yeah. Lost 3 wickets. England bowled well at times, and the conditions as well. Yeah. Quite good for bowling. But New Zealand starting the day clearly in such a strong position. There's the first run of the afternoon as Smith drives up towards Duckett at long off.
I think we might see a little bit more straight play from the Kiwis, I think, because they've got to win it, haven't they? We keep thinking that, they've got to win it to then win the series at Trent Bridge. So they're in that sort of awkward position a bit, really. When do we declare, when do we not? Still a pretty good pitch for England to bat on.
Bethel moves into bowl to Mitchell. Mitchell looks to hit mid-off, but Bethel gets across to stop it, and there's no run. Yeah, the other thing as well, you can actually take the declaration out of it by just playing lots of shots, getting bowled out.
Absolutely. Sometimes we were discussing that this morning with Aggers. Actually, sometimes that's the sort of best way to go.
Yeah. Bethel bowls played away into the onside by Mitchell into a gap forward of square. It's picked up by Gay.
Yeah, be disappointed 8 down tomorrow evening. Digging in with tongue at the crease. You think to yourself, crikey, why don't we just have another hour?
Yeah. Well, it's always the decision for the captain in situations like this. And generally speaking, Bethel bowls. That's guided up towards long off by by Smith rather, for a single. Takes him to 32, and New Zealand to 348 for 6. I mean, generally speaking, captains are
it's a lot.
448 the league. Yeah. Generally, captains are more cautious than aggressive, aren't they?
Yeah.
Generally, not always. I mean, the one that really stays in my mind is that declaration by Ben Stokes and Rawalpindi in the first test, England back in Pakistan. Short outside the off stump from Bethel, clubbed away towards deep point, and they're through for one more. 349 for 6.
Well, the one that sticks in my mind as well, even though it was the first innings, was... Go on, you'll know this, Simon. Ashes.
Edgbaston, yeah.
Edgbaston.
Yeah, and that one as well.
Joe Root on 100.
Yeah, he had 100, didn't he? Yeah, and they just put together a partnership as well for the 9th wicket, and they were scoring quite freely. I mean, possibly because they knew the declaration was coming, so they were playing a few shots.
Yeah.
But, I don't know,
first test match.
Yeah.
Get as many as you can.
Not for me, that one.
No, not for me either.
But then I thought that in Rawalpindi as well. I thought England pulled out too early in Rawalpindi when they set Pakistan about 340 in that first test match. Before the close of play on the 4th down, a very flat pitch. But as it proved, it turned into a masterstroke decision. England winning just before the sun went down. Fisher bowls, forward goes Mitchell, drops it onto the pitch. Well, hit the pad there, difficult to tell with the batter and keeper obscuring our view. But no run. Fisher's in his 15th over. Steady in this test match.
Yes, without
for 50.
Sort of setting the world alight. I mean, good pitch, flat pitch. He's done his job, hasn't he? Got a couple in the first dig.
2 for 62 in that first innings.
Yeah.
From 23.2 overs. Tall man, bowls, and ended by Mitchell into the offside towards cover.
That did all right, didn't he?
No run. He did indeed, yeah.
He's 50. I mean, some of those bowlers we go, crikey, why wasn't I playing at Lords? Someone like a Fisher, he would have been absolutely licking his lips, wouldn't he? But that's the game, isn't it? You go up and down the country and play on different surfaces. That's the beauty of the game, I suppose.
Yeah, and of course another chapter about to unfold after this game as well. Who is going to play at Trent Bridge? Who's going to be available to play at Trent Bridge? 3:49 for 6. Oh, a little ramp shot attempted there, and he's bowled him. Mitchell looks to lift that away, got a long way across, and exposed his stumps. And Fisher's got his first wicket of the second innings, and it's 349 for 7. Mitchell out for 68.
Yeah, well bowled. Fisher, as you said, he's stuck to his guns. We were just mentioning it, wasn't we? On a flat pitch, he's got it in good areas. Yeah, Mitchell just going around trying to play the ramp shot, couldn't quite catch up with it, and it just flicks the top of middle and off. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, well done, well done. Yeah, after a couple of long days, yeah, as a bowler, you know, you want a bit of reward, don't you? Just to take with you into the dressing room. Stuck to his guns well.
So that is his 4th Test wicket. It shows how far Mitchell got across because he's bowled off stump.
Yeah, and I think he got a little bit of, might have got a little deflection off his glove as well. Yeah, really went across to the offside.
Well, Jameson,
he'll play a few.
I imagine will. Yeah, that's what he's done so far in this series. He's just gone out there and tried to larrup it.
Now, now you see, this is the time. I know we've been banging on about this short ball theory, but you know, to Jameson, I would now go short ball theory with everyone back, because they're going for the shot, so you need to protect the boundaries. I wouldn't have slips and everything now for him. I'll bowl short to him and he'll have a go and hopefully slug it straight up in the air. You know, you've got to,
because he won't just be content getting a 1 out towards deep mid-wicket.
No, because then that is eating into the time for New Zealand to bowl. So now is perhaps the time, I'm loath to say it, but to perhaps do a little bit of short ball barrage.
Well, Joe Root's chatting to the bowler, Matt Fisher, about what sort of field he wants. Keeper standing up. Jameson loosening up. Root's taking his time over this, just trying to sort out what he requires. It looks as though the field is going to come up initially. Archer, who was on the deep cover boundary, he's going a bit finer, more deep backward point for, well, I suppose halfway house there. If he slices one or hits it firmly out there, it might be in with a chance of a catch. Right, for now it's going to be conventional bowling. Keeper's actually gone back, so Roo's back for the new man.
Yeah, he's swinging Jameson, I reckon.
And there are options here available for Jameson, because the field is generally speaking up. Fisher goes in and bowls to Jameson. He gets a ball very full on leg stump, which he turns into the onside to duck it at mid-wicket. And there's no run. I think Fisher thought he got through there, didn't he? It was a very full ball on the pads. It was one of those he seemed a bit late on the batter anyway. 3:49 for 7.
He's got a long way to come down, hasn't he? I wonder if he's got a longer bat than average. You can get longer bats, can't you? It's the width, obviously. You can get an inch or two stuck on the end of them.
Also in the IPL, they have those gauges, don't they, to make sure they're not too
fat, too
chunky.
Yeah.
Fisher moves in and bowls to Jameson, who stands up and punches the ball back to the bowler, who stops it in his follow through, and there is no run.
I mean, it is. I'd like to be thinking about getting bowling now. You know, especially with the bowling attack you've got. You know, Matt Henry, he's not going to be bowling short and wide and get carved everywhere.
So would you declare now? Or would you just play lots of shots?
Well,
and get out in the next 20 minutes, you know, hitting 4s and 6s and wickets, that sort of
another
thing.
30.
And then you don't have that pressure of all declared. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd just be swinging from the bootstraps. Get yourself another 20 through it and get bowling. It's a lot of runs, 450.
There's Fisher bowling, and Jameson driving or carving that away towards deep extra cover. That position I told you Archer was in, runs away to his right-hand side, sends it in. They're back for 2.
And you've got to start thinking now, as a captain, about new balls. How many new balls? How long are you going to get with the second new ball?
Yeah.
And all this kind of stuff does come into it.
Yeah, well, they'll get a good run at a second new ball if they came out now.
Yeah.
It's funny how cricket, I don't know whether you have this, Toppers, where you still dream. I had a dream last night.
Oh, dear.
This is a really surreal dream. I was England captain, and I declared to set Australia 506 to win, yeah?
Really?
And at the close of the 4th day, they were 243 for 2.
Oh.
And the ball was going everywhere.
Oh, dear.
And they were chatting a lot, you know. And I was really panicking. Everything was going for 4, you know, sliding off the edge or down off pads down the leg. So I just couldn't stop the runs. It was like just turning the tap on.
Did you wake up in a puddle of sweat?
That's when I woke up. I can't face the 5th day.
Did you put yourself onto bowl?
No. It'd been worse if I'd done that at Doles. It would have been 400 for 2 by the close.
Well, you'll have to tell me what happens tonight.
There's Baker bowling outside the off stump and away swinger. Darren Lehman was the coach.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was so detailed. Yeah,
Vivid.
Steve Smith was playing. Darren Lehman was the coach, and he was going, "That's the 100th day of the tour, and we're still in this series. They think they've got us, but." I was like, what on earth's going on here? Anyway, just gave you an insight what it's like to be a captain if you declare in a test match.
Did you eat a whole Stilton before?
It's a particularly vivid dream, isn't it? I did have a bit of cheese, actually. I don't know if is that true or not, that cheese.
Sure. Wives' tale, but wow.
351 for 7. Baker bowls to Smith, and Smith dabs that away. It stopped a second slip on the banks by Brook. He's looking for a deep third there and 4. But Brook got across and stopped it.
So when you woke up, you didn't sort of like then try to get back into it, because you can do that.
You can sometimes.
Yeah. You'd rather got up and went for a walk or something.
Thank goodness I'd woken up. I couldn't take any more of that. Also, it felt like, you know, it was the end of the day's play as well. We were all walking off.
Oh dear. No, I must admit, only the one when I was playing when you can't get your pads on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite.
That's a horrible one, that, isn't it?
Yes, it is horrific. Getting timed out.
This is Baker bowling outside the off stump. There's no stroke, and the broadcaster's one is you're about to do a bulletin and you just can't write your script. You know, the words are all wrong. And
stress. Are you feeling any stress, Simon?
Oh, I don't think so, but
they have meanings, don't they? They do have meanings and what have you.
Yeah, there might be someone listening to this going, that man is in serious trouble at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it's just how much you love the game.
Yeah.
You're even dreaming about it.
Baker up to the stumps now and bowls. A huge wipe there from Smith. He was looking to hit that over deep mid-wicket. It was ball outside the off stump, curving away, and he missed it. And it went through to wicket-keeper Rue. There was a game, talking about chasing 500, there was a game in the winter when we were at the Ashes where West Indies played New Zealand in Christchurch. And New Zealand set West Indies 531 to win.
Yeah.
And at one point,
that's right,
it looked as though they might be able to do it there. They finished actually in the end on 457 for 6.
That's right. The opening batter, did he get 200?
Well, there was Graves made double 100.
Yeah.
I think someone else got 100 as well for
Shea
West
Hope.
Indies. Shea Hope. Here's Baker bowling. A good pace to that delivery. Curving away a fraction. It was right about the off stump. It was left by Smith through to the keeper. And Kemar Roach batted with Graves.
That's right.
He made 58 not out, 233 balls. So they had time. And also, I think in that game, Matt Henry bowled 11 overs, so presumably he was injured. And I reckon they lost another bowler as well.
Nathan Smith had bowled in the first innings, didn't bowl an over in the second.
Yeah,
because
we were all sort of saying, go for it, you've got to go for it.
Yeah.
And they didn't they? They sort of shut up shop.
They probably would have lost if they'd gone for it.
Well, you'll never know now.
Well, they will never know. Here's a delivery from Baker that's forced away by Smith to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah.
End of the over, 351 for 7.
It is difficult. It is difficult, and people don't understand it who don't necessarily sort of like know the game so much. Is that, you know, why did you go on, you know, and get 550 when you bowled them out for 160? You know, why did you do that?
Yeah.
You know, but it's that niggle in the back of your mind, isn't it, as a skipper, that, crikey, well, if he gets 100, Harry Brook, Stuart Few, Bethel, he's very good. All these little factors just play on your mind.
Yeah.
But I'd say they've got enough now. Well, they'd have to get virtually 100 a session, wouldn't they?
Yeah, we're in world record territory plus here.
Yeah.
But if, here we go, this is Fisher bowling, and Jameson driving and missing, firm-footed drive there. If New Zealand were to come out and then, you know, a bowler got injured, a key bowler got injured, say, or two, then suddenly, you know, there's enough time to win the game from here. If you were bowled out here, you know, 450 ahead. Well, we're only just past lunch on the fourth day.
5 sessions, long time.
So yeah, quite like 500. Well, I'd like my 506.
I think you'll sleep soundly with 500.
351 for 7. Fisher bowls to Jameson, who has a double of that one outside the off stump. It's through to the keeper. The other thing as well, Tuff, as well, it feels like quite a good bowling day today, doesn't it? The
Bit
ball
muggy.
seems to have done a bit. It's not been straightforward batting.
No, I've played on flatter oval pitches, I must admit.
Yeah.
You know, there has just been that little bit of something in there. It's just that, you know, it's when those partnerships elongate, you know, that gets hard work. Yesterday was hard work, but today, the odd one's just done a little bit. The odd one's just bounced a bit, hasn't it? Was it Nichols got wrapped on the glove a couple of times? So there's a bit there to work with.
And England bringing in an extra attacking fielder. Bethel's come in from backward point into the gully. Fisher bowls. Another big drive, another miss from James. So he's trying to play the shots there, but he's not being able to locate the ball anywhere near the bat. So Fisher sliding that one past the outside edge. I think tomorrow's going to be sunnier and hotter, isn't it, tomorrow than today? It's a nice day today. It's a lovely day for watching cricket. It's one of those days that can deceive you, though. You think, oh, the clouds around today. I won't bother putting any sun cream on. Then you sit in cloudy weather for 6-7 hours and you suddenly think, why is my face feeling so hot this evening?
Yeah, a bit pink.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. Jameson on 2, looking to play some shots. Can he get one away? Fisher bowls to him, he gives himself some room, and the answer is no. He tried to launch that into the Chris Cairns memorial tile on top of the pavilion there. He was displaced when you were bowling against Chris Cairns in 1999.
Memorial tile. I know.
He was looking to do it, wasn't he? A huge wipe.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a bit of shape there, a bit of swing with that new ball and just skipping off the pitch. You know, that's what they'll be thinking. New Zealand, come on, can we? If we get 2 or 3 quickly, we're really into it.
Deep mid wicket's gone back.
Yeah, fair enough. Look at a heave it.
Fisher bowls to Jameson, who this time gets hold of it and powers it down the ground. It's gone up towards the pavilion. And it's gone away for 4.
Yeah.
Well, it was coming, wasn't it? He was going to, sooner or later, he was going to hit one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the 5th or the 4th ball that he's had a massive heave at and finally located.
Not far short of 6, that.
Yeah, I'd perhaps now think, right, well, there's only one, you know, we don't mind him dropping in for 1, do we? Just spread out, boys, now. Now is the time to drop back.
355 for 7.
He's only playing one way.
Fisher bowls bowled in!
Oh, lovely.
Another big swing, and this time one of his stumps has flattened on the ground. So Fisher in with a bit of rabbit pie, I suppose. A couple of wickets with him swinging at the end.
Listen, don't worry about that, mate. You've had to do the hard work all yesterday. No rabbit pie knocking around there, I can assure you. So he won't mind that at all. And that's...
Oh, it did, didn't it? It went a bit.
Yeah, just swung a little bit. You're right. There are patches of blue up there, but if I was New Zealand, I'd be thinking, right, I would have had a look yesterday. Sorry, to what's going on tomorrow. And as you say, bright sunshine. We saw what happened to England and bright sunshine here yesterday. Might just think, well, if we can get 4 or 5 quickly now, you know, it sets it up beautifully.
Well, a big swing and a miss from Jameson, or it did curve away, and it knocked out his middle stump. I don't know whether it's broken the camera in it, if that is indeed the stump in which there is some camera work, or it's the stump. I suppose you need. There's some wire attached to the stump, whether it's to do with the camera in it or whether it's to do with the snicko. Is there something that increases the sound?
Well, they're hollow now, aren't they? Because they sort of slip all the gubbins up in the middle of it, don't they? So if you get one flush on it, they do sometimes crack and shatter.
Right, 355 for 8. One result ready from the Women's T20 World Cup. Australia beat Netherlands by 98 runs. Next up, 5 Sports Sector 2, Pakistan, Bangladesh. That's 2:15. And England, Scotland tonight. We'll be going there at the conclusion of play here. Meanwhile, Ben Stokes is batting for Durham.
Oh.
You can listen to that on the BBC Sport website and app. Time for Alison Mitchell at 355 for 8. The lead, 455.
Yeah, I'm happy with Matt Fisher there as well. 2 for 56 over 16. Had to do the hard yards yesterday. So delighted he got a couple of poles, and that just did a little bit. You're right. There is still a little bit of something in this oval surface. You don't want to be bowling on it in 32 degrees. When the clouds come in, it just does a little bit. Ah, Mitch,
Hello, Tuffers.
We're
We're joined at the hip today, aren't we?
We are.
Just linking arms and moving between commentary boxes.
We
We've
are.
been in the box together for today at the test. That'll be on BBC iPlayer tonight.
Yes.
And BBC Two to watch back the highlights of today and where we are going and how England will approach this with the bat when they get their chance.
Well, this is
Only
going
2 wickets away now from finding out.
Yeah, this will be the test, isn't it? You know, I suppose you just look to bat normally today and see where you are at the end of it. You know, you look to be a positive, and Ben Duckett, I'm sure, will come out and play his normal way, and Amelia Gay his normal way, and what have you.
It's going to be a new sort of challenge to
Bazball.
Bazball challenge to save a game, and
Yeah.
how long can you bat with that kind of mindset?
Well, I reckon they'll when England get to bat, I reckon they'll go out there and say, right, come on, we can knock these off. You know, that's what you go out there with in the back of your mind. We can do this. You don't go out there in your shell.
Sonny Baker in here with this new ball, swung away behind, square on the leg side. Will it go for 4? It does. There was some protection down at fine leg, but he got a good piece of it. Set up nicely for Nathan Smith. He's moved on to 36 from 45. He'll certainly be the man to keep this scoreboard moving at a pace if he's given the chance. 359 for 8, and the lead then 459. Swung way out towards that giant electronic scoreboard. The numbers gleaming orange.
Well, if we're at the end of the day tomorrow, it's going to be some test match.
Oh, it will have been.
Yeah.
If England are still batting, and they won't be, you'd imagine, won't be scoring at a pedestrian rate if they're keep wickets in hand, but will New Zealand be able to chip away? 2 slips in the gully. Smith on 36. Baker over the wicket he goes now. He's gone again, crashing this one high over deep mid-wicket, but Archer moving in off the boundary, and the ball don't think it's quite reached him. It's on the ground, and Archer is on the ground with it, and Archer hasn't yet got up. He's flung the ball back in. They've run 1. He's slowly now getting to his feet.
Just didn't carry, I think. Good effort, actually. Must have saw it. It's a tricky viewing ground, the Oval, and he might have seen that just a bit late.
Oh, hang on.
Just couldn't quite get the fingers under it. Touch and go.
He came in off the boundary. He was diving forward. Did he get 2 hands to it in the... Ooh,
tricky one.
Yeah, difficult one coming forward. I feel like he sort of got there. I think
50-50. Good effort.
Should he be bowling, Tuffers? That's the question with this new ball. It's Baker at the moment, though. Forward comes Henry. His first ball. Just coming out to the middle, defensively into the offside.
He's put in a decent shift, doesn't he?
Well, he did. He bowled 8 overs, didn't he, with a one over break when Sonny Baker bowled. And as soon as Glenn Phillips came out, he was straight back on. So bowled is 8. Again, is that the quota? An 8 over spell.
It's a decent
and you
spell
have to
for
take
a quickie.
40 minutes off at lunch break. A new ball available.
Yeah. Well, I'd be fancy trying to mop up the tail. I know that if I was a bowler. Even if I was in the red zone, I'd be going, I want a couple of wickets, please.
Henry here with 4 in the leg side as Baker is bowling slightly back of a length. He goes deep into the crease and defends to Duckett. It's a short extra cover and there's no run. So lunch 345 for 6. So Fisher with the old ball, Daryl Mitchell attempting a scoop, and he was bowled for 68. And then Jameson, after crashing a 6 down the ground, had his stumps uprooted by Matt Fisher. So 2 more wickets for England to get, with the lead up to 460 now. Baker, short stuttering steps, then that little hop, and off he sprints there now, bowling a bouncer, sharp delivery, ducking underneath it. Now is Henry, doesn't attempt to play at that. It's Joe Root who's there at a short fine leg, and fine leg down on the boundary in front of what would be the dugouts if we were, well, they are the dugouts, but just the substitute players sitting there at the moment. And then Archer at deep square. He's now about 3/4 of the way in. I think he was a little deeper than that for Tuffers when he came moving in.
Yeah, well, it's a big field, isn't it? You've really got to get a good piece of it to hit.
And that is into the wind, isn't it?
Yep.
If he goes again through mid-wicket, but it's Henry facing up, and Baker is in. He backs away to try and make some room, but then rather flat bats it into the ground and up to Jordan Cox at mid-on. So end of the over from Baker. 360 for 8, New Zealand. Henry yet to score, but Smith is the danger man in terms of the runs here and extending New Zealand's lead even further. 37 for him so far. A good post-lunch hum around the ground here. Some people still moving around and getting back to their seats after lunch. Trying some of those lovely food stalls out the back. Caribbean food, Indian food. There's all sorts. Lovely smells when you walk around the back, as well as good old fish and chips.
I know. There must be one close, because I keep smelling it wafting up through our window here next to Andy.
Yeah, it's our lovely open window. Right, 2 slips back in here and Bethel in the gully for Fisher, who's got 2 for 56 now. Bowling a little fuller to Smith. He's forward, defends. Duckett there moves forward from the covers to pick up. A few little pockets of blue sky up above us at the moment, but it's largely cloudy. How will it play for New Zealand when they get the new ball in their hand? Duckett and Emilio Gay will be the ones to start thinking about it. They're thinking about it now already, 2 wickets down when you're the openers. Duckett's there in the covers, and Emilio Gay just thinking, well, a couple of good scores so far, a couple of half centuries.
Yeah, he's done really well. Been really impressed with him.
Smith taps his bat, waits. Sees the tall figure of Matt Fisher advancing. It's full. Forward he comes, works it up towards wide-ish mid-on, takes a single. And fielded. 1 run added.
A member of the England squad for this match who didn't play, Rian Ahmed, having a good game for Leicestershire against Yorkshire. Picked up 2 for 6 in 8 balls, a couple of tail-end wickets, and is now 117 not out.
Oh, wow.
153 batting at 3 for Leicestershire.
Did I hear that Mason Crane has got 100 as well? I think Mason Crane got 100.
He has got 100.
Yeah.
He had a 99 earlier.
That's right, yeah. So spinners getting runs,
yeah,
which is always nice to see.
4 wickets for Gus Atkinson in that game for Surrey.
Yeah.
Stokes finished with the 1 wicket, did he? Was it 25 overs he bowled?
25 overs? He bowled 25
overs in a day and a bit. That was. He bowled a bit this morning, didn't he? I think he was 18 overnight. Fisher in again. Plucked off the leg stumps, dropped into the onside. Through for a single is Henry to get him off the mark.
Well, that's strange, isn't it? If he's going to be coming back for the Trent Bridge, that's not that long away, is it?
Well, you'd imagine they would pull out of what Monday would be day 4 of that match.
Yeah, you don't want him bowling.
Probably would he have bowled 25 overs in the Test match?
When was the last time Ben Stokes bowled 25 overs for England? They've torn the backside out of him. 25 overs for the England captain.
Maybe he knows something that we don't. Maybe he's not planning on coming back for another run out at Trent Bridge.
That seems strange.
We will find out. Fisher in now, down the leg side, taken by Roux, skipping across to his left. No run.
He's 12 not out currently for 11 balls. 25 overs, 1 for 80. 3 wickets for Matthew Potts, who had an 8 for last week.
It'll be nice for Ben to get some runs, actually. I'm pretty happy with the bowling. You know, if anything, I think 25 overs might have been a little bit of a stretch, but it'd be nice for him to get some runs and just. He's looked a bit out of sorts with the bat, hasn't he?
Yeah. Certainly felt that with the innings at Lords.
Yeah.
Like to come in and. As captain, you want to be contributing as many facets as possible, not just being the leader and the captain. Looking to drive, and Smith hasn't timed it as well as he would have wanted, up to mid-off. And it's another dot ball. And what about Gus Atkinson?
Fourfer.
Oh, he's got a fourfer, did he?
I think he got a fourfer, he just said that, didn't he?
Very handy.
Have you not been listening?
Oh, no, I don't think he said. Did he say Atkinson? I was thinking about something else, clearly. did you run through Atkinson?
I just mentioned it, 4 for 61 from 22.1 overs. 3 of them bowled.
Lovely.
Oh, very good.
Yep. I think they come back, don't they?
Well,
for my money, I think that's the vibe that we're hearing.
Is Smith due back? Is it just the one match that he's missing for paternity leave?
I don't know.
That would be, Roux out, Smith.
There's only so many.
Stokes comes back in.
Well, you've seen.
Fisher moves in, and it's a big swing. This has gone sky high, though, right up in the air. Emilio Gay getting underneath it for a steepler, and he takes it at chest height. Big smile on his face. That was hanging in the air for an age. And Nathan Smith is on his way. It's a third now for Fisher. He's got 3 for 58. New Zealand, 362 for 9. So the lead, 462.
Yeah, well, Matt Fisher, just getting a little bit of reward for his efforts from yesterday. Cool, that's gone a long way up. Decent catch from Emilio Gay. But gets under it and pouches it safely, and he will now be definitely thinking about what he's going to have to do with the bat in his hand. And you're right, it's just got a bit cooler. And the clouds have just gathered a bit. As you said, there is a bit of blue, patches of blue up in the sky, but yeah, it feels better bowling conditions today, that is for sure. So I don't think New Zealand will be too fussed. You know, how much longer they stay out there. There's 462 is a lot of runs, I think. It's a lot of runs.
Yep, and then it becomes runs versus the time England have got to bat. Can they save the game if they're not getting the runs? And it's way beyond any record that they've managed before. They've done some extraordinary things with a different looking batting lineup. I mean, Duckett can score quickly. Emilio Gay is in his second test match. Bethel has a better second innings record than first, but we're being exceedingly optimistic.
Yeah, I mean,
it would be an utterly extraordinary feat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about partnerships either way. If you're going to knock off those runs or survive the time, you need that opening partnership to get 100 partnership, and everyone, you know, just to get those doubts in people's minds. If you come out there with the bat in hand and they knock over 2 or 3, it's like, oof.
Yep.
It's a little.
They'll be just hoping to score at a healthy rate to keep things moving. Yep. Bat positively, keep all your wickets intact and bat the day. Come back tomorrow, see where you are, continue. New Zealand, well, we've got O'Rourke out here to join Matt Henry.
I think surprisingly, I mean, O'Rourke, I don't think I've ever seen him play a shot. He's quite, he's obdurate, isn't he? He gets stuck in. But if I was New Zealand, I probably would have clapped him in then.
Oh, he's at the non-strikers end. It's Matt Henry who's on strike here, and Sonny Baker continuing. So England looking here to finish the New Zealand innings without using Jofra Archer again with this new ball. And Baker is in. He's back to where Big Mo. It's gone sky high once again. Extra cover, and Duckett getting underneath it. Another catch taken. And so Baker picks up a wicket in the second innings. New Zealand are all out for 362. And goodness me, well, it's a mammoth lead that New Zealand have built up. England have taken the 4 wickets that they needed today to bowl after lunch to bowl England out. And so 463, the target set for England, far exceeding anything that they have ever managed before.
Or indeed any team has managed before in Test cricket. 418, their record highest 4th innings chase. But in terms of runs per over required, only about 3.3 required. So the draw seems almost impossible, assuming there's no bad weather.
Well,
who knows? Yeah. This is why we love it. Who knows? But
what do you favour? Do you favour 10 good balls for New Zealand to take 10 England wickets? Do you fancy England to be able to bat a day and best part of 2 sessions? In which case, Andy said, if they are still batting for all of that time, well, something extraordinary could be on the cards.
Well, I mean, records are there to be broken. I wouldn't mind the sunshine coming out of it now, because tomorrow's going to be an absolute belter. But I'm going with the 10 good balls for New Zealand, and they've got such a disciplined bowling attack. That's what you kind of feel if you're going to hang around, you need bowlers to sort of be slightly off the mark and a bit wayward, but you're not getting that from Henry, you're not getting that from Smith, O'Rourke, and also they've got a couple of spin bowling options as well. So New Zealand, deservedly so, well and truly in the box seat.
We did see the spinners doing quite a lengthy warm-up on the outfield today, which was Rachin Ravindra and Glenn Phillips rolling their arms over. And Rachin Ravindra with his left arm spin can be highly effective as well. So they've got a good bowling attack with plenty of options. Let me take you through the scorecard then of the day, because New Zealand resuming on 252 for 3. Archer struck a blow to Henry Nicholls, who resumed overnight on his 119, only able to add 2 to his overnight score. The next over from Archer. After that, he found the edge. It went to Brook at second slip. So Henry Nicholls was on his way. Now that was followed by a wicket for Josh Tongue down the leg side to Tom Blundell. Had been really cramping him up, bowling full straight. I kept a leg slip in throughout, and he clipped one to Joe Root, who joggled it and into the gloves of James Rue, came forward to help him out. So Blundell out for 16. Archer had Glenn Phillips caught by Bethell in the gully, a fast, sharp chance that went Bethell's way. Full ball. Archer bowled well throughout that morning session, an 8-over spell with just 1 over off when Baker bowled. As soon as Glenn Phillips came out, Archer was straight back on and got that wicket. Daryl Mitchell attempted to scoop Matt Fisher as England continued with the old ball after lunch. He was bowled, very well worked, 68 for Daryl Mitchell, 349 for 7 at that stage. Carl Jamieson smashed a merry 6 to then be bowled by Fisher for his second wicket. And Nathan Smith then was caught by Emilio Gay, a steepler, trying to heave some quick runs, out for 38 off 51. Another wicket there for Fisher. And Matt Henry was caught by Duckett off Baker for just 1. Will O'Rourke didn't face a ball. So that's the 362 all out. So Archer bowled 16 overs in all. 8 today, 3 for 62. Matt Fisher finishing with 3 for 58. So that goes together with the half century he made in the first innings for England, and very valuable runs there, albeit still England conceding that 100 first innings deficit. Josh Tongue, 2 for 64. Sonny Baker, the final wicket there, 1 for 67. Joe Root, 7 overs, none for 37. Jacob Bethell, 11 overs, 1 for 49. Harry Brook bowled a couple of overs, 1 maiden, went for 9 runs. So New Zealand, 362 all out. England, well, a day, and what have we got? 59 overs technically left in the day today, plus the full day 5 as well. I want to see how many people come on day 5. Here, haven't had too many. Well, I'm about to say we haven't had too many day 5 matches. Every day of last summer against India went to 5 days, didn't it, Zoltz? Across the summer, it just feels with Bazball as if so many matches have been in fast forward and been over quickly. But we are getting. You would expect, England fans will certainly hope that there's going to be a day 5, because if there's not, that means 10 wickets. Jeremy Coney have fallen in 2 sessions, and England in some strife going to Trent Bridge, then 1 apiece. But so far for New Zealand, they've got every opportunity here. 10 good balls does it for them.
Well, it's a big total, isn't it? That's certainly the case for England, but there's plenty of overs in terms of if you want to divide it and the run rate required. It won't be, well, it's not even 4s, is it?
No.
No, that's right. So
yeah, about 3.3. So
yeah,
assuming so we've got 3 hours and 45 minutes, which equates to about sort of 45, 46 overs the way this game has been going. So, and then a full 90 overs tomorrow. So I make that, 3.4 and over.
Yeah, well, it's just a question of whether they can last, England, and how many good deliveries New Zealand can bowl. We did see that second new ball swing a little bit for Fisher and for Baker. So we'll just have to wait and see if there's enough cloud cover for also the New Zealanders to get some of that movement as well. And if that's the case, you always feel you're in the game if the ball is changing its line down the surface. So, yeah, New Zealand will feel they probably would have wanted a few more runs, I would have thought, but that's well done, England. I thought this morning's session controlled that very nicely for them once they started to get that bounce and that nip this morning. It was awkward batting. It could easily have been a first morning, really, the way that it was moving around, and Archer and Tongue were getting some, something from the surface.
Well, you can well imagine that the vibe, if you like, in the England dressing room will be about positivity. It'll be about breaking records and setting new standards, and that is the only way you can approach it. The most fourth innings overs faced by England in the McCullum era is 102.5 at Adelaide during this most recent Ashes series. Of course, they lost. And then, of course, the highest that England have ever managed, the 378 for 3 against India Edgbaston back in 2022, but this would be an all-time Test match, a record run chase if they can manage this. Jeremy, seems like an apt moment with the New Zealand fielders gathering on the outfield, the heavy roller trundling up and down. Daniel Norcross is going to come in because he'll start off this England innings, and he's here right now.
Thank you, Alison.
I think the highest total here on this ground
900.
in a losing
right.
in a losing match actually was Surrey playing Hampshire, and Surrey made 467, something like that.
You've done your research, haven't you?
Oh, I always do.
Yes, I know what I know.
You can rely on me.
I know.
And
you're onto your 4th notebook, and we've only had 3 days of cricket.
No. So chasing over 500, they did a pretty good effort. You'd be a bit disappointed, wouldn't you?
Well, they did. Surrey did chase over 500. You remember, we watched it together against Kent at Canterbury. It was the 2nd highest run chase in the county championship, which Dom Sibley got a 300 ball 100, Ben Folkes got a 190 ball 100, and Jamie Smith got an 80 ball 100. 3 very different ways to approach it. Yeah. But I mean, I guess what you would definitely say now is that we're going to get a positive result. I can't see it being a draw, because England would have to bat 140 overs and not score 463.
That won't happen.
I don't think that will happen, especially on fast scoring outfield like this, as well as all the other reasons for believing that. But I think, you know, if you take past performance and history, England's chances of winning are about, well, how many Test matches have there been? I wish there'd been a 4th innings chase that's set above this. I suppose that's the way you'd have to look at it. I mean, it's about a 0.1% chance.
Yes, well, there's never been a successful chase of this scale. There was one close to this, 1979 on this ground.
Gavaskar.
Yeah, I think they were chasing, was it 438 and ended at 429 for
And they should have won it, because they had a massive opening partnership, didn't they, between Gavaskar and Chetan Chauhan. And didn't they get to something like about 360 for 2 or something, and then had a massive flurry of wickets, didn't they?
It's going to depend, I think, on catching opportunities for New Zealand, whether they, how frequently they occur. It's going to depend on movement, and then a little bit of seam, you would have thought, from Henry in particular. They'll be the important factors.
Well, it's quite clement out there today at the moment. These are quite good bowling conditions. If England can somehow eke the game into the 5th day with wickets in hand, it might start to become a bit more troublesome, as it's due to get hotter. But right now, it's sort of perfect, isn't it? So 25, 26 degrees, high cloud, a pitch that's starting to show some signs of wear. And New Zealand will be very, very confident that they will be able to bring this back to 1-1, and then the series will be perfectly set up going to Trent Bridge on Thursday. But it's going to be fun to see England try. It's going to be fun watching this phalanx of 4 New Zealand fast bowlers. They're starting with just the 2 slips. It's a moderately defensive looking field, but that's in part because the pitch isn't really probably a caught at 3rd slip kind of pitch. So we've got a catching cover, extra cover that is, as well as a cover point, gully 2 slips, mid-off, that's your offside field. And on the leg side, there's a shortish mid-on. Mid-wicket is Ratchet Ravindra doing squats there, and a long leg. So it's a pretty standard conventional field. As Henry starts up, right arm round the wicket into Duckett, who plays at 1 outside the off stump, has a little nibble, a dabble, an indeterminate waft, and does not get an edge. Luckily for him, that was not the best shot to a first ball of innings, Jeremy.
Well, he's looking to get bat on ball. It is you run that down. It's just really, it's all that was an out, I'm afraid. Unless somehow he got it between 2nd slip and gully.
Well, he didn't leave that one, did he? He left a similar ball at Lord's. Here's Henry again into Duckett, who defends more solidly. Full face of the bat along the ground, up to mid-on, and there is no run.
He started off like a firecracker, didn't he, in the 1st innings? He had 30-odd from 20-something deliveries.
36.
He's been run out twice, hasn't he? I think, by Gay. Did he, in the first Test match, might have been one run out? Certainly one here.
Well, he nearly ran Gay out, and then Gay reciprocated by actually running him out.
You try that against me.
Henry in, and he goes to play that, I think, on the onside, and somehow it's ended up on the offside of a thick leading edge, in the air for a while, fielded in the sort of short point position. There's no run.
There's no run out in the first test, but mentioned when that run out happened in this match. It's the 5th time since the start of the Bazball era in 48 tests that England's opening stand has been broken by a run out, which had happened only 5 times in their previous 350 test matches.
There you go.
What chances?
Henry in again and playing at this ball. He gets a run as he plays slightly away from his body to great applause from the crowd. Pushes it in front of square on the offside. That's a favoured zone of his. And so I think we've got the old Duckett back after Lords. We were thinking, oh, is he trying to completely remodel his game? He's left 3 balls running. Now he's going back to, if it's there, lay bat on it. And he's underway. Brings Emilio Gay onto strike, who's a thoroughly charming fellow. He's a good talker, Emilio Gay. Got to talk to him at the end of the 2nd day, I think. He's very fluent. I mean, I suppose it hasn't been beaten out of him yet. That's what happens, isn't it? Everyone starts so enthusiastic and helpful. And then the suspicion comes, the cynicism.
The dropping of sentences.
Yes. Henry in outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, Sonny Baker was equally articulate at the end of the first day. When they're right at the very start of their test career, it's all so exciting and shiny and new and lovely, and they want to share all their experiences with you. And then within a year, they look on us all with deep suspicion. You're out to get me. 2 slips gully and a leg slip for Gay as Henry stays over the wicket. It's edged and dropped, I think. A really tough chance for Blundell. It's deflected away. It's a short fine leg. They've run a single. It's a definite edge. Need to see it again. It was meant very low. Initial suspicion was that it had carried, but difficultly. Let's have a look at this again.
Certainly hit Mitchell on the knee. It's just nipped away. And yes, I think just under the left-hand glove of... It's very low, isn't it?
Very low. It would sort of jam your finger.
Yes,
onto
it's
the
that
ground.
sort of material, but
I think it
technically a chance.
Yeah, I think we would put that down as a just carried. He just didn't get down fast enough and get the hand underneath it. So...
Wouldn't have reached first slip.
No. And that's why it bounced under. Once it went under the glove, it bounced and then hit Mitchell's knee. So, well, Andy's the ultimate arbiter of all these things. Does that go into your book as a chance?
It's getting a big pink blob.
Is it?
For a missed chance.
Is that the pink is the colour of failure, is it? In this case?
Mauve for missed run out.
Mauve for missed... Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, I like this. Any more? Carl Jameson starts up from the pavilion end. Gay pushes it to the offside, tries to run out Duckett. Duckett says, not this time, pal, and sends him back. That was almost identical, wasn't it? Yes. Might need to cut out the push and run here. I mean, he's off the mark already, albeit somewhat streakily.
So that's Smith at mid-off again too, so the same people involved.
Leg slip. They've decided that Emilio Gay requires a leg slip. Nichols there. Mitchell at first slip. Latham at second. In comes Jameson. Up on his toes. Ooh. Guided away off a very thick outside edge. Down to the boundary for 4. Past second slip. I'm not going to say convincing. Gay does, though, feel perfectly comfortable playing in that zone, but I felt that one wasn't actually quite as angled as some of the others we've seen him play. Did a few of them at Lords, didn't he? But that one, I think we would say is a genuine edge. You know, he's slightly angled the bat, but it's not a particularly good percentage shot if he's going to play it over and over again, I wouldn't have thought. Just past the diving late.
It's a third slip catch, isn't it?
It is. I said, I suppose it's not a third slip wicket. You never know. Maybe it is. Jameson into Gay, who defends. It comes inside edge onto the pad, then rolls down behind the stumps. 6 without loss after that boundary. But is a good signs for New Zealand first up, aren't they?
Well, the half chances, yeah, one certain chance that you wouldn't. I don't know whether you'd put it as a huge chance, but certainly in the first over, quite tricky to know your depth sometimes with a new ball, and you haven't had a chance to sort of really adjust exactly where you want to stand.
Jameson turns and runs in now. And Gay turns down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Good tumbling take by Blundell. Prevents any byes. 82 miles an hour, Jameson. He just looks quicker than the speed gun tells you, but partly I suppose the angle. And now we're getting a good sight of Daryl Mitchell's right knee.
It's the one that...
Always want to look at that.
That stopped the first edge in the first over.
Yep.
Father's at more black.
Oh, he is, isn't he? So tough. Yes. Okay, he looks down, looks up, and sees Jameson coming towards him. And then defends, turns the ball away. It's like defensive motion, gets a run for it because it was a little bit too leg-sidey, down to O'Rourke at long leg. And they take the single. Gay to 6-7 without loss. This after New Zealand were bowled out for 362 today, adding 110 to their overnight total for the loss of 7 wickets. 3 wickets for Fisher, 3 wickets for Archer. New Zealand might have wanted 500, but it's all a bit, neither in or there, is it, when you're setting 463? What all it has done, really, is it hasn't batted England out of the game. So there is something. It's not really a carrot, because just by batting they'd get there, but they haven't totally removed the chance for England, albeit very nearly have. Jameson into Duckett, very wide. The off stump so wide, in fact, that umpire Menon has signalled wide, which is quite a rarity, a wide for width as opposed for height. Is your computers are back on now?
Yes.
You were observing some shenanigans at Hove, weren't you? But I mean, I wonder, pitch inspectors might get involved there, mightn't they? So you had a screen up, and I think I saw 26 for 5 in the second innings.
Yes, Hampshire 191 all out in their first, Sussex 159 all out, Hampshire 36 for 5 in their second.
Any wickets for Crocombe as Jameson is in short, punched off the back foot, got up really big on Duckett, not surprisingly with the height of Jameson, but he's hit it straight into the covers where Conway does the fielding, so there is no run. End of the over, England 8 without loss after 2.
Crocombe, who's in the England squad for this game, not playing in that game.
Oh, they didn't release him.
A couple of wickets for Jack Carson, talked about earlier on in the spin discussion.
I do like the look of Jack Carson. Oh, now Stokes is 25 not out. Durham, though, was 65 for 3. We've been on Stokes' watch. Gus Atkinson had picked up 3 wickets when last I looked. 4 now. Right. Here comes Henry. Defended off the front foot. Back to the bowler. There's no run.
Rian Ahmed has now been out for 128.
Okay. So, pretty decent round of championship matches for people in the fringe of the England setup. And Stokes' batting has been called into question, hasn't it, of late, or his form with it, so this might not be the worst opportunity for him as Henry bowls again, and that's beautifully played by Gay. Stays where he is and pushes off the back foot with perfect timing, and it's going to make it to the extra cover boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot, actually. Timing, didn't really move his feet, just sort of swayed backwards slightly and connected terrifically. 12 without loss.
Loves to get onto the front foot, doesn't he, Emilio Gay? Let's just see if he comes forward a wee bit. No, he's actually just kept himself almost on the front foot, just brings it back slightly. He's looking to go forward, that forward press, which so often can become a plant sometimes for some batsmen.
Henry's in, he defends into the offside, straight to Smith. There's no run. I guess what's interesting about it is that he goes forward onto the ball of his foot, not the heel, doesn't he? I remember Alistair Cook talking to us about this and saying that he knew he was out of nick when he saw that his heel went down first rather than sort of on the nearer the toes, because that way he could come
really
back.
Push back, yes.
And Gay at the moment is quite noticeably pushing down on the toes of the ball as Henry's in short bouncer, which he ducks. No run. I mean, this isn't a way a free hit. It's not a free hit as such, but for Gay, no one's expecting England to win. There's no pressure of time. It's just a bat, isn't it?
Just keep batting. Keep batting.
For as long as you can. You don't have to think about the score. Henry in again. Short ball, which he pulls down to long leg. He finds fielder. They take the single. Controlled pull along the ground. 13 without loss. Banged in a bit short. Not quite sure if that's the way to use the new ball, or maybe it is. Maybe what Henry's trying to do is scuff it up.
Just keep him back there at the moment, I think, so that he's not coming forward quite so easily.
It's only 79 miles an hour he bowled that ball, so it was pretty easy for Gay to control it. Duckett back on strike. Last ball of the over. Duckett works into the onside, a full ball outside off. I'm not sure he intended to play straight to short mid wicket, but he does. End of the over, 13 without loss. Target 463, so it's down to around 450.
How long are we going to keep that going?
I don't
know.
I'm not sure. we begin.
It's a line. We used to call it at line time.
Oh yeah.
In the changing room. So you've marked all the, usually in the boot whitener, or for the for the pads and that sort of thing. So that goes up on the wall, coming down usually, well, a small total in tens. You might have to make it sort of 50s here.
50s, do you think?
Yes.
So I'm not going to get too excited about the 13 as a first delivery of the next over from Jamieson's defended at the offside. There's no run. I mean, the principle ought to apply, really. You just need 46 tens, don't you?
Need a couple of walls.
Yeah. Yes, it's, well, or it's a 13 and 9 50s.
Well, the 13's gone then.
The 13 has gone. I don't know whether you mark that off first or whether you wait until 50 and then leave the last 13. Jamieson, 2 slips and a leg slip in to the upright Gay, who flicks this away and is caught. He's caught at short mid-wicket and he can't believe it. He's disconsolate, head in hands. Ravindra has taken the catch.
That's why I was smiling at you. He's actually held one. You could actually see when he took that, he actually looked up to the heavens. I've held on to one in a series at last.
Well, it was quite sharp because it came right out of the middle of the bat. I mean, he would have been expected to catch it, but for poor old Emilio Gay, he had anywhere else on the leg side to go, and he's picked out Ravindra around about knee height. He only had to move very slightly to his left. He's got it with 2 hands, and Gay has thrust his hand to his helmet. He's looked to the heavens and looked to the floor and is making a slow, somewhat disconsolate way back, and the New Zealand team are absolutely delighted. They've mobbed Rachin Ravindra there. All is forgiven. Gay goes 13 for 1.
A very comfortable catch, just right at him really, in a sort of a square mid-wicket position, and there's his mate Conway giving him a slap on the back. He's got to wait for his next one too. So yes, 13 for 1. So while you've crossed off one line, Daniel,
Kiwis have crossed another.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. England needed 46 of those, and they've crossed off 1, and New Zealand need 10, and they've crossed off 1. Right, more from you, Jeremy. Good start for New Zealand, and then I'll get out of the way for Jonathan Agnew.
Well, Bethel, the new man to the crease, of course, and I think it's becoming something of a talking point, isn't it, for people like us to say he doesn't score many in the first innings, but boy, he makes up for it in the second. So let's see how Bethel goes. Good player, plenty of time to see the ball. That's the thing I like about his play. He never looks hurried. And so now you sense, I don't know, New Zealand. I'm not quite sure about this. It's a big total, isn't it? It's a big target. Yes. It's a big target.
Massive. And actually, when you're the fielding side, in this situation and you get one fairly early, you're off and running. Here we go, 9 to go, lads. It's just you're off and running rather than searching for your first wicket. Openers hanging around. You get one early and you're off. 13 for 1, so a lot of batting for England to do here. Bethel looks around, 2 slips a gully. Certainly Latham's not over-attacking here. There's 3 in the offside, 2 in the leg and also a long leg as well. So here's Jameson bowling round the wicket to Bethel, who comes forward, creeping out of his crease. The tall man stoops and picks the ball up, tosses it away. And there's no run. Very interesting to see how I'm going to go about this now. So much time. And you can still break it down. Oh, well, they only want 3.297 per over, and they'll knock them off. Yeah, well, it's never been. There's a reason why it hasn't been done before.
And you can bet teams have tried different ways of getting there too.
Yes, exactly. Here's Jameson then. Round the wicket, moves in, he bowls to Bethel, who again comes nicely forward. Just good shape about that defensive shot. Picked up in the covers.
Not much swing there for Jameson. Yet.
Bit of blue sky. The clouds are certainly higher now than it was when we reported in for duty this morning. Sun coming through. It's gonna be another hot day tomorrow. Jameson wanders all the way back. He's got the Surrey committee room behind him there, the balcony. Here's Jameson bowling down the leg side, collected by the wicketkeeper. The great and the good up there. All sorts of. I see Mick Jagger was on there yesterday. Old Mick, he's in his 80s now, Mick. They've got a new album out.
Yeah, they have.
Yes.
He says it's very good too.
Did you talk to him? Did you pop in?
No. I'm staying with a gentleman who did see him yesterday.
Oh.
He's 82, 83 in July. Looking pretty good for it, I think.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot of weight on, does he?
None whatsoever. There's Jameson bowls. He's in on the pad. Peel flag before wicket is out. Bethel's out. LBW for a duck. And England are 13 for 2. We'll have a conversation about it, but it looked pretty good from here. And in fact, I think he's going to walk straight past Ben Duckett. There's a little word there. In fact, he's pausing for a moment now. Maybe Duckett's offering a slight lifeline, but no, Bethel's on his way. It did look out from here, and the umpire gave it very quickly. And England now in a mess. 13 for 2. Joe Root's putting his helmet on. Duckett is 1 not out at the other end as Bethel walks off for a duck.
Wondering why he missed this. It's bowled from just towards outside. Oh, it's just nipped back a little, hasn't it? That's why it's beaten the bat.
I wonder how much it nipped back looking at the
Is it outside off when it hits him outside?
Hitting leg stump. It's out. It's out.
Yeah.
Gone. And Jameson knew it. I think everybody knew it. Just did the right thing, didn't it? So, what a start for New Zealand. 13 for 2. Bethel out. 4th ball. And here comes Joe Root sprinting out as he always does. Sprints, then he side skips either side and rotates the bat around. A bit of hop, skip and jumping. Absolute bundle of energy as he comes running out to wake himself up. Duckett greets him with not quite sure what with, really. So good luck, skipper, I suppose. It's doing a bit. I love that one. You won't know ever decreasing circles, I don't think. It's a lovely, gentle comedy where they're playing a game of cricket. Howard's batting about number 8. Can't play. But the hero, Paul, is held back because Richard Bryars, the character, had this real thing about Paul who could do everything. Paul would click his fingers and a car that couldn't start would start. He'd played for Cambridge second 11. He's finally allowed to bat at number 9 in this game. Here's Henry bowling, Duckett forward, inside edge into pad, and he walks up to Howard, who's there. He'll be batting for a couple of minutes, Howard. And Paul says, "Hello, Howard." He says, "Oh, I'm very pleased to see you, Paul." And Paul says, "What's it doing?" And Howard says, "I don't know." "Oh, well, never mind." And he goes, "I don't know." Paul smashes 100, wins the game.
course he does.
Yeah. It's a great, if you haven't seen it.
No, I haven't.
Circles. Oh, it's a classic. Proper English classic comedy. 13 for 2. There's Henry, bowls. Oh, blimey, Duckett feels for this. Wide, Dad, wide. Wide to be playing a sort of a nondescript push that really, you said earlier on, it's only going to get you out. You're not going to get anything for it.
What's happened to Blundell? He missed that as well, did he?
Yeah. Dark glasses again, is it? So, with Phillips batting didn't go very well, but he's starting to put his dark glasses on.
Yeah, it's in line.
Henry moves in, bowls to Duckett, who doesn't time the drive. Oh, a hard, tinny sound there from his bat as ball rolls out to cover. 13 for 2. Great start for New Zealand. Looking to level the series, and it all sparks up at Trent Bridge on Thursday with a very good forecast. 1-1. If England don't get these runs, which looks highly unlikely that they will. 13 for 2. Henry round the wicket, moves in bowls, and Duckett drives again. Doesn't quite time this. A bit more energy in that shot. We'll follow through. 13 for 2. Duckett has now faced 10 balls for his 1. Henry takes the ball from mid-off. Elbows jutting out. He runs in easily again. He's there and he bowls, and Duckett right forward to this. Plays that back to the bowler again. 13 for 2. Lovely tidy stuff from Henry. Heading for a maiden over here. Which is quite an achievement at someone like Duckett, who just likes to score all of the time. But, model accuracy. I wonder when Root goes down to face Henry if the keeper will come up. The ball is new, so he might not to start with. We'll see. In goes Henry. Bowls to Duckett, who pulls into the leg side. He's got that away. That's 4. Henry will be cross. It's the 6th ball of an over. You know, it happens so often. 5 dots. Quite. Just relax a bit, or whatever it is. You're just not quite concentrating on the last ball. There it goes. Duckett 5, 17 for 2. Michael Vaughan's alongside me.
Yeah, afternoon. Yeah, perfect start for New Zealand. Difficult for England. Emilio Gay gets a half volley on the leg. Stump flicks it. Ratchin took a catch. First of the series.
Yeah.
The one to Jacob Bethel's a good ball. It nips back.
Yeah.
Just skidded a little bit lower. Just it seems to have done a bit more today. So from early in the day when Joffrey got the ball nipping around and Josh Tong, Matthew Fisher's got 3 for. That's what you kind of expect, isn't it? Over the course of a few days, the pitch starts to wear. It's not a treacherous pitch by any means, but there's just enough there for the bowlers to be interested.
Well, the Barmies are trying to rally England here. And clapping rhythmically in the background. 17 for 2. Got Root about to face his first ball. There's 2 slips and 2 gullies. And a backward point. It's very strong Root area, as we know this. As Jamieson then from the far end moves in and bowls to Root, who's forward, guiding the ball precisely into that area. That backward point.
So it's amazing, Carl Jamieson, because he's one of those bowlers that if you travel around the world, I haven't heard his name pop up in too many conversations. And then you now look at his record, 89 test wickets at an average of 20. It's
extraordinary.
That is
surprising.
Greatness.
Yeah. It looks a bit ungainly to me, like he hasn't quite got rhythm. Like he's just, I mean, he's a very big man, isn't he, with long arms and long legs. He must do something. It's the bounce. Running in again past the umpire, and he bowls very full, and Root squeezes the ball down to 4th slip, or first gully we might call that. 17 for 2. Have you had some gold bar cake yet?
I had a small piece of it. That's cinnamon.
Yeah, carrot and cinnamon, isn't it? Very good. Well, that is an exact replica of a gold bar.
Did he give you any money?
No.
No. Well, just a little Tenner.
I told him the interest rates better come down next time or he's in trouble.
Right, okay. Do you think he listened?
No.
No.
17 for 2. Here's Jameson. Pavilion behind him. Bowls edged. Oh, just dropped short of slip. Phew, that was a moment. Just fell short of Latham there at second. Slip was still on the ground looking at where that landed, saying, why didn't that carry?
Well, I reckon New Zealand will be thinking, if they can get rid of Joe Root now, and they nearly just did, they'll fancy finishing this today.
Well, that's one of those moments, isn't it, where he does always play with the, sort of the gentlest of hands, but even so, that just fell short. Didn't actually bounce very high, did it? It's in the bottom third of the bat. Root yet to score, anxious times. Jameson runs in and he bowls to him and he comes forward and flicks that wide of mid-on. He's off the mark. So to pace up the pitch there. Henry's hurt himself, falling over. Getting back to his feet again. In fact, there's a little bit of concern there. 1 or 2 running around, making sure that he's all right. He appears to be. Another field changes round for the left-handed Duckett.
Did I hear the interview correctly? He mentioned an 8 for 2 spell of bowling.
Just one of them, yeah.
Yeah. Was that you, was it?
Apparently. Uppingham second 11 against Wigston Schoolgun first 11. 1976. Here's Jameson bowling. Duckett drives. It's quite time that. So fielded at mid-off.
What are you doing if you're New Zealand to Joe Root? Matt Henry, you having the keeper up?
Is he going to come up? This is the question, isn't it? New ball. Might be tempted to stay back, but what you don't want to do is him just a little feather an edge and drop it when you're standing up, do you?
You'd probably start back, wouldn't you, for
I think so.
the time being?
I think so. Feels like a sort of a plan B. A plan A and his bowl normally to start with. Then get the keeper up, but who knows? But you wouldn't want to drop him, would you? 18 for 2. Jameson bowls, thumps into the pad. Another peel from Jameson. That feels leg side from here. And Mitchell there at first slip is pointing in that direction there.
Considering this, you know, they're having a good conversation.
Look leg side from here, but we're not right.
Gone up.
Well, they're going to have a look. I suppose they consider, well, get one here. Duckett can get a bit awkward, can't he, positionally?
TV umpire to
I don't think he's going over the top.
Review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Right, Rod Tucker in the hot seat. He's going round the wicket. It's been given not out. It's sort of on the flat.
There's no bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge.
Leg side, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Ultra
Umpire's
Edge coming
call
up
is
now.
in Ben Duckett's favour.
Got a clear gap between bat and ball and no spike, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Right, here we go. How many reds are there? There's 1, 2.
Impact is in line and
Umpire's
missing the
call.
wickets. Oh, umpire's call, sorry. So umpire's call, so they retain their review, but you stay with your original decision of not out. You're
I like umpire Menon. I think he's very good. That's a good decision too. Big man, round the wicket to a left-hander. A lot of angle involved there, and he got it right with Bethel. And he's got it right there too. 18 for 2, so New Zealand don't lose a review there. Duckett survives on 5. Root has 1. You need another 445 to win the game, but they mustn't do here. Let's lose another wicket. They've got quite a way yet to go until tea. Another 50 minutes, 45 minutes. Well, the keeper is up. That's the first question answered. And in goes Henry. He's there now and he bowls to a Root. Plays from the crease. You know Joe well. Will he have been thinking about this? Has he been up at night, there in his room with his bat, imagining how he's going to play if the keeper's standing up?
Oh, I don't think he'll be having sleepless nights, but you know, Joe Root's always been a good problem solver, and he's pretty much worked out everything throughout his career. I'm sure he'll find a way.
3 slips waiting as Henry bowls to him, and he plays that late off the back foot. There finds point. 18 for 2. So far dismissed. Gay for 14. Sorry, for Gay for 11. And Bethel no score. New Zealand well on top. It's Henry. Elbows jutting again. Bowls to Root. Very full this. He goes tap that away for a single into the offside. Crowd enjoy that. And
that's 14,000
runs. Run. And I assume Root knows that. He just tapped it and ran, and the second player ever to reach this landmark. 14,000 at an average of 50. Well, he's raising his bat, the crowd raising to their feet as Joe Root acknowledges that applause. 14,000. That young lad making his debut in Nagpur those years ago. $19 for 2. Here goes Henry, bowls, and Duckett stretches forward, plays that away into the onside.
Incredible, really, isn't it? Remarkable career. Still got plenty in the locker. Just keep looking at the leading run score. It's on the screen now. He's only the second person ever to get to 14,000. Sachin's on 15,921, so 2,000 away.
Yes.
Pretty sure he'll do it.
Henry bowls, Duckett forward. I think we tried to work it out once, and the average is 50. He's got what, 1,900 to get. When's it going to be?
I've made a spreadsheet, Agus.
Have you?
It'd be rather amusing if it were actually in India, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, it'd be lovely. Mumbai.
There's quite a good chance of that.
Oh.
He could wave, when he passes it, he could wave at Sachin's statue.
Good. It'd be quite funny. He's got to get there yet, and it's still, I mean, still a lot of runs still, isn't it? But here goes Henry, bowls, Duckett inside edge, ball rolls away to square leg. Filled by Ravindra.
So coming into this game, he's now scored 48 runs in this game. If he scores at anywhere between 90 and 115 runs per test, then he will overtake Sachin Tendulkar in India on the 27-28 tour. This is assuming that he plays all of England's matches between now and then, and he's not sure he's ever missed a game other than when he had his partner had a.
I don't think
baby.
he's opted out of. Is it fairly comfortable sort of mid-series, your projection there?
Yeah, so to put it in context, in terms of runs per test, since January 2021, when he's had a fantastic run in Test cricket, it's just over 90 runs per test.
He's on strike now, and Jameson's on his way to him. He's there, and he bowls very full again, and Root manages just to jab the bat down.
So, yeah, he would have to keep up that level of form. So, you know, that's sort of averaging 54 per innings, 91 runs per test in that time.
So it's 18 months, is it?
Yeah, so if he's a little below 90 runs per test, he's likely to do it in South Africa that following the 28 summer here against South Africa.
It would be nice if we did it here, wouldn't it? That really would be good. Here's Jameson, moves in, bowls. Oh, a bit of bounce there. Manages to play that very well down into the gully. Well, the ECB could schedule a Headingley test for him around about the right time, like BCCI did for Tendulkar.
That'd be nice to have a couple of Northern tests, wouldn't it?
It would.
Think we've got one next year, have we?
No.
Remarkable.
It's Nottingham the most northern. Nottingham got actually, it isn't it?
Yeah. England side playing Australia. Headingley have been. It's very good for the England side in recent times in Ashes series.
Oh yeah, the games. Whew. Jameson bowls and Root pads that away. He's hit firmly on the pad. And they're all appealing there. In fact, first slip there. Thought was having a coronary. Mitchell waving his arms around, jumping up and down. They're definitely going to talk about this because not least it's Joe Root. But it was outside the off stump quite comfortably. Did it come back? That's the question. I'm not sure that it did. But oh yeah, Latham's having a look.
You have to, don't you, really?
I think you do.
And it's Joe Root.
It's not out again.
TV umpire to director.
My gut feeling is
it
seems to have nipped back enough.
Original decision is not out.
I
checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. We've got no shot offers, so there's no bat involved, so we can go straight to ball tracking when it's ready.
All right, this is straight to the chase. Well, I'm not sure if it another set, I think.
It's a shocker.
Yeah.
Ball tracking coming up.
No one's bothering to look at that. That would have...
it's missing the wickets.
That's an understatement, Rod. Mitchell was the one. Did you see him? He was waving his arms around like some sort of old 1950s entertainer.
What, you felt he wanted to go for it?
Mm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, he was... Yeah.
I don't think the keeper was sure. He was on the other side.
Well, that is a review lost. Should be almost a double, that one. 19 for 2. Root waits for Jameson past umpire Menon. He's there now, and he bowls to Root, who's on the front foot, smothering that. Guides the ball down to backward point. Well, they keep playing it on the telly. It's not getting any closer. England women on tonight, isn't it, I think? Headingley. Are they in Scotland? Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now Jameson bowls, Root on the back foot, taps the ball into the offside. 19 for 2. 40 minutes to go until tea on the 4th day. Short procession in the aisles there, people going up and down. Two-way traffic, generally empty-handed going up, and then a tray of drinks coming down. These pubs around the Oval rammed every night.
You can't get served, though. We couldn't get served last night.
Yeah.
Oh
dear. Tuffers would not like that.
Oh, he was angry.
Yeah, he would have been.
Very angry.
Jameson comes in, bowls to Root on leg stump, tucked into the leg side out to mid-wicket. He'll take a single, which keeps the strike. And with 40 minutes just under to go until tea, England are 20 for 2 to win 443. And a long time to bat to try and avoid a New Zealand victory here. Duckett 5, Root 3. Michael, more from you, and then it's going to be Simon.
Yeah, they're bowling nicely. New Zealand, they're not giving too much away. 2 down early with Emilio Gay flicking a half volley straight to mid-wicket. And then Jacob Bethel out for naught. LBW Jameson. And they're continuing with the tactic to Joe Root from Matt Henry's bowling of the keeper standing up. Worked well in the first innings. He got him a fifer. How are you, Simon?
Great, Michael. Yeah.
High spirits?
Yes. 130 for 9 today, Michael.
Certainly done a bit more today.
Stats of the day: 110 for 7 New Zealand. Okay, pressing on there when they frittered a few away at the end, playing some big shots. But that's the tail of the tape so far today. 9 wickets are gone for 130. Henry bowls to Root, and Root defends towards mid-on. Henry trying to home in on middle and off, with the keeper standing up. And Root knows the challenge, of course, and he's got the technique to deal with it. What over is this of Henry's? This is his 5th over. So a change might be coming.
Yeah, they've got a good attack, haven't they? Because Nathan Smith can replace Henry. Similar kind of bowlers.
Here's Henry bowling to Root. A bit short at that time. Root up on his toes, riding it, guiding it into the offside. Yeah, they bowled the 2 tall quicks from one end and the 2 skidders from the other.
It's a good attack. O'Rourke obviously is the lively one. Andy, were you going to say something?
Just on Matt Henry's career, the stat Simon mentioned before play today, in his 30s, 109 wickets, averaged 20.4.
Henry turns at the Vauxhall end. 3 slips, a gully, the keeper standing up. Root on 3, Henry bowls to him. Root's forward, he nearly got onto the pad there. The bowler had his arms raised. I think he was about to appeal as well. Root got the back just in front of the pad in time. Played it away defensively into the offside, there's no run.
Yeah, you can see Henry, he's kind of angling the seam to try and get that ball to nip back. So far it hasn't kind of nipped, that first innings dismissal, it nipped back quite a way.
That felt close. Nearly got through there. Root waits. Henry moves into bowl to him, and Root defends the ball on off stump, this time into the offside towards mid-off. There's no run.
He had a difficult start to his Test career. He was in and out of the side. New Zealand had Bolt, Southey and Wagner as their first choice 3 seamers. He took 31 wickets in his first 13 Tests, average 51. And came back in at Edgbaston in 2021 when New Zealand won the second Test of that 2-Test series to win the series 1-0. Took 6 wickets in that game. He was 29 at that point.
Tries again past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Root now, and Root drives up to mid-on, picked up by O'Rourke, and there's no run.
Yeah, so since then, as I said, 109 wickets, average at 20.4. And looking at all seamers in Test history who've bowled 600 or more overs over the age of 30, he's got the 7th best average, and the list of bowlers either side of him are some of the greatest bowlers in the history of the game. Leading the way with an asterisk.
Henry to Root, and Root cuffs that away. Typical Root stroke, but it's very well stopped by Conway, diving at point. Prevents Root getting a boundary. Root stays on 3. It's the end of a maiden over from Henry, so he's bowled 5 overs to 12. Maybe time to change in New Zealand, or perhaps just one more with Root new to the crease. 20 for 2 England. They need 463 to win, or to bat out until tomorrow to save the game.
SF Barnes, who played for England before the First World War, whether you categorise him as a seamer or a spinner, you could debate for hours if you're a particular cricket badger, so anyone wants to do that, happy to meet you in a pub. Followed by Jasprit Bumrah.
Where do you stand on that debate then?
Oh, I'm not sure. Bit of both. I mean, it sounds like he bowled sort of medium fast with a lot of sort of cut on the ball and swerve. Then Jasprit Bumrah averages 17 since turning 30.
Jameson's taken both wickets so far, 2 for 8, moves in bowl to Duckett outside the off stump. Duckett leaves, and it's through to Blundell.
Richard Hadley, New Zealand's greatest cricketer, averaged 19 after turning 30. Malcolm Marshall, 19. Great West Indian. Alan Davison, fantastic left armour for Australia in the late 50s and early 60s, averaged 19.7, and Imran Khan 20.1. Then comes Matt Henry, and after Matt Henry, Curtly Ambrose, Josh Hazlewood, Alan Donald, Glenn McGrath, Joel Garner, Freddie Truman. So that's the sort of company that his stats in recent years have been keeping.
Wow. Oh, when you're in the same list as Fred.
Extraordinary company's keeping there. Jameson to Duckett. Duckett's forward to a ball coming in with the angle and homing in off stump. Plays it up to Nathan Smith, fielding it mid-off. And there is no run. 20 for 2. England really up against it. Well, they've been up against it in this match since that bowling display on the second morning. And then even more, I think, just confirmed with those 2 Henry wickets of Brooke and Root. Just confirmed New Zealand's control of the game, and they've had it not exactly wrestled away at times. England have that last wicket stand of 53. They were getting a bit frustrated, but they have controlled the match for a long part of it. Jameson bowls to Duckett, who turns that backward a square for 1. They might look for 2 here. I think they will. O'Rourke's coming in from fine leg to deep backward square leg, sends in the return, and 2 more. 22 for 2 on this 4th afternoon.
I think this New Zealand side don't get enough credit. I think they're a team that plays with strong discipline. It was one of the disciplines actually that let them down at Lords, the catching. Usually you don't see that from a Kiwi team. But on the back of Lords, on the back of this week, get the win here, 1-1 go to Trent Bridge, you'd say that they're the team that have been nicely oiled.
Yeah. Jameson bowls to Duckett. Duckett tries to force into the offside, goes towards short extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, is it a good time to play England there, wasn't it, this week?
Definitely.
Don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, you go back to the decision at the toss, and I think both teams wanted to bowl, understand, but you kind of look at the way that the pitch is played, it's probably been a bat first pitch. It didn't change a great deal, did it?
No, I think there's been a little bit in it throughout.
It's been a good pitch.
Very good cricket wicket. Jameson bowls to Duckett. Duckett leaves. So the old good toss to lose.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I think there was a stat knocking around actually. Test cricket, I think the teams that have won the toss and inserted the opposition, it hasn't really worked out that well for them. You know, statistically, it isn't like a massive advantage to do that, even though you look at the... I think one thing that happened on the first day, it's easy to forget, it was quite overcast, wasn't it, up to toss time, and then once the decision was made, the sun came out, it was quite a nice day. So the weather lifted. But I suppose there are weather apps for that sort of thing. You can have a look at that. But this is Jameson bowling to Duckett. Duckett defends into the onside towards mid-on. There's no run. But you look at the pitch now compared to that first day. I mean, it was pretty green on the first day.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Now it's brown.
Yeah, you've been to Trent Bridge on Thursday with the forecast. Be interesting what pitch we get. You know, I think when you're looking at a week where the weather's going to be fair and it's going to be quite warm, I always think batting first is an advantage because the pitch will bake.
Yeah.
Spin will come into the game at some stage. I actually watched Somerset there against Notts, and they got the ball reverse swinging. Square's really dry. And it's going to be dry throughout the next few days leading into the test and throughout the test match. I'm surprised when we saw a bit of reverse swing in that game.
Right, here's Henry to bowl. He was ready to bowl. Root was ready to bat, but the umpire had his arm out, and Henry just kept on running. The umpire put it down, and Henry was almost next to him, and then decided not to bowl. I think everyone was ready there, apart from umpire Holdstock, so Henry has to walk back to his mark. And on we go again. We've got under half an hour to go until tea on this fourth day. The weather set fair, despite the high cloud, it's very settled today. Henry bowls outside the off stump. Oh, he goes for a big drive there, and he gets an inside edge onto his pad, and the ball stays in the crease. Root was looking to hit that through the offside for 4. It looked like a full half volley, that. And as all batters do, inspects his bat. Sometimes you feel it's their bat's fault, but maybe just looking for a crack or something if there's a little chip on it. Root plays a one-handed off drive. His backhand, sense a bit of pressure on him, a bit of frustration at the moment. Root 3 from 20. Waits for Henry. And he defends that, keeps the ball out of his stumps. There's a lot of interest from behind there because once more they thought they were getting through there, New Zealand. Root got inside edge on that. 22 for 2. Henry, this is a skillful spell. He's probing away. Inside edge onto the pad. All runs away into the offside. There's no run. Well, Henry's the sort of bowler that you can keep him going for a slightly longer spell. This now is his 6th over, so it may just be a case of seeing him off for now. Fairly shortly as well. Henry bowls on the pads of Root. Root clips it away straight to Willow Rourke, who's fielding it mid-on, and that is no run. Great opportunity here for New Zealand. Everything is in their favour. Tough for England on this 4th day, but still just something there for the bowlers. You can battle away and score as well and stay in, but I think as a bowler, especially in these conditions there, you just feel that you're always in the game, especially with the scoreboard pressure as well. Henry bowls to Root, just losing his line there, and Root flips him away through square leg for 2 at least. Ravindra's after it, picks it up and throws in one movement and keeps it to 2. 24 for 2, Root to 5. Stephen Finn is here.
There's been some good bowling this from New Zealand, hasn't it? Relentless. Henry in particular. To Root, since he's come to the crease, the keeper comes up to the stumps and he's just hitting the knee roll almost every single time, angling it in towards off stump. And I think that's a difference where England sometimes tactically in this game.
Henry Bowls to Root, and Root rides the ball short of a length there, guides it away towards Conway. He's fielding on the offside, stops it well. No run.
I think there's a misconception of what straight bowling is. I think straight bowling is angled in towards off stump. So you're starting it around 4 stump and it's ending on off stump. I think sometimes in this game, England, with all their catching with wickets and straight fields, their straight is middle and leg. And I think really good players don't miss balls on middle and leg stump.
Henry to complete the over, bowls to Root, it's full, Root drives, gets a single towards wide mid-on, tumbling save from O'Rourke. And Root takes the bowling. 25 for 2, and Root goes to 6. And 11 overs of this England innings. They've been set 463 to win. Henry's a bit like, he's a bit like a darts player, just treble 20, treble 20, treble 20, isn't it?
Better fitness regime, you'd hope.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just always there or thereabouts, isn't he? It's a very uncomplicated action, very smooth run up.
So while Root and Duckett are battling away here, Ben Stokes has reached a half century in that championship match.
Run a ball as well.
Rest of the street. Well, he could do with some runs, could do with some time at the crease. But perhaps he could have done with playing in this match as well.
Well, it's becoming more evident as the game wears on, isn't it?
England not having 5 changes. I mean, that's the other thing as well. I mean, obviously 2 players left out, but then Robertson goes down with a knee injury, and Jamie Smith with parental leave, and because no Ben Stokes, you can't balance a team, so no spinner, no Bashir. O'Rourke is into the attack with a leg slip in, bowls to Root, and Root lifts him away into the offside for 4, down towards deep third. An uppercut, or an upper lift, really. Extra pace and a bit of width there from O'Rourke. 29 for 2, Root into double figures. He's on to 10.
When you've been tied down at one end, like you have done by Henry, if someone offers you a short, wide one, first up like that, you're going to climb into it. And Joe Root makes no mistake. Safely hits it up over the backward point fielder. Will O'Rourke's a bowler that I really like watching, actually. Yeah. Charges in, his run-up is monstrous. He's almost in the pavilion now.
Yes, he's not that good for the over rates, is he, Will O'Rourke? But he's easy on the eye, especially if you're a teammate. Root goes back and guides that way into the offside, into a gap. Conway comes from backward point to cover to field, and they're through for one more. 30 for 2, i.e. you'd love to have him in your team.
But he's also classic fast bowler, where if he bowls a good ball, his follow through is like right down in the batsman's face.
I think there when he was cuffed away by Root, he turned and walked straight back to his mark, didn't he?
You tend to turn swiftly on your heels if you bowl one like that. Yeah,
that was rubbish. Let me show you.
Berate yourself for 35 metres back to the back of your run-up.
Field changes over the left-handed Duckett. 2 slips and 2 gullies for Duckett. And O'Rourke's coming round the wicket to bowl to him. With him now, and Duckett dabs that away in defence. Seems to have plenty of time, pushing that away into the offside. There's no run. Duckett biding his time. He's 7 from 24 balls. He got off to a flyer in the first innings and then was run out by Gay. With a bit of help from Nathan Smith, admittedly.
He's not really been given anything loose here, though, has he? I think that's what has been so impressive about New Zealand, is that, yes, they've got that monstrous lead and they've set England that huge target, but you have to start well. You have to set the tone well, and Henry and Jameson in tandem there really tied England down.
Gay out for 11, caught at mid-wicket. Bethel LBW for 0. Here's O'Rourke bowling to Duckett, and Duckett's forward, pushing the ball up towards mid-off. And there is no run. He has been in very good form in the first-class cricket this summer, Ben Duckett. But he's been a bit short of runs internationally for a while now. I suppose the start of the English season, he was one of those players that, if he didn't get any runs, then you wonder whether he would be able to keep his place.
Although I think the target on Zach Crawley's back was so big,
even that, yes,
that I think he escaped the scrutiny of the opening partnership there.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because actually, Crawley had a better Ashes. It's all relative. A better Ashes than Duckett did. O'Rourke bowls to Duckett. Duckett turns the other way, down towards fine leg for a single. The score goes to 31 for 2. There's some activity in the crowd. I'm not quite sure. Are they trying to get a Mexican wave going, or there's a bit of byplay between one of the New Zealand fielders. It might be that down the way to our right-hand side. Normally, if it's not a London ground, it's normally a beach ball, isn't it, being battered around in the crowd? But I don't think it's that. It seemed to involve Nathan Smith for some reason.
A crowd favourite.
Yeah.
You've got an ovation both sides of the pitch.
Yeah.
That doesn't usually happen.
I think it must be the moustache.
It is wonderful moustache.
Well, we could debate that as well. 31 for 2. Root on 11. O'Rourke bowls. Oh, and Root nearly plays on. He just manages to brush the ball away from the stumps, swivelling round. He knew he was in danger. I don't know whether he actually touched it a second time with his bat or not. Anyway, the ball dropped behind the stumps. He knew he was in trouble for a moment. It's the end of the over. It's 31 for 2. We have 20 minutes to go until tea. Zoltz looks like he wants to say something, and Finn is here as well. And then very shortly, Daniel Norcross will be here as well.
On Ben Duckett's form this summer at 19 and 33 at Lords, which in the context of that game was actually a pretty decent match.
Worth 100.
Yeah. 36 in the first innings here, run out. So you could say that he's batted well in this series without making big numbers on paper. In the Ashes, he had a very curious series. Got 202 runs in the series, but without making a half century. He had 7 scores of 20 or more, but no 50s. It was the 4th most by any player in an Ashes series in the last 100 years who's not reached 50 at least once.
Nathan Smith starts a new over from the Vauxhall end. That pops on Duckett. Balloons off his bat into the sort of point region, in the air for a while. There's nobody there, so they get through for a single. He moves to 9, uncharacteristically slow 9 from Duckett off 27. Root 11 off 28. Pitches finally starting to do something on what feels like Matt Fisher described as a slightly over-prepared pitch, so it's almost like a day 5 pitch at last. We're getting to see some
see,
life.
Yeah, but I think that there has been life in it. I know that in between the variable bounce, it has been a flat pitch, but there has been enough variable bounce there, I think, over the last couple of days to encourage the fast bowlers at this stage of the game. You just have to hang in there and be patient. And clearly the game situation also dictates how that bounce falls as well for either team sometimes. I.e. a fresh Will O'Rourke is more likely to find variable bounce than a tired Matt Fisher.
Smith in, that's played away by Root in his favoured area to the right of gully, down to the boundary for 4. It's a very profitable area for Root, and it's a very profitable area at the Oval, actually. See a lot of shots go down there. Root moves to 15, 14,020 and 13 runs. How far is he now behind Sachin?
I'll just update my spreadsheet for you, Dan.
1,930. Ben Stokes, by the way, is 61 not out. With 11 fours.
I've seen a couple of those fours and they look rather aggressive.
Did they?
Yes, like there's some meaning behind them.
Yeah, a little amount of frustration.
It seems that way, yeah.
But you know, we may look back on it and think this might have been the worst idea for him to go and actually have an innings in county cricket. Smith is in and driving his route, but a good diving stop at point by Ravindra. Prevents a run. 1,904 runs behind Sachin.
It's a couple of years good work, that, isn't it?
It is, really. He does sort of get 1,000 a year, doesn't he? Pretty much. That's.
Well, he's 14,000. He's been playing Test cricket in
12.
14 years. Yeah. Good math.
Feels about right.
Sorts to be proud of that one.
So there are 3 slips, 2 of them close together. One there's a little gap between. It's like a first, second and fourth slip with the keeper standing up. Smith into Root, who comes forward, pushes into what he hoped was space, but Rachin Ravindra is quick to it from backward point to field, so they can't get a run. 36 for 2. We're coming up to tea, 16 minutes to go till tea. Rachin Ravindra earlier today finally pouched a catch, much to his relief and the delight of his teammates. I've never seen such a regulation catch celebrated with quite such gusto.
He looked relieved though, didn't he? It wasn't a big celebration from him. His catch percentage now at 25% for the series, isn't it?
If he dropped that, it would have been time to just put me at short fine. Now it goes, cutting with this time is Root. Short, a little bit of width, he's so strong there. He's hit one behind square. That one's almost entirely square on this occasion. Takes him to 19, 40 for 2.
It's how he rides the bounce with that shot that is so impressive with Joe Root. Short and wide from Smith, but making sure there's no risk. He stays on top of the bounce and just... It's not a full-blooded cut, it's a half punch, half cut, but make sure it goes down at the middle of the bat. And
it's almost like a back foot drive, isn't it?
Yeah,
really, with a bit of the bottom hand just going through it. Smith in again, he defends again really late under his eyes to Ravindra at backward point. That's the end of an over that's yielded 9 runs, 2 boundaries in it, 40 for 2. Route 19, Duckett has 9. We're not even really talking about the target. It's just about watching.
Nor should we.
No, well, we're just watching cricket, is
Yes.
what it feels like.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you do? We are literally just at the cricket.
Well, we're watching it transpire in front of us at its own pace without any realistic prospect of England winning the game.
Absolutely. It's almost like there are no tactics involved anymore, really. It's just how do New Zealand think in any given moment with the age of the ball and at whichever batter they're bowling at, how do they think they would get them out? Well, for England, they're just batting.
Yep.
Duckett faces, he's top-edged it into the hands of mid-on, and he's out. He's gone for the pull. I think he's almost got the toe end on that, Duckett. O'Rourke has got a wicket before tea. Duckett's got to go for 9. It's not a fun-looking dismissal, that one. It was banged in short. He didn't get anything like over the top of it. I think it might be the toe end. We'll see in the replay, but it went so gently and looped to mid-on as the easiest catch you could wish for. And the end is coming closer and faster.
Well, he's tried to do the right thing here, Ben Duckett. He's deep in his crease because Will O'Rourke is a tall, bouncy bowler, but in trying to keep it down, it's hit the very toe of the bat and has ballooned towards mid-on, where Matt Henry almost couldn't believe his eyes of what was looping towards him. O'Rourke roars in Duckett's face. And it was a laborious innings from the England opener. 9 runs, 28 balls. And it's finally ended from the bowling of Will O'Rourke. Caught Henry. England 40 for 3. New Zealand have them 40 for 3 and 423 runs to win. Just to appease you, Dan, to mention the target.
Well, actually, what I was going to do is I was just going to ask Zoltz to remind us of what the partnership was between Harry Brook and Joe Root at Multan. The one that went past the 411 of May and Cowdrey at Edgbaston in 1957.
I was there for, not that one, I was there for the...
You weren't there for the 57?
Brute. I was there for the Brute one.
The Brute.
And it was...
So I was listening to you.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that fun to watch. Like, it was fun to watch, but it wasn't fun to watch. It was like watching a video game towards the end.
It's 454.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, I just
so
need to do.
England could easily saunter to a 7-wicket win at that rate.
It was,
I mean, it's not even the highest partnership they've had together that they require.
Yes, so slightly different surface. Pakistan had made 556 all out. England were 249 for 3.
Oh.
Another common thread. Ben Duckett had just been out when those two came together. And Root 262, Harry Brook 317. They were on 454. England made 823 for 7. Declared in 150 overs.
In 150 overs. I mean, that should have been fun to watch, but
no, it was fun to watch.
But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There was no balance.
No, because then that's when they got the hair dryers and the fans and coals on the pitch.
O'Rourke is into Brook. He faces his first ball, gets up on his toes and defends into the leg side. A shortish ball. And it's picked up at a sort of leg gully or backward short leg position they run. I was in Dubai for the Women's T20 World Cup listening to you on that.
Thoroughly entertaining you?
You were actually. Yes, I was sort of. I mean, it wasn't that any of you sounded particularly bored, but there was a sort of feeling that yes, he's hit that one for 4, and well, that's been tucked into space for another easy 2. The ball's doing absolutely nothing. Pick the spot, really. O'Rourke in again. Oh, driving, missing. Brook. There's no run. In this situation, Brook will be Brook. I mean, Brook will always be Brook, though, really. So
he will, but he's facing some high-quality bowling here as well. I really like Will O'Rourke. I like how
thought you would.
Fluid his action is. I love his energy. I like the way he uses his short ball. And just how simple he keeps it, to be honest. And then what his rewards are out of the pitch as a result of doing that. Yeah, he's someone who I really, really like watching bowl.
I really like his gather, and the height of his arm, all those things. As he tiptoes in again and rushes up to the crease and pushes away from his body down towards deep backward point for 4. Gets it past gully and backward point all along the ground. Quite deliberate. He's underway. 44 for 3. This is going to sound mad, but his action partly reminds me of Oliver Hannon Dolby.
There's maybe a touch.
I mean, not fully, but
I
there's
think
something
more
weird
Mornay
about
Morkel.
it.
It's
a Mornay
very
Morkel
Mornay
too, yeah.
Morkel way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hannon Dalby's very front on.
But I think it's that bit, the last bit, when the right arm comes up a little bit.
Yeah,
bent
but
and
there's
then goes
more of a
back.
flow to O'Rourke's. I think Hannon Dalby's is a bit stiff and goes up diagonally right, whereas O'Rourke's is all in a lovely, fluid, languid line.
And when a word said against Hannon Dolby, as in comes O'Rourke, short, pulled away, down to Smith at long leg, and they take a single. There are 3 or 4 blocks of flats away to our left that always remind me of Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Okay, elaborate.
When he looks quite like an owl to me, Hannon Dolby, and there's the blocks of flats we see over yonder.
Oh, they are owl-like, aren't they?
They are. They sort of merge.
It's like 4 owls looking at me now.
Yeah, or 4 Oliver Hannon Dolbys, depending on how you look at it. Well, I think I might have mentioned Oliver Hannon Dolby there more often than it's been mentioned before on Test Match Special
Ever.
in any 3-minute period.
You've been watching a lot of domestic cricket, haven't you?
Well, he's also at Edgbaston as up on his toes goes route and plays to backward point. There's no run. At Edgbaston, there's a height gauge you can stand next to. And they've got Tammy Beaumont, I think, at one end of the scale, and they've got Oliver Hannon Dolby at the other. So,
and he's chairman of the Professional Cricketers Association.
Yeah, he's a very fine man. Very fine man. Andy?
It's on Ben Duckett's innings today. You mentioned, Stephen, that was, I can't remember the term you used.
Laborious.
Laborious. So, yeah, 9 off 28 balls. After 27 balls, that was his lowest score at that point of an innings in his Test career. So, a little frustration and perhaps...
It looked like he was snatching at the ball to me, and even when they'd set... So there was an extra cover very early to make sure that he couldn't drive the ball cleanly through extra cover, and it looked to me like he was just snatching at his opportunity to score runs. And similarly there with the pull shot, looking to snatch down on it.
Smith starts a new over to Brooke, who comes forward in defence with the keeper up. This is an important development. 45 for 3, by the way, the score. Brooke 5, Root 19. So we saw how Brooke suddenly was becalmed. He played some wonderful shots. He played an incredible 6 early in his innings through backward point. But the moment Matt Henry came on to bowl and the keeper came up, suddenly his feet got stuck. So...
Well, teams are going to do it now. It's 3 series in a row. Jarrell did it for India.
But he's going to think about this, though, isn't he?
Well, you have to find a way to combat it, yes, because for a bowler...
Smith in. Brooke back raised, waits. Oh, defends into the onside. They're attacking the stumps. Goes straight to Ravindra. There's no run.
So what this does for a bowler, it simplifies your game plan, but it also means that you know where Harry Brook is going to be every single ball. One of the things about Harry Brook is he changes his position on the crease, so as in where he stands, in or out of the crease. He might run down to you to try and throw you off your length. He can't do that here, so you know he's going to be in the same place every single ball, which means that your job is to just try and hit the top of the stumps as many times as possible and ask him to make the move, ask him to make the mistake.
Smith in, and Brooke defends rather uncertainly from the crease. It's a different looking Brooke. It goes back to the bowler, no run. This is...
He certainly looks more timid just because
just
because he has to be. That's not a criticism of Brooke.
But
he's doing the right thing here.
Does he have to be? There isn't an aggressive approach he could take. I mean, if there was one, he'd probably
The only thing I can think of that might be going through Harry Brook's mind is scoop, which I don't like. I don't want him to do that. But he can't run down and hit through extra. You're almost just waiting for the bowler to bowl a bad ball, but these New Zealand bowlers have been very disciplined so far.
They have. Nathan Smith runs away from us. He's in, and Brooke gets struck on the pad, but I think it's a bit of inside edge. Ball rolls into the onside, picked up by Ravindra, and there's no run. 5 minutes away from tee, so probably
the scoop
these
is
two
off.
Balls, I think the scoop. Well,
You'd
no,
hope so.
what I was just.
You'd
no,
hope so.
Don't presume, Stephen.
Yes. There are many times over the last few years we've presumed. And
I thought the 6 over extra cover off Mitchell's start, 20 minutes to go before the break, when he'd come on to bowl in the gloaming with a pink ball, was definitely out of the question. And he went for it and was caught at slip. So there's nothing is off the table. Reverse scoop, I think, is on. Smith in, driving his Brook up to mid-off. And it's fielded by a tall figure of Jameson. There's no run.
And that's the way that New Zealand have set the field here. So there's a catching extra cover, quite a deep mid-off, so that if there is an over-pitch delivery like that, Brooks hit that really well. It's a very attractive shot out the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder at that deep mid-off, no opportunity of a run. So now what you're posing the question is, can Brook open the face of the bat and try and hit it a bit squarer? That brings in more jeopardy. It's good tactics.
Smith runs in, and Brook thrashes this through the offside for 4. That was a one bit of wit. That's what Stephen Finn was talking about. The moment Smith strayed in line, Brook was on it like a flash and has crashed it through extra cover for 4. 49 for 3.
Yeah, good batting. Wait for the bad ball, and Harry Brook is so talented that if there is a gift like that offered up, a wide, full of a length delivery to throw your hands at, more than likely he is going to put it away, and that's good test match batting. Keep out the good ones, hit the bad ones, transfer the pressure back on the bowler in that manner, rather than trying to manufacture it.
49 for 3, Brook 9, Root 19. 3 minutes to go till tea, so this will be the last over. O'Rourke is going to bowl it with 2 slips, a leg slip, gully, backward point, a shortish extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, who's quite square and a long leg. Here comes O'Rourke, and Root guides this into the offside, but can't beat that backward point. Conway goes straight to him. There's no run.
There's something about the stump mics this year that makes me question a lot whether someone's been bowled.
Oh,
right,
because the bat, it sounds a bit weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit tinny. It's a bit stump-like.
Well, is it the stump mic or is it the bats?
No, I don't. No, it's not the bat. So it's consistent. It's just, especially with a ball like that, where it's back foot just defended into the ground somewhere near the stumps.
We should go and have a word.
Or maybe sort my hearing out, one of the two.
No, I think I'm hearing the same thing. I think you're right. O'Rourke in down the leg side, and he doesn't get anything on that route, which is sort of lucky for him because there's a very fine leg slip. Henry Nichols. And it's taken by Blundell. It's a strange noise you get at the over. It's like a continuous noise, isn't it?
It's not quite a Lord's hum, is it? But it's a...
I don't know what the difference is, and I don't know how it happens.
Well, maybe something about the acoustics of the ground. I mean, there's...
I think it's a South London noise. O'Rourke's into Root, gets up on his toes, pushes it. The offside wants a run. Brooks sends him back. There's no run. I mean, you've now seen the light. You've been in South London for a while. You must have noticed a slight difference in inflections and all that.
Well, I've slowly migrated my way south from Watford to northwest London to southwest London.
Yeah. The Lord loves a sinner who repents.
Well, I'm contemplating going back up north now, you said that.
You are counter-suggestible. Here's O'Rourke, turns, runs in from the pavilion end. Root waits. And then lets this go through to the keeper. It's a good leave. Just enough width to be certain he'll be fine there. Coming up to the 16th over. It's such a mammoth task that England have got that can't even afford to think, oh, in about 15 overs the ball will be a bit softer.
No,
this is not even there.
No, it's just at the moment it's a withstand pressure kind of situation. New Zealand clearly 49 for 3. They have their tails up, and it's just about trying to mitigate that pressure in the first instance before you can even think about doing anything else.
Here's O'Rourke once more. Root cuts a wayward ball down to the boundary for 4. Again, we haven't had many bad balls, but Brook and Root now have had a couple which they've taken full toll of. Root to 23, it was wide, a bit filthy, 53 for 3. Just give us an insight, because you will have been in situations like this a few times in your career, when you are bowling and you virtually can't lose.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You can. Just talk us through how much fun that is. What do you do?
You just relaxed. It completely frees you up. Clearly, you're bowling to a game plan, but when you're a bit more on the wild side, like I wasn't a Matt Henry, hit the top of off stump every ball.
O'Rourke in again, clipped away nicely out towards deep forward square leg, almost mid-wicket. Takes a single off the last ball of the session. England 54 for 3, having been set hugely unlikely. 463 to win. They've lost both openers and Jacob Bethell, who couldn't bring his second innings form in today, unfortunately for England. Bethell clipped one to Rachin Ravindra, who caught one for once. Duckett got the toe end to a bouncer, and it went out towards mid-on, and then Bethell was pinned LBW and didn't even bother to refer it. England's very last and very tiniest hope resides in the 2 Yorkshiremen, the skipper Root, who is 24, and Brook, who is 9. It's 54 for 3. So yeah, we're just before we go into the tea break, wonderful for New Zealand. Their bowlers entirely free to go through their processes and utterly relaxed, knowing that it's just a matter of time.
Yep, and enjoy the occasion. It's not often that you win big Test matches like this away from home in front of a full house. So it allows you to relax, enjoy the situation, and just bowl. But that there's such a disciplined bowling unit led by Matt Henry that they're going to keep this pressure on England, and they'll know that this partnership is huge for England, and also if they can break it early going into the deciding 3rd Test match. I mean, we're presuming that New Zealand are going to win this now given the situation they're in, but going into that last Test match, it's about trying to inflict scars so that you can take advantage of that.
Well, and that next Test match is very soon. It's Trent Bridge. You'll be joining us for that as well. I wonder who else will be joining us on the pitch, because Ben Stokes is, as young people say, doing Ben Stokes things. It's Ben Stokes' world, and we just live in it. I imagine my producer's now going to make me read out on the screen, but not here for Durham. They're playing Northants, and Kevin Howells is at Chesterley Street.
Fair to say he's playing a prominent role in this game, that's for certain. Top of the table, Division 2, it's Durham against Northamptonshire. Unchanged this morning as a bowler was Stokes for an hour without a wicket, giving him figures of 1 for 80 from 25 overs. Northants all out for 450. That's Gonzalez, career best 187. Now with the bat, Stokes came in with Durham at 30 for 3 in a lot of bother. In quick time, struck a beautiful shot through mid-on to the boundary. He's later been dropped on the boundary by Conway on 43, and Ben Stokes is now 73, not out of 78 balls. Durham are 147 for 3, still a long way behind, over 300 runs. They thought
Kevin,
for a moment...
Kevin, can I just ask, is he batting with any particular sort of more intensity, ferocity, or are you detecting any sort of frustration in his play or pugnacity?
I think I'm supposed to say yes, but the truth is no. He's just playing really well. I mean, the pitch, as you might gather, in all fairness to Vasconcelos and Northants, 450, it tells you a tale of the pitch a little variable bounce in fairness, but no, he is not being reckless, but he is being I think it's Ben Stokes, isn't it? Positive. And yeah, real joy to watch, real frustration. And, we need to make the point that catch, by the way, when he was on 43, it really should have been taken there on the boundary. And that perhaps would have been a slightly different story. But yeah, it's Stokes. Stokes doing, and just that effort. 25 overs in the innings. A great deal of yesterday, unchanged again this morning. Doesn't strike you as a man who's thinking about walking away from cricket, if I can just put it like that, to be honest with you. Just a few other headlines, if I may, here, because I want to mention Glamorgan teenager Tom Norton, He's 18 years of age, comes from Abergavenny, took a hat-trick on first-class debut last month. Today he's got 4 wickets against Surrey, the wickets of Sibley, Pope, Sam Curran, Dan Lawrence. Surrey at the moment are 66 for 5 after Glamorgan made 358, which included a couple of centuries, one for Mason Crane today. Chris Cook yesterday was out to the bowling of Gus Atkinson, who ended up with 4 wickets there for Surrey. Of course, he's another player like Stokes, perhaps should have been there at the Oval. And also a mention for Rian Ahmed, a century for Leicestershire, and they're doing well against Yorkshire. Leicestershire 365 for 5 after Yorkshire made 185. And just to complete the Division 1 scores, Nottinghamshire 344 for 6, lead Essex by 160, a century for Jack Haynes in that game. Somerset Warwickshire 217 for 5, a lead of 9 runs, and Hampshire 101 for 6, they lead Sussex by 133 runs, and Stokes is still there on 73.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Just to keep if he gets 100, of course, there'll be an enormous clamour. Have you still got the 35 people there in the press box, or was that just a first day thing?
A bit of a first day thing. I think there are a few around, but put it like this, there was a bit more to go around at lunchtime today, and that's what really pleases me. That's the only thing really interesting.
Yes, it could be nice. It could be nice at Chester this week.
It was very nice as well. The cauliflower. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, moving on. Yeah.
Yes. No, you get on, because you've got tea coming up soon. You don't want to miss that. Right, thank you, Kevin. There is a big game at the ICC Women's World Cup this evening, with England taking on Scotland at Headingley. We'll have commentary from 6:15 on 5 Sports Extra 2, and we'll also go to that game, of course, at the close of play here. And there's already a buzz in Leeds ahead of the game, as Henry Moran has been finding out.
Well, it's early in the morning here in City Square, right in the heart of Leeds, and I've come down to see exactly what's going on. And everywhere you look, you can see branding, games, opportunity for fans to get involved in the Women's T20 World Cup. This feels like a big event. There's the chance for supporters to test their catching, batting, bowling skills, and also learn a little bit more about the tournament. Also here is the England batter, Alice Capsey, ahead of tonight's game against Scotland at Headingley, meeting some of those young fans that will be there in the terraces cheering on England and Scotland this evening. I caught up with Alice to get her thoughts on what is a special occasion, a special event here in Leeds, and also the tournament so far. Alice, we're in the middle of a huge square in Leeds. There are banners everywhere. There's going to be supporters everywhere you look. I mean, this feels like a huge event, this tournament, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, definitely. This is a pretty cool setup. Just before Birmingham, we went out for lunch, a couple of us, and we saw all of the kind of activation in Birmingham and loads of kids getting involved. And yeah, it's really cool. Even before the first game, a couple of our girls got an England flag painted on their hand. So yeah, it's been really cool to get involved in everything that's been going on. But yeah, it feels massive. Just the kind of time and effort and energy that's been put into this World Cup has been huge, and even the numbers from the first week have been incredible to see, and yeah, it's just a really cool event to be a part of, to be honest.
Going back to 2017, you would have been very young at that point, still very young now, but what are your memories about that and how things were organised?
Yeah, look, I think in 2017 I was very much sat in the crowd. I think it was my first international game I'd gone to watch from a women's point of view. And yeah, the atmosphere was incredible. It's borderline just as good as what we get now, and to have that, which was obviously out of the ordinary then, for that to be our ordinary now, it's really cool, and I don't think it's taken for granted at all within our group. It's pretty special to be a part of, and yeah, I remember sitting in the crowd and they were lifting the trophy, and I was like, wow, this is really cool. So yeah, I think just to be a part of this home World Cup, we've spoken about it a lot, there's been a lot of talks. It's a once in a career opportunity for most of us, and yeah, we're all just really enjoying that kind of opportunity and really enjoying all the moments that it kind of brings, whether it means coming out to Leeds early in the morning on a Saturday to kind of see all this sort of stuff, and yeah, it's just been really cool to be a part of, and hopefully we can replicate the success that they had in 2017.
And all of these skills challenges they're going to get supporters to do, it puts pressure on you as the professional, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You can't mess up, can you? It could be bad if you were dropping them all and they were catching them. So, yeah, it's all good fun.
And what about the tournament so far? I mean, how do you feel that it's gone? I mean, on the field, clearly, couple of wins, one slightly more nervy than the other. How do you feel it's going?
Yeah, I think it's been so far 2 games of real positives. Obviously, Birmingham was a real kind of dominant game. Danny at the top of the order with Jonesy, obviously a fairly new combination, but them firing and just watching them go about their business was awesome. Nat coming in as well, and then our bowlers did brilliantly. I thought our fielding was awesome as well. And then obviously Ireland, I don't think any low run chase is ever easy. Probably almost kind of, in tournament cricket it's about winning, and what we did was we won, which was awesome, and we've had some really great reflections on that, and it's been a really cool tournament to watch as a spectator as well, of seeing kind of, like, we're playing Scotland today, but Scotland get close to West Indies, the close games in the other group as well, and it just feels like kind of every game is a really important game, and I think that's what's really exciting. And what's also really cool within tournament cricket is every game is a new opponent, new venue, and you kind of have to overcome those challenges on the go, and that's a really cool part of, I guess, developing as a team, is being able to do those things quickly, and I feel like we're starting to do that really well.
And England against Scotland, it's a bit of a thing. It's only the second time it's happened on British soil.
Really? Yeah, it's huge. Obviously, neighbours, old rivals, and I guess it's pretty fitting to be playing them up in Headingley, which is about as close as you're going to get to Scotland. So, it's a really cool event. Obviously, like I said, they've been playing some good cricket. It was a close game that they played against West Indies. So, we've put a lot of prep into them as a group, and also what we want to do as a group. We've spoken a lot about kind of focusing on what we can control and what our inputs are, and we feel in a really good place. And yeah, like you said, it's a really exciting game, and I think we're all really looking forward to it.
And just finally, I saw Nat arriving at the hotel yesterday with Catherine and baby Theo, and all of the luggage concerned. I mean, she's staying with the camp as the rehab continues. Is that the plan? How does she see it?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Nat's been brilliant for us, and what's been amazing is that for the 2 series leading up into this, obviously Dino had her opportunity to lead, so it's not going to look too different from that point of view. And I thought Dino did amazingly when she stood in, so we've all got complete confidence in her taking over. And like you said, Nat will be around the group, which is amazing, adding that experience off the field, and just having her around, especially for someone like myself, being able to have those conversations it's really cool. So to have her around is brilliant, and I guess her to be around the group going into kind of hopefully the later stages as well is awesome. So yeah, obviously disappointing that Nat's missing out on the next couple, but I guess that's also part and parcel of being a professional team and professional sport. So I feel like we've covered all bases now, that whatever kind of gets thrown at us, we've got it covered.
That was Alice Capsey with Henry Moran. England v Scotland is the 3rd game of the day. Australia have already beaten Netherlands by 98 runs. And currently Pakistan are playing Bangladesh in Southampton. Part of our commentary team over on 5 Sports Extra 2 is Ed Joyce, who's a former Ireland women's coach. They almost pulled off a shock win against holders New Zealand in an absolute thriller last night. But firstly, Ed, I've got Ed on the other end of the line. What's happening in the game you're watching?
The current score is 102 for 6 off 18.1, so coming towards the end of the Bangladesh innings, and they're putting the foot down, but they are a little bit behind.
Right, yeah, that does feel a little bit skiddy, but you'd think that's quite an evenly matched contest, you'd think, wouldn't you? Bangladesh against Pakistan. Now, talk to us about last night. I was following the scores, and Ireland were agonisingly close. All of Prendergast nearly getting them over the line, but didn't quite happen.
Yeah, very, very hard to watch from my point of view. Obviously desperate for the Ireland girls to get over the line for their first win in a World Cup. That's 19 losses now. There, last night was an amazing opportunity for them. Sophie Devine turned up and got sick before the game and didn't play, and you sort of think, okay, this is the day. And then they restricted them, bowled and fielded really, really well, which hasn't always been the case with Ireland teams in World Cups, and keeping New Zealand to 140 there. And then a brilliant partnership between Gabby Lewis and Orla Prendergast, but potentially maybe went a little bit slowly in the middle there, and when the wickets did fall, they ended up needing 8, 9, 10 and over for the new players coming in, and that just proved a little bit too much against a canny New Zealand team. But I thought Amelia Kerr's captaincy at the end was probably the reason they won. She was very calm, made great decisions, and just about got New Zealand over the line.
Well, I mean, one of the stories of this World Cup has been how how poor New Zealand have been. I mean, I've watched 2 of their games. I'm sure I've seen all 3. And there's a lot of talk about the fielding. They look to me to have the skills with the ball, and they've got the personnel with the bat, but it just, this time, it hasn't gelled. It's like the opposite, isn't it, of the last World Cup, when they were sort of more than the sum of their parts. This time, they've been the opposite. What's been going on, do you think?
Well, it's just been the catching, really. Their catching in the first 2 games was, well, it was comical, to be perfectly honest. And they would have won both of those games, I mean, reasonably comfortably if they'd caught the ball. So actually, the batting and the bowling's been okay. I think last night was probably the worst they've batted. They lost 3 wickets early. They were 10 for 3. Ireland bowled really, really well and took their catches and took their opportunities. And actually, New Zealand did well to get 140 in the end. But in those first 2 games against Sri Lanka and the West Indies, they did a lot of things right. They just couldn't catch the ball. And if they had, they would have won both comfortably, and we're sitting here having a different conversation.
I mean, they're basically virtually out now, aren't they? Because having lost 2 games and then not getting a sufficient net run rate boost, looking at the other sides who have been getting net run rate boosts, I mean, not least England, I guess, that puts them on the brink. But another side that has really impressed, though, is Scotland. And we shouldn't be surprised because they played a couple of years ago and they just seem to be improving every time. Do you give them a chance tonight against England?
Do I give them a chance? I think they're massive underdogs. There's always a chance in a game, but I do think Scotland are a very good team. Obviously, having coached Ireland, we play Scotland a lot, and we've seen the improvement they've got. They've the huge advantage of a lot of their players playing in professional cricket and county cricket in England, which obviously the Ireland girls don't get to do that. So the Scots have really, really pushed on. Kirsty Gordon's come and joined them as well, who obviously had played for England and is a class player, captain of the Blaze in English county cricket. So they've got a very, very good team. They've got a good bowling attack. They've got a strong batting lineup, and they field really well. They really should have beaten the West Indies the other day. Just on New Zealand, I do think New Zealand have a chance to go through. They need to beat England, obviously, which is a big ask. They've lost already to Sri Lanka and the West Indies, but they do have a chance to go through. They were narrow losses, so their net run rate isn't awful, albeit they only just beat Ireland last night. But they have a chance still. But the Scots, I think the Scots, there's still going to be upsets in that group. You know, Scotland and Ireland. Ireland play the Sri Lanka and West Indies still to go, and have beaten both of those teams in the last couple of years. And Scotland obviously beat Ireland, so they can beat anyone as well. I do think it's a bit of an ask to beat England tonight, albeit Natsira Brunt looks like she's resting to try and get that calf through to later in the tournament. So it looks like England going through from that group along with one other who look, the West Indies have won 2 out of 2, but I wouldn't put it past one of the other teams to come through as well.
What have you made of the World Cup generally? I mean, they've made a big song and dance, quite rightly so, about the number of tickets that have been sold. Have you felt that there's been a buzz in the grounds and that there's been a lot of engagement?
There was a good crowd here yesterday, I thought, for the New Zealand-Ireland game, considering it was the only game here. And it was probably about maybe a third full, which is not bad for a big stadium down here. And a pretty tricky place to get to as well. It's not in Southampton, it's a little bit further away. There's a nice crowd in today. It's probably about a third full again. There is a nice buzz around the place. Obviously, both teams here, Pakistan and Bangladesh, are represented, but there is a nice smattering of supporters just from lots of different teams who've obviously had games down here as well. So there is a nice buzz around. We are stuck up in the BBC studio. Sometimes it's hard to hear what's going on outside these tinted windows. But yeah, there's a nice buzz. The lights are on down here. It's a little bit of a gloomy day, but I think it's been a good tournament. Lots of very close games. Yes, today Australia beat the Netherlands very easily, but then there was still some good stories from the Netherlands batting lineup as well. And they probably had the biggest travelling contingent of anyone. You can't miss them in their orange shirts. And there was a big, huge crew of them in the Shane Warne stand over to our right.
I mean, one of the things that strikes me is that, and having watched quite a lot of T20 World Cups, men's and women's in the last few years, they do come thick and fast, is that actually the standards equalising a little bit, by which I mean I'm seeing real signs of encouragement in teams that perhaps traditionally wouldn't have. Sri Lanka starting to get bigger scores on the board, a little bit more power in their middle order, starting to see the likes of Scotland and Ireland yesterday. The depth of talent is starting to come through. Is that encouraging to you?
Oh, it's massively encouraging. I think, especially on the bowling and fielding front, I mean, the fielding has been a bit of a talking point, but generally speaking, the fielding and bowling is really, really improving, and most teams are competent in those two sort of facets. I think the batting is the big difference. Even watching Australia today against the Netherlands, probably the weakest team in the World Cup, albeit they still have some good players, but the way the Australians hit it compared to the Dutch girls was completely different. It was that extra power. Miss hits were going for 4s and 6s, whereas that just wasn't happening for the the Dutch girls. And I think it's the same with teams. Obviously, we're watching Bangladesh against Pakistan out in front of me here, and it just doesn't look like the power's there, and the sort of the want to get sort of 160 plus still isn't there. You know, they're aiming for 120, 130. That's what it looked like from the start, and that's sort of old school stuff. So I think that's the big move now next for the next level for the teams who are maybe not outside that sort of big 5 and 6 teams is to be really being ambitious and try and get 150, 160 and really push on and get a bit of power into the game, which is probably the last thing that's lacking from women's cricket.
Thanks. The players are making their way out. Just before I let you go, update on the score of Bangladesh's innings over yet?
It's 1 ball to go, and Bangladesh are 119 for 6. So yeah, hopefully not Susie Bates hit the last ball for 6 yesterday. So yeah, it looks like a score of around 120 for Pakistan to chase in this second innings.
Well, it sounds pretty frantic. We're going to let you go, Ed, if you want to listen to that match. It's on Sport Extra 2. But the players are on their way out. Jonathan Agnew has sat down. He's alongside Phil Tufnell with England in a parlous state.
A parlous state? Yeah, absolutely. Take nothing away from New Zealand, though.
I wonder where that was going from.
Oh, absolutely. But take nothing away from New Zealand. They have been all over this England batting line-up, and they just look in a bit of a weird headspace, don't they?
Yeah.
They look rattled.
Yes, they do. I'm perhaps a bit confused as to how they go about this, but Root's played fluently, 24. And we've got Smith bowling the first over after tea. And with the wicketkeeper up, Root goes forward and taps the ball away into the offside. So 54 for 3. 409 more runs required by England to win. But they've got 2.5 hours of batting now and then a full day tomorrow.
What is a parlous state?
Oh, parlous. I was happy with parlous, but I was a bit worried about where he's going to start with. Anyway, well, parlous is like empty pockets.
Parlous.
In goes Smith. Bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Root. Raises the bat high. It's collected by Blundell, the wicketkeeper. Henry Corbett is the vicar in the Liverpool diocese, now in the Toxteth and Wavertree Deanery, has emailed to say how much he enjoyed today's view from the boundary. Andrew Bailey's story of his team being skittled in a game all over in half an hour reminded me of my first clergy cricket game, he writes. As a young curate in Everton, I made my debut in the Liverpool clergy cricket team against Carlisle clergy. And after 15 minutes, they were 5 for 6.
Oh, dear.
In goes Smith. Over the wicket, wide of the crease, ball very full, and Root squeezes that out. So I asked in the huddle, says the Reverend, if we change the bowling, give them some runs. I was told by our skipper, the Reverend John Macaulay, no, we'll bowl them out for 10, knock off the runs, then have a friendly and get some practice in. So he bowled them out for 10. Alan Godson, once a Cambridge Rugby Blue, got the runs in 1 over, and then we had a friendly game. We were a good side. We won the National Church Times Cup a good few times. There we are.
Ruthless for a church side.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Not very charitable.
No, it's not. Here's Smith bowling. Pushed away out to cover. And there's no run. No, I thought, I must admit, Henry, I thought you might give a few, just to give a few away.
Yeah. You know. All in the spirit of the game.
This shows once you get out there, you leave your cassock on the other side of the boundary rope and off you go. Take your dog collar off. You're like the rest of us.
Absolutely. Yeah, play hard but fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, for 10. My game was 11, I think.
Did you?
Although actually,
you got 8 for
fair,
2.
Andrew thought it was 12, but it's one of those. Here's Smith bowling, driven away down to mid-on. And there's no run. Yes, that game's over in half an hour.
Well, what do you do if you don't have a friendly? I suppose you'll go down a pub, do you? Or something, I don't know.
Not when you're at school.
Oh,
I suspect the clergy boys, they didn't mention going down the pub.
Not a lot else to do, is there?
No.
Well, at least we had at least they had a friendly.
Yeah.
Hold them out to 10 again.
We did. 54 for 3. The Barmies are up. And Finchy blowing his trumpet there. In goes Smith and bowls on off stump. Root plays it, and then as he tends to do, he just takes his right hand off the bat handle. He conducts proceedings with his left, rather like a conductor with his baton. 54 for 3. Root 24, Brook 9. And England lost Gay for 11, Duckett for 9, and Bethel for a duck.
Did you see the cake was good? The big gold ingot.
Gold bar.
Oh, gold bar.
Gold bar. I mean, that's a real. It's called a Hovis.
Is it?
But no, it's not officially called a Hovis, but they call it a Hovis because it's obviously they're different, obviously different shaped bars.
Yeah.
That's a Hovis because it looks like a Hovis loaf.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, whoever made that, really.
Isn't it an ingot? Is it?
Ingot, yes.
Yeah, the gold ingot.
It's about 14 kilograms in weight. Gold bar.
Yeah, lovely.
Lights coming on as O'Rourke bowls and Brook leans forward, and that comes off a thick inside edge out to mid wicket. Ravindra catches it.
There's not a lot of it about, is there, Gold?
Well, it's quite a lot down there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I said he was sitting on a lot of money, didn't I? Sitting on a pile.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Yeah, sitting on a fortune.
Sitting on a fortune.
Wow.
His office is above
the
vaults.
Is it?
Yeah. He goes down there and dusts them every now and then.
I bet. Yeah.
Gives them a stroke.
Yeah. What's the America? Fort Knox, isn't it, as well? Does that hold all?
Well, I thought he was saying that. He said the American Federal Bank. Is that the same thing? Is that Fort Knox?
I think it's Fort Knox, isn't it? That's the one that's famous.
Well, it seems to be, does it? But is that just folklore or not? I don't know. In comes O'Rourke and bowls that steered down to gully. It must be the American Federal Bank, is it? I didn't like to sort of show my ignorance on that one.
Yes, the United States Bullion Depository, often known as Fort Knox.
Ah, there we are.
Is a fortified vault building.
Yeah.
But I'm reading this off the. I'm not giving out state secrets.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Well, they've got more billions than we do, apparently, and apparently all the stuff down there is not necessarily ours. So I said, look, the country's bust. Why don't we sell it off?
Well, no, because that's what sort of regulates economies, isn't it?
Well, apparently.
And what you borrow against, I think.
Here's O'Rourke bowls, and that's played firmly down the field by Brook. Chase from mid-on there. He has timed that very well. When Brook hits the ball, it tends to stay hit. And the fielder there, quite spectacularly, does a head over the heels, a sort of a roly-poly somersault there, over the boundary edge and takes the ball with him.
I wonder who decided that gold was going to be precious.
Well, I don't know.
And diamonds was sort of,
Definitely.
Someone must have decided.
Yeah.
Oh, back in the day.
Is it King Midas, maybe? Thinking he could make.
I mean, otherwise it could have been a cabbage, Yeah, darling, I've got your lovely cabbage ring for your wedding.
It gets traded, gets moved around. He said if a load of security turn up with machine guns, it means probably someone's depositing a bit more.
Oh, okay, lovely.
58 for 3. O'Rourke runs in, bowls to Brook. It's short and wide. Oh, the fielder didn't see that. He ducked out of the way.
Oh.
Hitting the ball really quite savagely out there now.
Oh, he lashed at that one. Yeah, I think Devon Conway ducked, got out of the way. But, absolutely smoked it. Short and wide. Gave it the full beans.
But you're going to be asked again what you'd like on the banknotes. What animal you'd like, don't you?
Oh, animal?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Public are choosing.
Are we?
They've already told what the selection is. I think they've got down to the last 20.
Tiger.
No, you don't have tigers in the English countryside.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not going to have a bunny rabbit on it.
Well, you might have a bunny
rabbit.
You might have a bunny rabbit. Here's O'Rourke bowling. That's steered away to gully. I'll bet one of them's going to be a fox because people like foxes, don't they?
Yes. Hedgehog.
Might be a hedgehog. They've got 4. You've got a fiver, tenner, 20, and a 50-pounder.
What do you usually see?
Well, they've got historical faces.
Yes.
It's coming to that time where they're going to do new notes.
Yeah.
And the public will choose. They've already chosen the category.
Yeah.
Which is cuddly animals.
Well, foxes could be a bit snarly.
Well, yeah, they can be. They tend to do their own thing, don't they?
What's a cut? Dogs? That's not a
dog counts. What do they got on there?
So I think they narrowed it down to 18.
Yeah.
Right. In comes O'Rourke again, bowls short and pull. That's going to be another 4 at least.
Yeah.
It's gone out towards deep square leg. Another boundary.
Freeing up a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, Brooks just loosening up a little bit here. 64 for 3.
I think there's fish, mammals, and miscellaneous other. I think.
Yeah.
Barn owl, kingfisher, hedgehog, red fox, bumblebee, puffin, the sea eagle, hare, woodpecker, curlew, pine marten, grey seal, basking shark, bottlenose dolphin, butterfly, dragonfly, frog and salmon. They're going to put them all in a warehouse And let them fight to the death.
They're not all. They're not all. We don't get any bottlenose. Do we get bottlenose dolphins around here? I don't know.
I think we do.
Do we?
Yeah.
Basking sharks.
Yeah, basking shark we do. Yeah, down in Cornwall. Yeah, great big
not
thing.
in Leicestershire.
No. If you get one in Rutland Water,
I've got a good one that I think
64 for 3. Here's Smith bowling. Is tucked away by a root down to long leg.
the barn owl.
You like a barn owl?
I like a barn owl.
You'd like seeing them at night flying.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful creatures.
I like a kingfisher.
Yes, love a kingfisher.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Pint of kingfisher.
Yeah. Hare. Oh, I see so many hares when I'm walking the dogs.
Well, you do.
A lot of them.
You live out in the fields, old
Yeah,
boy.
they're wonderful animals.
Yeah.
The way they move, they run.
They box, don't they?
Actually, quite late. Well, I've seen that the other day. The other morning, came up and there were two boxing there, and it's a fantastic sight.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, hare.
Yeah.
Bottlenose dolphin.
Yeah, I think we've got a few lurking about.
Goes Smith wide of the crease and bowls. That's played comfortably by Brook. Towards
silent, aren't they, owls? So they hunt because of the feathers on their wings. There's a little special feather on the bottom of their wings that you can't hear them coming.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah.
Why don't they put one of those on these drones?
Well, yeah, but they've thought about it. They have looked at the owl for like military airplanes about how they can sort of disguise and quieten it all down. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, fascinating stuff.
Well, so far we've chosen about 8.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be
allowed
difficult,
4.
isn't it? I like a kingfisher, though.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
Smith bowls, and that's pulled by Brook. I think Brook's coming out here to say, listen, the way I got out in the first innings, I'm really cross about this. I'm just going to show you. You can have the keeper up, you can have your keeper standing wherever you like.
Yeah.
I've had enough of this. And he's just pulled that through mid-wicket.
Yeah,
races on now to 22.
He's coming out, played a few shots, hasn't
Yes.
he? Yeah, he's really looking to take on these New Zealand bowlers. Yeah, there's quite a bit of frustration in that shot, I think. It wasn't that short, and he's absolutely slapped it over mid-wicket's head. 1 bounce 4. I think he's saying that I don't care whether the keeper's standing up. This is how I play.
This is not. You're not going to think this is a weakness of mine.
No.
Here's the next one.
I'll tell you why it is as well, that I think it has gone in his mind a little bit, mainly for that sort of reason. He bats cheeky, doesn't he? He's a cheeky player.
Yeah.
With lots of little ramps and clips and those kind of shots as well, to balls that shouldn't quite be going to those places. And I think that's just sort of it's stifled his sort of cheekiness, if you know what I mean. And he's thought to himself, oh, crikey, I need to defend and need to do this. I think you're right, John. I think he's just saying, listen, I'm going to put him completely out of my mind as if he's not there.
You think you've got a plan?
Yeah.
Well, I'll show you it's not working.
Yeah, absolutely.
69 for 3. Smith again runs in and bowls, and Brook plays that quite late, but he's steered it for another 4.
Yeah, good.
It comes a little bit low, that one, and he adjusted at the very last moment and guides the ball down to third man. This is where he gets dangerous, though. He's ticking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plays some wonderful shots, but just keep going. Don't do something crazy.
Well, if Harry's still batting to this side tomorrow night, we've won the game.
No, it's all over. Yep.
Yeah, the draw's actually not in the equation. I think I heard you talking about it earlier. The draw's now not in the equation.
But we've seen him get to 20, 30, get in, and then that was rather the story of the winter. Smith runs in hard, bowls to him. Oh, he's pulled it. Hasn't got hold of that one, but it's going to be safe. And it just lands over mid-wicket's head. And they'll come back for 2. Well, I suppose New Zealand at the moment won't mind seeing him play shots.
No.
75 for 3. The target's 463. Ben Stokes is 95 not out.
Is he?
He came in at 30 for 3 for Durham against Northants. So he's warming up.
I've been seeing bits and pieces of that innings on the monitor. Looks quite an angry innings.
He's smashing it about.
He's smashing it about. I think he's proven a point. Might just be the perfect thing for him. Just to free up, get some runs, enjoy it, and get a smile back on your face.
Here's O'Rourke then. He's bowling to Joe Root, who leans back and cuts the ball for 4 more. Well, a real fight back going on here.
Well, I think
it goes to 30.
Yeah, I think they're thinking to themselves, well, listen, we may as well throw a few. There's no point in succumbing here. We're 3 down. Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's get some runs and try and throw a few punches back and dent a few of the New Zealand bowlers for Trent Bridge.
Lovely shot that. He leant back and hit it absolutely where he wanted to. He plays it so late. We talked about Kane Williamson yesterday, and it's very similar. Plays the ball so late, the ball goes between point and third man. Well, they're enjoying themselves here. I know that the match situation is still critical. However, they're giving the crowd something to smile about. 384 still to win. It's 79 for 3. A leg slip there, and 2 slips in the offside as O'Rourke comes galloping in, and he bowls to Root, who plays so late again. Runs the ball to third man. Another 4. Yeah, he must be infuriating to bowl at. You think you've got the line right. You think you've got him playing and dabbling outside the off stump, and you think, oh, he shouldn't be really playing at that. But of course he does, and it goes for 4. He just opens the face of the bat the last second. Dabs it away.
That's a good effort to get it for 4, actually, on Gully's right hand. Because third man was quite fine.
Yeah.
29 off the last 12 balls.
Yeah, a bit of entertainment for the crowd. Why not?
Absolutely.
Paid the money. Let's give him a bit of a show, Harry.
Here's O'Rourke. Past the umpire, towering figure. He bowls, and Root just defends that one. Here's it back up to mid-off. And there's no run. And Root's got something to prove this innings too. He's had a quiet sort of
a few of them had a quiet. I mean, what's Duckett's record?
Well, he's now not had a half century in his last 7 tests, the 5 in Australia, and the 2 so far in this series. Winston actually batted quite well, 19 and 33 in the low-scoring game at Lord's, 36 before being run out.
He looked in good nick, to be fair, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah, he did. Cool.
That was a horrible pull shot there.
Yeah, it was a horrible pull. I mean, I know he's only a little fella, but it was right above his head.
O'Rourke bowls outside the off-stump, and Root lets that go through.
Bethel. Oh, could do with a 50 or something.
Yeah. Well, it's all going to come down to Trent Bridge, unless some miracle happens here.
Well,
if they keep going at this rate, England might need to take the extra half hour tonight to finish it off.
Yes.
Well, I suppose you think, 380 to win, let's get it under 300.
Yep.
So these next 80 runs, let's not lose a wicket, and then that's a little milestone. Yeah, I'm going Kingfisher.
O'Rourke moves in, bowls to Root. Oh, he's done him again. Bending at the knee, getting underneath it.
Yeah.
And just helping the ball over slips. Tall man, he knows more or less the length that the ball's going to be. He just gets underneath. It's brilliant improvisation.
That's the third 4 that has gone through the cordon, all in different places and by different sort of techniques.
That was almost like giving slip catching practice, except he just had to go underneath it, just open the face of the bat.
90 mile an hour, John.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
Silky.
Yeah. So 87 for 3. Root on 38, Brook on 28.
Yeah, I think we're going to go barn owl, kingfisher, bottlenose dolphin, one other. That's my first 3. I don't know what the middle order is.
There's O'Rourke pulled away into the leg side. They'll take 1 run. Finn Dodd, further to your chat about competitive clergymen.
Oh,
I played in a match against South Downs Cricket Club and the Free Foresters. The Downs team was skippered by the Reverend Andrew Wingfield Digby.
I know wingers, diggers.
He married me.
Did he?
The former spiritual consultant to England team. We were captained by Michael Wingfield Digby, the Reverend's cousin.
Yeah.
And the former Dorset opening batsman. I was batting with Michael, and the Downs slow bowler stopped his run and warned me about backing up too far.
Yeah.
The Reverend Andrew at mid-on berated his bowler for not running me out.
Yeah.
Like a sort of a mancad situation, running out, backing up. Michael objected, and there was an unseemly argument between the cousins. I think we took an early tea and calmed things down.
Oh, absolutely. Nice cup of tea.
They are.
Does that.
They are.
Wingers Dingers came on the India tour as sort of sort of psychological help sort of thing?
I think he was just yes, he went in his, yes, I think didn't Ray Illingworth appoint him as...
Yeah, that's right. Lovely chap,
yeah.
Stingers.
Oh, no, he is. I watched this ball and then Daniel's coming in. No, he did marry me, which is nice of him.
Yeah, lovely. How's it going? Still getting on?
Well, we see each other every now and then. Let's spend time apart, in my experience, like any good marriage. 88 for 3. And then goes Smith over the wicket. Is there, and he bowls, and Root clips him away into the leg side. Want 2 here if they can. He's hit it quite firmly, but they should get 2. It's picked up in the deep by O'Rourke, and 2 runs taken. Tough as thoughts, and then it'll be down here.
Yeah, really trying to throw a few punches back at this disciplined New Zealand bowling attack. They've done very well to get the first 3 wickets, but the 50 partnership comes up.
In just 7 overs.
In just 7 overs, and there's a few England flags being waved, even though things are looking a little bit grim, Dan.
He cleaned me up, did Andrew Winfield Digby.
Did he? What, with the delivery?
Yes.
What, hit on the head?
No.
Oh.
He clipped the top of my off stump.
Oh, okay, I know what you're saying.
I was opening the batting
up
at university, and he was playing for something like, I don't know, played for North Oxford or something.
You were an opener, Dad?
I was, yeah. Yeah. And the pitch was lovely. It was like a road.
Oh.
You can imagine.
Devastated.
I was, because it was quite early in the day.
What, for naught?
I think I might have got coupled, but
right.
you know, it was the first over. I think it's sort of an inside edge or something for a couple. Smith in, worked away, flicked away, down to long leg for a single. And the thing that was really annoying about it was he was extremely polite about it, and I didn't feel polite in return. You know, he said, I'm terribly sorry, I haven't bowled a ball like that for quite a while. It has started on middle and leg, turned me round completely and clipped the top of off.
Oh,
and my day was ruined.
Yeah.
And I'm sat there, you can't even really go to the bar at 1:03, can you?
Oh, knowing you, Dan.
Well, I probably did have a consolatory beer or but
No, lovely chap.
Lovely chap.
Got to know very well in India.
Here's Smith again, driving outside the off stump, missing his Brook, and good take from Blundell standing up. I'm always moderately amazed by any take from an 82-mile-per-hour bowler when I would just be flinching.
Oh, I know.
It's horrible because the batter's sort of in the way, and then the bat's flailing about.
Yeah,
you've just got to keep your hands there.
Well, you've got to keep your eyes level, haven't you? You've got to stay in that level place and just let it's almost instinct.
Yes, I guess.
Really.
Yeah, it must be.
Because you haven't got time to, one bounces, one squats down.
Yeah.
You've got to have the feel.
Smith into Brook. Brook on 28 defends on the front foot. Goes to Latham at short extra cover. There's no run. Yeah, he was a thoroughly likeable chap.
Yeah.
Was it? Maybe it's Graham Fowler tells a story of how he came out during the 84-85 India series as well. So I think he would come out, wouldn't he, at a certain point, and then provide succour and support.
Yes, that was what it was.
If you're feeling a little bit homesick.
Yes, that's right. Like I say, long way from home, 4 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's Smith again in his 7th over. Brook drives firmly but straight to Jameson at mid-off along the ground. There is no run. England going on at quite a rate after the tea break. 91 for 5. What did they? It was only for 3. What did they go in at?
54 for 2. The first over after the break was a maiden. Then 34 runs. Well done, right? 34 runs in the next 3 overs. So 37-16.
Right. In 23 minutes. Root on 42. He's not quite... Well, he's not quite. He hasn't got the big score yet. Now, the umpire's having a look at the ball. And it's supposed to go through one and not go through the other, but we never know which one it is. So I think the umpire actually thinks this one might need to be replaced. And so the bag of balls is going to come out. I say a bag. It is a bag, really. It's a case inside a bag. And we had a very famous changed ball here at the Oval a few years ago, didn't we?
Yes, we've had a few ball changes here. I think I played in one.
Did you?
Yes. The Pakistan.
Yes. What happened when the ball was changed?
We all walked off at tea or something, and Pakistan didn't walk back out. Is that
Oh yeah,
correct?
well there was that, wasn't there? Because
Yeah.
well there was that was a sort of accusation of
Yes, that's right.
shenanigans to
Yes,
the ball, wasn't
yes,
there?
that's right.
Yeah. But then we had the Ashes 3 years ago when
Broady.
Yeah, suddenly got this lovely ball. It was beautiful, wasn't it? And then we got a close up on
one
it.
of Bob Massey's.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, yes, one of Bob Massey's that
shiny.
Jonathan had got his hands on many years ago.
Yeah.
By the way, while the ball is being changed, today at the Test is BBC Two and BBC iPlayer at 7:30 tonight, and England v Scotland at the Women's World Cup will follow us at 6:30 on 5 Sports Extra, with coverage starting on Sports Extra 2 at 6:15 p.m.
Playing well, the ladies. Off to a good start.
Decent start, but you know there's concerns over Nat Sciver-Brunt because the skipper.
Another injury.
Well, she retired herself within 8 runs of victory. She was on 48. She just crunched a boundary, and then she walked off. She looked fine, but it was a precaution because she was feeling some stiffness in the calf near the region where she's had this injury, which has kept her out of
Wise
England's
to just
summer.
wander off then, only need 8.
Yes, and I think the idea is that with no disrespect to Scotland, it's they would hope that they could win that game without the skipper, as they've got 2 quite important games at the back end of that league. They play West Indies and New Zealand, who are the 2 more fancied sides, and they come up. And there's a little bit of a gap as well, isn't there? I think England's next game isn't for a few days, like Wednesday next week, I think, on the 24th, the day before the Trent Bridge Test.
A little bit of tinkering going on.
I think there's a bit of tinkering. Charlie Dean's done very well as stand-in skipper for England. I think she's a brilliant captain.
Yeah,
actually.
I do.
I think she's.
I saw a captain a game not so long ago. She did brilliantly.
She did, didn't she? Right.
Oh,
Smith is
I
in with a
say.
changed ball. They might have to change it again because Brooke has absolutely leathered that for 6. Had over deep backward square. He's leant back and destroyed it. Fetch another ball, perhaps.
Don't matter what ball it is, I can still whack it, and that's quite a big boundary over there.
Wow.
On the way to Archbishop Tennyson's. Short of a length. It's a wristy flick, isn't it? It's sort of a upward wristy flick that Harry Brook plays. It's not like a sort of a pull shot. It's a like a front foot wristy flick over.
A front foot wristy flick from low to high.
Yeah, about waist high.
The power, it's the pace in the power he generates. I still can't quite get over the 6 he hit in the first innings over backward point.
Oh yeah. Oof. Scythe over backward point.
Yeah.
43 off the last 22 balls now. Harry Brook.
It's on.
Hit his last ball 40
tonight
for 4, including that 29 off his last 15.
Yeah. Thank you. 97 for 3 at the end of the over. Carl Jameson, who's got 2 for 10, is coming in, and the field has changed somewhat. Slip, Gully, I'll tell you more in a moment. Jameson in to Root, who drives so elegantly, but he can't beat a diving cover.
Well, it's red hot tomorrow.
Yes.
Clear skies. I mean, I think that just this little bit of cloud has helped. I think England bowled quite well and got it moving about a bit, as have New Zealand. But tomorrow is crystal clear, not a cloud in the sky, and about 30 degrees. And we saw what New Zealand did to us. Who knows?
Who knows?
These 2.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, they came to the crease needing only 423 to win. They've done that before together in Multan. They got over 423.
There you go.
Slightly different circumstances, as Jameson is into Root, who defends inside edge onto pad. Hands go to heads. They thought they might have just crept through.
Very difficult when a chap comes steaming in. It's a bit like a Curtly Ambrose, 6'8", to make yourself go forward.
Yes, I bet.
You feel like everything's coming up at you. And just that one there, Joe, not quite sort of really getting forward. And it was almost, not a half volley, but a good length ball, but very difficult. Really trying to get forward.
Yes, you're not going to relish it, are you?
No.
They've got a couple of them in O'Rourke and Jameson, haven't they? And then you've got your nibbler with Henry, and then you've got the remorseless accuracy of Smith. It's a very well-balanced attack.
It is.
Jameson in again, and again attacking the stumps, but Root defends into the offside. And there is no run. It's giving the crowd something to get lively about, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Saturday night.
If England are to win this game, not only will they need to smash the record for highest successful chase, they'll need the second highest ever 4th innings test score. The only one higher than the 463 that England are chasing.
West Indies.
Well, is it surely Durban?
Yes.
651 for 5.
654 for 5 in the famous timeless test. And he had to leave to get
Get on the boat.
That's right. Jameson Bowles is defended up to mid off this no run because the Second World War was on its, was starting to bubble up.
Right,
Not quite at that point, but it was starting to bubble up.
Well, you want to get home before that.
And was it true that Wally Hammond took the train or something though? He was. I think he had slightly. It went slightly differently for Wally.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
What happens if you're on 99?
I know, must have been infuriating. Well, also they played for 11. They played for 11 days.
I know, but if you got yourself in, I'd have been.
I know. Yeah, Bill Edrich got a lot of runs in that, didn't he? I think that's left alone outside the off stump. Did he get 219?
He did, Dan. Yes.
Oh, that's good to know.
Glad to know you misspent your youth in the same way that I did.
Yes.
Wow. I mean,
yes, other people were reading other sorts of material.
Or perhaps going out and playing cricket.
Well,
or having a run about the park.
Those who can do, those who can't get obsessed with the stats of the people who can.
It was a great source of dismay to my mother. She kept on sticking down a copy of, a Jane Austen book, and it was she'd come back the next night and there would just be 3 wisdoms by the side of my bed.
There you go. You like what you like.
You do, don't you? You do. Jameson in, and Root defends again on the front foot, strikes a bit of pad, might be a bit of inside edge, but the plan to Root is very clear. A maiden over there from Jameson, attack those pads, attack the stumps. 97 for 3, Root 42, Brook 34 at the end of the over.
Yeah, they just wait for that little bit of nibble, a little bit of nip back.
Well, that's what's done for Root on a few occasions, hasn't it? Yes, and Brook.
Yeah.
I mean, it did a lot for Jamie Smith as well, didn't it? I've seen a bit of him this year, and he's been very, very careful about practicing forward defences all the time.
Well, I think he might have had a little look of what was going wrong.
Which is positive, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it might have been perhaps Stewie or someone might have had a word with him and said, hold on a minute, you keep sort of like bringing the bat down and it's knocking your off pole out.
Yeah.
A little bit of a technical adjustment, running repairs. It's needed for the best of us,
Yes. Who was your technical consultant when you were batting?
Who did we? Well, no one really.
Smith. In, down the leg side and pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. It's more runs, it's 4 more for Brook.
Didn't see it, Ravindra.
Well, not sure I did.
No.
Not sure I did.
It's a tricky ground to see at the Oval, and Ravindra down on that sort of like square boundary just didn't move.
We'll get a better view of it here. He's hit it well in front of square. It's the time he's got is ridiculous, isn't it? And yes, that little wristy flick again. Tough as he's on his way to get some important batting coaching. And Smith is running in to Brook. The 100 came up with that boundary. Forward comes Brook, defends a full delivery into the covers off the front foot. And there's no run. Smith into his 6th over, none for 37. The plan is clear. And now, just some words. Stokes is on 95. And it would appear that is this live? I've got Ben Stokes live. This is our idea of heaven, isn't it, Andy? Could you get the other 8 county championship matches up as well, please? We just watch them all. Smith turns and runs in. Brook is beaten on the outside edge. Beautiful ball, well taken by Blundell again, standing up. Brook on 38 from 27. I think Brook plays like this normally anyway, but there just seems to be a little bit more of a, oh well, we might as well attitude to it. I suppose he's freed by this. No one's really going to go after him if he gets caught on the boundary today.
Well, I think he's in a better flow of batting when he's playing like this.
Just looks more comfortable, doesn't he? Smith is in. Brook just defends his the offside. Wants a run that's so not there, it's unreal, and sent back by Root. Hello, Michael's back with us.
Good afternoon. I see you've got Ben Stokes back.
We've got Ben Stokes here. He's on 95. He's facing up to Conway, and he just digs that one out. You're getting 2 commentaries for the price of 1 here. The value of the BBC licence fee is just going through the roof here. Come on, Michael, give us some expert analysis.
Well,
I
I see
Darren
that
Northants.
they lost 3 early ones, and then the England skipper's gone on a bit of a run. What's he, 95?
He's on 95, Rhodes on 58. Smith is in, and Brooke drives beautifully, but square of the wicket out to deep point, just takes the single, 102 for 3. Brooke to 39, as simultaneously Stokes is flicking at one down the leg side and gets a pad on it, not bad.
Well, this game out in the middle, Root 42, Brooke 39. I just wonder whether Tom Latham will turn to spin. Joe Root's a brilliant player at spin, but someone like Harry Brooke.
Oh, the tempter.
Yeah, I think I'd be having a look.
Catching cover, catching short mid-wicket for Joe Root. Smith is in to him, and he turns this away off his hip very nicely down towards deep backward square. They won't take the second on this occasion. And 6 come from the over, 4 and 2 singles. Root to 43. He'll keep strike the start of the next over, 103 for 3.
Do you think at tea time? I was watching the England football match the other night, and after the game, they said that Thomas Tuchel at half time,
Bazball.
He said to them, didn't he? He said, if we're going to lose, we're going to lose our way.
He said it was Bazball. He said,
think,
if you can have 7 men in defence and still concede a goal, what's the point?
Well, do you think something has been said at tea? Because they've certainly come out after tea playing more the Bazball way than they were doing before.
You think so? Because Duckett was a little bit in his shell, wasn't he, beforehand? There was a little bit of more tentative play. They have been more aggressive, haven't they? Root faces up the start of a new over from Jameson, and he defends his first ball into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, I don't know. What would you reckon? Would words be spoken? Would it be, let's go down fighting?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, and particularly someone like Harry Brooke, I was saying on the pod the other day that I just think he's a better player, and he looks more comfortable when he's being a bit cheeky.
Yeah.
A bit chaotic.
Yeah.
He's a different player to anything. I think the closest that we've ever had is Kevin Peterson. And Kevin was a better player when he was trying to cause a bit of damage.
Here comes Jameson again. Nice flowing drive from Root, goes just past extra cover. It has to be picked up by mid-off, and they get another run. Root to 44. I guess the frustration is, wouldn't it be lovely if you knew that Brooke had a solid forward defence as well? So should that ball be coming in and back into your pads, that you'd be able to keep it out. Maybe you just can't have it all. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ben Stokes is still on 95. If he gets to his 100, we'll let you know. There's a very wide slip in place in a gully as Jameson is in. And Brooke drives edgily down towards deep backward point. He's going to get 4. It's to the left of Ravindra out there on the deep backward point boundary. And Brooke goes to 43. He's almost caught up with Root now, having faced half the number of balls. Score 108 for 3 here, but I think a wicket has gone down at Chesterley Street. It has. Was it Stokes? And did he get 95? He did get 95. We've just seen, that's lead. It's kept very low. Just seen the ball from Conway. It kept very low and clattered into his stumps, a bit like Bethel at Lord's. Down the wicket comes Brooke, and he has hammered this high towards the groundsman's hut. For 4, it's bounced just in front of it. And this is a definite change of approach here. Brooke to 47, using his feet, but the keeper's not standing up to Jameson for understandable reasons. But Brooke, he didn't quite time it perfectly. He's got it near the bottom of the bat, but he's got the elevation up and over extra cover. And it's run off towards, the dugouts, really. 112 for 3. Jameson in, and he defends a full ball. The crowd love that. Absolutely love that. The applause is more for that than it was for the 4.
Dan, I know Harry well enough. 47 from 32. He won't be doing too many of those.
No.
Now he's come out in this kind of flow. I mean, that shot over extra cover, the dance down. But with so much control.
I mean, it's early days, but if he's going to keep batting like this, and it looks like he is, if he doesn't get out for another 35 balls, as Jameson is in. Oh, and he's guided that deliberately for 4. It's a wonderful shot, a shot of finesse. We saw a shot of murderous power a couple of balls before, and this one he's just waited for, guided down the deep third boundary, and he's brought up his 50 in 33 balls. 10 fours and a 6. And whisper it softly, the fastest 100 by an Englishman was by Gilbert Jessup on this ground in 1902. It took somewhere between 72 and 76 balls. He's halfway there in fewer than half as many balls. I'm getting out of the way. There's a lot of responsibility on Simon Mann after some words from Andy Zaltzman.
The details of Brooks 50, 33 balls, 1-6, and that was his 10th 4, so 46 runs in boundaries off his 51 so far. His 27th 50-plus score in his 36th test. 10 of those he's converted into centuries. And it's Brooks' quickest test 50.
Right, here's Henry into bowl to Root, and Root stuck on the pad, shout for LBW, out, and Root immediately reviews it. Immediately. So what are we going to see here? Henry thinks he's struck.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Get a front on, please.
Well, Henry was celebrating immediately the ball hit the pad.
Joe Root immediately reviewed.
Front on coming up.
Must have hit it.
Oh yes, he did.
It appears there's an inside edge there. We'll just confirm that with ultra edge, please. Ultra edge coming up now. Just making sure it's bat first. Yeah, I've got an inside edge onto the pad. Adrian, just confirm there we've got bat onto pad first.
Oh, this is a tricky one, actually.
Was it? I don't think it wasn't caught, I don't think, was it? You can check that if you like, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. No, thank you.
Well, they have to make sure
I've got bat before impact on the pad, so we'll stay with, sorry, Adrian will overturn your original decision to not out.
So there we go, Root knew he'd hit it. It was a question of whether it was inside edge onto the pad or almost simultaneously the ball hit the pad and the inside edge. And he looked disgruntled to overturn that, didn't he, Adrian Holstock? But to me, that looks clearly inside edge pad.
Yeah, on the first replay, it looks clear. Then when it slowed down, it was a tricky one.
It was simultaneous, you mean?
Yeah, you kind of the side on kind of view of it looked like it may have hit the pad first, but I think it's the right call.
Henry bowls to Root. Root forces this away towards deep cover. New Zealand have a man back there, so it's only a single. Root gets off strike against Henry.
I think Matt Henry of the Henry-Smith combination, I think Henry bowls with the keeper up that little bit better. I think he bowls that fuller length, which challenges the pad. I mean, Joe reviewed it straight away, so you kind of always trust a batter when they do it straight away. They don't even have to go and ask the partner.
So he knew he'd hit it. It's just a question of whether it did just brush the pad before the inside edge, but I don't think he did. I think that was an optical illusion on the TV where it looked as though it might have been pad at the same time. Right, Henry goes in, off for a quick single into the onside towards square leg. It might come off the pad, indeed it did, signalled by umpire Holdstock. So Brook and Root nipping through for a single. It was Brook running to the non-strikers and Root to the danger end, and 118 for 3.
Just a little more on Brooks' 33 ball 50. I mentioned it's the fastest of his 27 50-plus scores. Joint 6th fastest 50 for England in Test cricket of all time.
Well, what are we going to see here in the next half an hour or so? It's Root for now on strike. Henry bowls to him. Root is forward, head right over it. Solid-looking defensive shot. But this is a key contest here. Henry against Root. Henry is really dragging all the skill out of Root, keeping him honest. It really is a good battle, and Root, I think, is acknowledging it as well. He knows the threat that Henry poses with the keeper standing up. Bowling from the Vauxhall end, past the umpire into bowl to Root, and Root gets one that's just a bit shorter of a length, and Root forces it away off the back foot towards cover, and there's no run. 118 for 3.
Yeah, you can see the energy of both this pair. I mean, Harry more in a stroke kind of making sense, but Joe Root really kind of busy, looking for ones. Almost gone into a bit of like one-day cricket mode. Looking very active. Just seeing the Ben Stokes dismissal on the telly.
Seemed
to have a P-roller, wasn't it?
To keep a bit low. Here's Henry bowling and turned away by Root into the onside, gliding it away off the back foot, clipping it to Latham at mid-wicket. It's the end of Henry's over. 118 for 3. So these two came together at 40 for 3. Just giving the England supporters something to enjoy, actually, and relish on this Saturday afternoon, because they were in a pretty miserable position, and it looked as if the game was just going one way. At least they've lifted the crowd. That Brook half century, 51 now from 34 balls. So if you were to score the fastest 100, we don't really know, do we? Officially it's 76 balls, but still a lot of play to get there. Let's not be too premature on that. But I mean, Brook is having a go here. It's exciting to watch. There's a deep backward point, deep mid-wicket, fine leg. And here's Jameson bowling. Brook nudging into the onside, too close to mid-wicket. Oh, it's fumbled at mid-wicket, so they will get a single. It's Latham, the captain, sliding there across a green wicket. And it went out towards backward square leg in the end. So easy single for Brook. He's on to 52, and England to 119 for 3. If you're just wondering what the overall game scenario is, well, England have been set 463 to win. And we are 4:45 on this 4th day, and there's an hour and 3/4 cricket left tonight, and then a full day tomorrow. So the avenues for England are not promising, but these two are putting together a partnership. Jameson bowls to Root. Root defends, runs out towards cover, and there is no run. New Zealand today losing their last 7 wickets for 110. Makes it sound as though the bowlers might have been on top. Well, they were a little bit at the start, but there were a lot of wild swiping towards the end. I think in the end, New Zealand thought, we don't want to declare. Let's try to get as many runs as we can. Sometimes a declaration puts a bit of pressure on a fielding side. Don't declare. We'll be bowled out, play some shots, see if we can get some boundaries, 4s, 6s. Actually, a lot of the shots didn't result in that. They fell in a heap after the lunch interval. Jameson bowls, Root, nice crisp drive. Jameson fields in his follow through. Yeah, after lunch they lost 17, 4 for 17. James Root and Cox up there. I mean, the problem England have got here, they've got 2 debutants and then a tail basically to come.
I mean, realistically, the chase is, we're talking world records. But if we're going to get really excited, this pair have to be there tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Route 45. You feel there's just enough in this pitch, though, to keep the bowlers honest. Root, or in the game, I should say. Root drives, thickish inside edge, goes out towards deep mid-wicket, and they trot through for a single. It's not one of those surfaces where you think, actually, 2 players, they'll bat for 2 hours here. They'll get in and they'll bat for 2 hours. You feel as though there's enough to encourage the bowlers all the time.
Yeah.
Even though it's a decent batting pitch.
Did you know the groundsman here, Lee, is Phil Tufnell's neighbour?
Is that right?
Yeah, he just lives down the road, yeah.
What?
We found that out this
next door neighbour? Or
not next door, just
right.
in
their area?
Yeah, in the vicinity, yeah. It's something that the Cap found out this morning.
Jameson bowls. It's full on leg stump, clipped away by Brook, straight to Latham at mid-wicket. So you'll be popping around for drinks then, will he?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it'd be on the cards. He was telling me, Lee, that around the area where Phil lives, there's pictures of Tufnell everywhere. In the pubs, in the Chinese, in the Indian restaurants.
No.
Yeah, there's
really?
He's like, yeah, he's a local hero, yeah. Pictures of the Cap with his nice cheesy smile. Behind the bar in the pub, I think he said. I said, I'm not surprised.
When you go home, it's kind of nice to be incognito, isn't it?
No,
don't get recognised, but
local hero.
Jameson bowls, dabbed away by Brook down into the gully. It's picked up by Phillips away to his right-hand side.
I did notice at lunchtime, actually, on the television, that when we were out there in the middle, weren't we? We were talking about Chris Gaines hitting Phillip onto the roof, where you can see the tiles kind of been replaced. Huge hit.
I wouldn't like that job.
Replacing the tile?
No, it looks a bit precarious to me.
Yeah, it's very high. But anyway, at lunch on the telly was Phil Tufnell sat with Natta and Ath going through that game. And I didn't realise that Chris Gaines, he didn't just hit him for one, hit him for four.
Yeah, I was at that game. Our broadcasting positions used to be on the far side of the ground. We were in danger.
Yes, he was. He was targeting you, maybe, Simon. Yeah. There's a few dodgy LBs. There was one. I think it would have been number 10, right in front. Who's the umpire?
It was George Sharp, wasn't it? It was one of them. Yeah. As tough as ask Lee to prepare a pitch in his garden.
Oh, maybe he could. The Tufnell was run out.
It was that phrase, isn't there? It was village, and that was village. That cricket. Here's Henry, meanwhile, going into bowl and right on target there, defending into the offside. Alan Mullally was batting, and he played the sort of shot you'd probably see in it was a really weird stroke, wasn't it? A sort of fourth 11 club cricket shot. Little sort of scoopy drive. It was almost impossible to describe what the shot was. It certainly wasn't out of any manual or anything. And Tuffers was backing up, was run out of the non-striker's end. This is Henry bowling and Root defending. Back to the bowl, Root.
It was very entertaining watching. I love watching the old Test matches. Adam Perore, I think it was, left a delivery off Andrew Caddick. I think it was Cad. Hit the middle stump. Middle stump just flew out the ground.
I think one of the things when you watch back old footage, even say 20 years ago, not that old as Henry bowls and is played away by Root into the onside up towards mid-on 20-25 years ago, before DRS, how different the game looked. Do you think there's so many decisions then that were given not out that were just out now, weren't they? You wouldn't.
Well, Michael Hudson in the second innings, I think he got 30 odd, but well, they were taking the mick out of him, laughing, because I think he had 3 plum LBWs to Vittori.
It was on the front foot those days. You were fine. Henry bowls and Root defends away into the offside. And this is good, really good tight contest between these two. Two old professionals, both 35 years of age. Henry probing away, Root using all his technique and concentration to keep him out. It's 120 for 3. I think the excuse used to be, well, the ball's still got a bit to travel, isn't it? But it's not going to go around a corner, is it? Miss the leg stump or the off stump. Henry bowls full, Root drive, doesn't time it. Goes out towards cover. And there's no run. Henry standing in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head. He feels he can almost get through at any moment here. He had that big shout in the previous over. That one was inside edge onto the pad. It bowled it a bit wider and got Root to drive. So that's another option, I suppose, is do bowl it a bit wider and get the inside edge. If you can get it to nip back and play on and drive onto the stumps. Slip and a gully only. Quite defensive field from Henry. Bowls to Root. Root gets a straight ball which he defends towards mid-on. Well, that was a maiden over. Henry probing away and Root resisting. Root is on 46. It's 120 for 3. Game's just quietened down a bit in the last 10 minutes after those Brook strokes. So he raced to a half century with 10 fours and a 6. He's 52 from 37 balls. But in theory, he's on course, isn't he? He's on course to break that Jessup record. He's 52 from 37. But the only problem is we're not quite sure what the record is, whether it's between 72 and 76. Officially, it's 76.
Yeah, that's what we've gone with generally. Simon Wilde from the Times wrote a book trying to trace exactly how many balls it was.
Well, let's watch Brook face Jameson. He's with him now, and Brooke is forward playing towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The original scorecards from that test in 1902, final Ashes test of that summer, have been lost long ago. So Simons have pieced it together from contemporary reports, newspaper reports, a few eyewitness accounts, and it came up that it was sort of 72 to 74 balls.
Yeah, it wasn't 76. It was
probably fewer than 76.
Yeah, not 75, not 76, but not quite.
So he's just got to do it in 71 then.
Well, to have absolutely no doubt whatsoever. Yeah. Jameson bowls to Brooke, and Brooke gets a run towards deep backward point, guiding it away. It goes so nicely off his bat. He's a wonderful timer of the ball. He's so talented. Sometimes when you see him play a really loose shot to get out, you feel you're better than that almost when you watch him. Do you know what I mean?
I sometimes feel for players like him.
Yeah.
Because they've just got so much talent and a gift, and they can pretty much do anything. Almost got too many clubs in the bag.
121 for 3. Root on 46, waits for Jameson. Root is quietly forward there, pushing that away into the offside towards cover.
I do think in batting lineup like this, which has got a bit more convention now with Emilio Gay at the top of the order, Jacob Bethel at number 3 plays, I guess conventionally, he just tries to bat. Joe at 4, and then you've got this week James Root at 6. I do want a spark in my batting lineup, and I would think Baz McCullum or someone, or maybe Joe, just said, "Come on, Harry, you just play. You go out and free yourself up."
Well, it's worked so far. Jameson to Root, edges, guided edge, down towards deep third. This might be his half century. Ravindra's coming around, can't get there. It's another half century in Test cricket for Joe Root. England's stand-in captain. Went past 14,000 runs earlier. Well, he's battling away. Just about keeping England afloat in this match. 125 for 3. Lots of people standing up around the Oval to acknowledge another half century for Root in Test cricket. How many is it, Zoltz?
It is 108 half centuries for Joe Root now in Test cricket, 41 of which he's converted into hundreds. That was 81 balls, and with his 8th for.
In the partnership building, they came together at 40. Jameson bowls, and Root plays into the onside, offers the run to Brooke, and Brooke says yes. It was to the right of Latham at mid-wicket. So a half century for Brooke, a half century for Root, a half century for Stokes today. Not quite 100 for Ben Stokes, out for 95 in that match at Chester Street. I just wonder if he is going to play in the Test match next week, and we just don't know yet. I wonder whether he's bowled, now he's batted, whether he might be pulled out of the game.
Well, I would think he will be. Durham won't be too pleased with that, but he's got a rest for the Test match now.
Jameson bowls. Oh, it's an absolute beauty that beats Brooke. It left him and bounced and went past the outside edge on its way through to Blundell.
Saying that, what day are we on? We're on Saturday.
Saturday.
I don't think he'll pull out yet. He'll play tomorrow.
He'll play one more day?
It wouldn't surprise me if he plays the whole game. Just finish
Play
on
Monday.
Got till Thursday. Just have a press on Tuesday. No doubt if he's coming back, he'll be quite busy on Tuesday with the press conference.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. You finish the game on Monday and then you drive down and suddenly you're into the maelstrom of a Test match.
Oh, we know Ben well enough that he would hate to leave Durham in the middle of a game, so I think he'll try and play the game out if his body allows him to.
Right, Henry's going to continue. He's bowled 8 overs, 0 for 16. He's been right on the spot, challenging the stumps with the keeper up. And now this battle is resumed. Henry against Root. Henry goes in and bowls, and Root brushes that way into the offside. So that's probably quite a good thing, isn't it? Get off the mark first ball of the over, or get away from strike first ball of the over, because he's taken a lot of Henry.
Yeah.
You do need some help sometimes from your non-striking partner. Get up the other end and take a bit of the bowling.
Yeah, I'm intrigued here with Harry, because Henry, as I said before, he's bowled the best with the keeper stood up. He's bowling the perfect line, mid-off has gone a bit deeper. It's almost like a spinner's field dish. You've got your mid-on and mid-off kind of three-quarters of the way back, almost saying to Harry, you can have the one down the ground.
Henry into bowl to Brook. Brook dabs it away down into the gully. There's no run there.
I don't think I'd be doing that if I was New Zealand. I'd almost say to Harry, but you can try and hit one over the top. And someone like Matt Henry is such a skillful bowler. He's always got that ball doing something.
Well, that O'Rourke position at deepish mid-off, Australia in the Ashes, as soon as he came in, they just put a long off in. I mean, remarkable field, really. Right from the start of his innings. This is Henry bowling to Brook. He struck on the pad, shout for LBW out, and he's reviewed it straight away as well. Well, he was back, he looked pinned there.
England review.
Adrian Holdstock has raised the finger again.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decisions out.
I must think he's
fair
hit it.
delivery. We go to front on, please.
There's an immediate review from Brook.
Coming up
Seeing it now.
Okay, it's gone very close to the bat, so can we check for ultra edge, please?
It's a very fine edge if there's one there, and it looks straight enough if he hasn't hit it.
Ultra edge coming up now.
He has hit it.
Just roll that back. Yeah, I've got a spike as it's next to the bat. Adrian, I'll get you to overturn your original decision to not out.
Well, they've overturned him again. 2 LBWs given by Adrian Holdstock. That was a much finer edge.
Yeah.
The root one was a thick one.
Well, you look at the celebration from Matt Henry. He doesn't even really have to appeal. He thinks it's out. He's on his knees going yes. He didn't even really turn round to the umpire.
127 for 3. Henry goes in and bowls to Brook, and Brook plays in defence there, dropping the ball onto the pitch. You know what the crowd think of it. They want to see a bit more of Harry Brook, albeit that, relatively speaking, he's gone into his shell since he made his half century.
He's bowling well here, isn't he?
Yeah, it's superb. This is excellent, yeah, Henry.
8.4 overs, 0 for 17. He's been so close to getting both this pair out once again.
Yeah, you feel he could get through at any moment. Bowls now to Brook. It's full. It's driven by Brook up towards that deepish mid-on fielder Smith, and he runs with a stroke and gets a single. Yeah, I don't think either of these particularly fancy facing Henry at the moment, because he's challenging him the whole time. This is excellent bowling.
But I just don't understand why he wouldn't have mid-on up. You wouldn't want to gift Harry Brook such an easy single. You'd want to keep him down the business end. It's just a feather now. I'm just looking at the replay. It's just brushed. It's such a thick bat. He's just kind of brushed the. It's not a big deflection, is it? It's just kind of brushed the edge of the bat.
128 for 3. Henry now to bowl to Root. That's on the pads. Clipped away. Runs from here. Probably 2. New Zealand have a fielder back on the deep square leg boundary. Ravindra. He runs to his left to deep mid wicket and sends in the return to Henry. Henry, for once, straying onto the pads. So 2 off the final ball. It's 9 overs for 20. It's 130 for 3. And this partnership now is worth 90 between Brook and Root, who are both on 54. It's actually very good cricket, isn't it? It's a really good contest. In a way, the game's come alive this afternoon. There's a real edge to it. Whereas for a while, New Zealand were taking it away from England, and they found it hard to do anything about it. They're battling away. Allison's coming in to pick up the commentary with Kyle Jamieson about to begin a new over.
Thank you, Simon. Here he comes, tall blonde hair over the wickets. Jabbing his bat down is Brook. Back to the bowler, picks up in his follow through. Well, Michael, for the match situation, and still over, what are we now? 333 runs to get. The early wickets have fallen. This has been a really compelling passage of play. Exciting batting, the LBW shouts, the technology this time coming to England's aid with 2 inside edges. That was an absolute feather, wasn't it, off Brook's bat?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's been a different approach by England after tea. It's been enjoyable to watch, and the right approach for the players that they have out there.
Brook waits with his bat poised in the air. Both batters on 54 now. Jameson leap at the crease while he shimmied forward and then adjusted the shot, defended instead. Showing a degree of judgment at the moment as to when to attack, when to look to go big, and when to just drop in and defend, knowing England have got to keep all these 7 wickets in hand. They'll love to go in to the close tonight with Brook and Root still there to come back tomorrow morning. It's got to be their aim.
I wonder if he'll go down again now. He went down the last ball. It was dug in from Jameson. I wonder if he'll... I think the next one will be a bit fuller.
Let's see, slip in the shape of Darryl Mitchell. Glenn Phillips there at gully, and Jameson in now, bowls to Brooks. Fuller again, he defends it, runs off the inside half of the bat behind him down towards fine leg. Single taken, jogging through. 131 for 3. The target set at 463. Results?
I mentioned Root's 50s, 108th 50, 41 centuries, but he's converted 9 of his last 11 50s and 24 of his last 41 50s into centuries. So recently his conversion rate has been extraordinary.
Yeah, there was a period, wasn't there, where he wasn't converting, and he's been able to turn that around. As Jameson turns at the end of his mark, Pavilion behind him, running in here to Root. He's there at the crease, Roots. Oh, comes forward, drops the ball down defensively, and it runs back towards the keeper. He wasn't altogether sure where that was going. He's flexing his left knee actually now. There's a touch of cramp in there somewhere. He's standing a little awkwardly at the crease. Playing a few shadow shots now. I think it might just be a touch of cramp.
Is that run of 24 out of 41 50s converted into hundreds began in 2021. He had a fine year that year. His last full year as captain, and was the top scorer for the team by, I think, something like 1,200 runs, more than anyone else in Test for England that year. Prior to that, he converted 17 out of 66. So he was just over a quarter in the early phase of his career, well over half since then.
Maturing and getting better and better. Jameson in, tucking this off the legs past a tumbling Latham at mid-wicket, out to the deep for a single. In comes the throw to the keeper. Blundell takes it over his head. 132 for 3. Root on to 55. 2 of them coming together. Remember, with England having lost Gay for 11, Bethel for a 4-ball duck. 2 wickets there for Jameson in the 1 over. England were 13 for 2, and then they were 40 for 3 before tea, when Duckett attempted Paul toe-ender to catch to Henry at mid-on. A wicket for O'Rourke then. So 40 for 3, these 2 came together. Jameson, tall, races in outside the off-stump, chopped away into the ground, past the umpire who's standing at points, out to Ravindra, who runs across to his right-hand side along the boundary edge to pick up, throws the ball back into the middle, and Brook is back for 2, 57. He's on at the end of that over. England 134 for 3. As we've still got an hour and just under 25 minutes of play left in the evening tonight. New Zealand desperate to burst through this partnership, which has held them up and entertained the crowd in equal measure. Wonderful ovation for Joe Root when he reached 14,000 test runs. Ovations for Harry Brook for his rapid 50 off just 33 balls, his own fastest 50 for England, and the joint third fastest ever seen on this ground in Test cricket. And then another ovation for Root's 50. Get the sense that whenever a crowd watch Joe Root bat in a Test match in England, they are appreciating it more and more as every year goes by, and appreciating just what he's brought to the team and what he continues to bring to the team. He's facing up again here to Henry with the keeper standing up. Henry is in, forward he comes. We'll follow through here with a drive push up towards mid-off where O'Rourke fields, and there's no run. Jeremy Coney has joined me alongside. Oh, Matt Henry's had his chances. He's been excellent though, hasn't he? Putting the ball in that same spot, asking the questions, getting too close, LBW shouts.
He has, and nearly got through, you're quite right. There's been some very good batting from England. Don't you love Test cricket? Oh. You know, 3 down for Spit early on.
Henry in again, little dabble out towards the cover region, and he's able to go through for 1. Very deliberately played by Root. Plays it late, as he so often does.
And then after tea coming out, New Zealand culpable really of bowling a little bit short, a little bit wide. And Root got going at that point, didn't he? And showed us his class of about 3 or 4 different kinds of ways to get the ball down to third man, whether it's off the front foot, whether it's off the back foot, whether it's a cut, whether it's a sort of a semi-ramp, a whole range of strokes accessing that same area, and he was going at about 60% of his runs down there.
Henry into Brook, turns this away through mid-wicket, goes for 1. And it's Latham chasing back to retrieve. Brook onto 58.
Yes, it reminded me of India, that. Applaud. They used to applaud for every 25.
Ah, the quarter
because it was so
centuries.
difficult, but yeah, 50 here. They all rose very nicely with a sort of a pike and a somersault, and then down they sat again, so that was good.
Root facing up, Henry in, plays late again, guides into the ground and into the hands of Gully, and there's no run. Yeah, so many of his runs in the manner of Williamson as well, playing late, so much time on the ball.
Well, that's because teams often will bowl at fifth stump. It used to be bowl at the stumps, and so mid-wicket was the key position on the field. Now it's backward point and third man. That area much more is used because that's where bowlers bowl.
And it's Phillips who's there in the gully at the moment as Henry's in again to Root, gets up on his toes this time, plays it out towards deep points. In comes Conway to field and Root through for the single. You've got the contrast of styles between Root and Brook. Brook much more the aggressor, and we saw some really powerful pull shots, a 6 from Brook. And Root his 50 at a different pace, but classy in its own way, and Brook's 50 is a class innings in a class of its own. So this crowd have sat through a bit of gloom, you have to say, in terms of where this match, the direction that it's gone, and getting a bit of reward here. Forward comes Brook, back up the pitch, into the pitch, and fielded by Henry in his follow through. It's remarkable, isn't it, that even within the context of a match, within the context of a day, there are these passages of play and little pockets that really lift a crowd and give them something to cheer about and smile about. And at the moment, Root and Brook are doing as well as they can do in this situation.
Well, they're the most experienced, aren't they, of the England batting lineup at the moment, really, that middle order. The ball is a little older. It's not doing quite so much. The clouds are a little higher. I think the lights are off at this stage, aren't they? So the light is okay. And batting, they've got themselves in, and so they're saying, look, we can score some runs here, and they may as well get on with it because they've still got 463 to chase. So it's another 300 runs or so at least.
Yeah,
it's still a fair way away, but they're batting very well at the moment, no doubt about that.
It's an enormous task, and that the size of that task hasn't changed, but the feel at the moment with this partnership is allowing space for a bit of buoyancy around the oval. O'Rourke might want to change things though. He's coming in from the pavilion end now, getting up on his toes. Root looked to glide that, but didn't quite get the angle of the bat right. And O'Rourke picking up in his follow through to the onside of the pitch.
It's like changing tone in the last half hour. The first 8 overs after tea, there were 12 boundaries, 11 fours and a 6. There'd been 6 boundaries in the 5 overs before tea, so 18 and 13 overs either side of tea. Since then, only 1 boundary in the last 7 overs. That was that glide to third man by Root to bring up his half-century.
Yeah, that's you think pretty much the Henry effect, isn't it, really? That principally Jamieson bowling a little bit wider, looking for a wee bit of swing to come into the off stump.
O'Rourke has a leg slip here for Root. A fuller delivery on the drive, but squirts up towards mid-on, moving into field. And we've got Santner on the field at the moment. Jamieson went off at the end of his last over, 137 for 3.
This is an interesting passage, bringing O'Rourke back now. He's had time to go away and really a wee bit short and a wee bit wide straight after, and I'm not getting much bounce from this surface. It's lazy, a lazy pitch, slower if anything. So let's see if he's thought of a way to go about being a bit more difficult to play.
Short dark hair comes racing in, tall figure past the umpire and bowls full and straight, and Root brings his bat down very quickly onto it, picked up by Conway in the covers, and it's another dot ball. He gave an almighty send-off to Duckett, didn't he, when he got his wicket? The attempted pull shot toe-ended a catch to Henry at mid-on, and He showed all his fire and screaming in his face as he went off.
Yeah, I'd rather he kept that for when he bowled. But people kind of you pick those things up, but I didn't think it was over the top.
No, I thought it
was a come on to himself, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it was overly aggressive. It was theatrical and dramatic as O'Rourke's in again, left alone this time by Root. Shaped to play, then swiveled, watched it fizz through to the gloves of the keeper, and he's wandering away towards square leg region, rehearsing those leaves, if to say, well, it was maybe a bit of a tight one.
That wasn't it? That nipped back and would have been over the top of off stump, and almost. That's come back in quite significantly and taken by Blundell going down a reverse cut to his left. So that shows you how much the ball has moved. New Zealand would like to see that. They'd like to see a wee bit more movement from this surface.
Siren in the far distance as O'Rourke comes in again. Another one left alone by Root. That felt a slightly safer leave. And stepped across to the offside and was able to watch it go through. So it remains 137 for 3. A day where Henry Nicholls only added 2 to his overnight score at the start of this 4th day. He was out for 121. We'll have all the highlights for you on Today at the Test tonight on BBC Two, and it'll be available for you via the iPlayer to watch back at your leisure as well from 7 p.m. And there's World Cup T20 World Cup cricket as well, starting at 6:30 with England women playing tonight against Scotland at Headingley. A big game as O'Rourke is in here to Root. Again, he watches it go by outside the off stump. An elaborate sort of leave where he pulled the bat back in readiness, and then after the ball had gone by, practiced a mock scythe out over the covers. Drinks are being brought out onto the field here at the Oval in sort of watery evening sunshine with his high clouds and pockets of blue up above us now. 137 for 3. So still 326 away from that mammoth record-breaking target that New Zealand have set England of 463. So Root on 57, Brooke on 58.
Yep, 83 runs in that period after tea. So convincingly the way of England. And New Zealand having to work out ways, where do they go next? So far they're still using their 4-seamers, while there's been a change of ball, of course. So that's whether that's suiting the seamers a bit more, I don't know. The other options, of course, is then you go to either Mitchell, unlikely, or to Ravindra, more likely, if you were going to, I think, with the 2 right-handers in, and possibly Phillips, with a pitch that did show signs, if you manage to find a target, which are those footmarks of bowlers, and a lot of bowlers have bowled around the wicket, haven't they, with all the left-handers. So they'll be on both sides of the pitch, and sometimes you can get something from those. So whether New Zealand feel, when the seamers have had their go, and they're coming back for almost their second go at the moment, perhaps a spinner could come into play in this last hour. I think it's better if they do that they do it earlier in the game than leave it too late.
It was certainly Ravindra and Phillips were having a good old bowl this morning, pre-play, with the bowling coach, Jacob Oram, who's with the team.
Yes, it is.
Yep, he was out on the field with them, surveying proceedings. So, yeah, they know they've got those spin options. They want to change things up and ask a different question of Joe Root, who we know is a very good player of spin. And Harry Brook, I mean, whether it will bring a change of tempo again for Brook, who after using his feet and really attacking a lot, is also saying the boundaries in just that latter part of that passage of play were, I'd say dried up, but they were fewer than at the start. It could just it'll either bring runs or it might bring a mistake, it might bring a wicket. So it'll be interesting to see which way New Zealand decide to go.
Yeah, well, Henry certainly seems the most dangerous, where the batsmen have to watch him much more closely and try and get their bat ahead of the pad. He's dropped his pace just slightly, and he's been able to just nip it back at the batsman He doesn't give you much room to play the strokes that both Root and Brook have been able to. And so he's been the most demanding by miles, but he can't bowl forever.
Yeah, he's had the 2 close LBW shouts. He was convinced, I think, with both of them, is the celebration
So were the
was
umps.
real. Yeah, they both given out, and both turned out to have thin inside edges, the thinnest in Harry Brook's case. Right, the substitutes are heading off with all the drinks carriers, and the players are getting ready to resume their position. So, Jeremy, a few more thoughts from you on where New Zealand are going to go next with the bowling. Looks like Henry's going to continue, then Aggers is coming in.
Well, it's that area. Just seen a wagon wheel of particularly Root's runs. 60% is down behind point and down to third man. Whether New Zealand want to leave that open, hoping perhaps for a little edge or something into the stumps, but he's very, very adept and adroit at getting the ball down there. So you can't bowl too wide at him, and if you get a bit straight, he tucks you away on the onside. He's a very fine player. Just brought up his, 14,000, was it?
Yep, absolutely.
14.
Hello, Jeremy.
Aggers.
I've been enjoying this, and
it's good, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's really good. I mean, it's just good Test cricket.
And this whole question that with the keeper standing up, they've been saved by little thin edges.
Yeah.
These two. In goes Henry, bowls, and Brook on the front foot. 58 from 50 balls. Root 57 from 96. With some astonishing strokes from Brook. But there is still that quick. It's this attack with the keeper up and a very accurate bowler like Henry. He's had both of them in a way, both saved by the thinnest of inside edges. So it's been fascinating cricket this last hour or so. 137 for 3. Henry in the sunshine, bowls, and Brook on the back foot, plays it late and runs the ball down to gully. So can it continue? If it does, let me tell you, there's 5,000 tickets available tomorrow. £25 for adults, and it says here kids get in for £1. Do you have quids in New Zealand?
No, we don't.
Don't have a quid. No. A buck.
Well, not really that either. It's just $1.
Just $1?
Yes.
Oh. Anyway, £25 for adults and kids for £1. Go to the Surrey website if you fancy coming. And who knows, as usual, on the 5th day, you never know what's going to happen, do you? 137 for 3. Brook on 58. In goes Henry again, bowls to him. It's short of a length. He can play that off the waist. And the ball's picked up by Latham, fielding at mid-wicket. Do I see Phillips loosening up there? I do. But whether he's just dropping a hint or whether he's just going through the motions there, I'm not sure. What about he flew to last night?
He loves flying.
I know. He gets his simulator.
Have you seen? Have you?
Oh, well, I've read things.
Did you have a chat?
No, I haven't yet. I'd like to.
You
I
should
do.
meet him.
Yeah. In goes Henry again and bowls edged and he's caught. Tell you what, this bloke's a bowler. He really is. Brook's still standing there, but you've got to go, Harry. Beautiful bowling. And a nice little catch too, because it's never that easy to see with the keeper standing up, but he took that very nonchalantly. And Brook is out for 58. 137 for 4. Wild celebrations, there's no doubt about this one. Just push a slightly open face of the bat. Mitchell takes the catch at the solitary slip. Very nice catch. And that's the end of Brook. Very entertaining. Some wonderful shots in there. And he looks very disappointed as he trudges off. 137 for 4. Is out for 58 from 54 balls. And England with their backs to the wall again. 326 runs needed. It'll be James Rue who comes out now at number 6.
It's what happens, isn't it, when if you are able to keep nipping the ball back in towards your pads, what you tend to do, even if it's a little bit wider, you're very wary. So you start watching and you end up playing at deliveries that really could be let go. Yeah. And you find that, well, that's what I think has happened there. As a possibility, as a batsman, you're thinking, I've got to cover that inside edge. I've got to get in. I've got to try and play the ball if I can and prevent it coming back into my pads. And it's actually, in the end, just held its line and was a little bit wide, if anything, I would have thought. You'd let that go through to the keeper, but not so for Henry. So, yeah.
No, it's beautifully bowled. And it seemed to me at the start of these innings, both Root and Brook were trying to demonstrate, really think we've got a weakness against this keeper standing up? You have a look at this, and they played those wonderful shots, didn't they? Really, as if they're saying, phew. But actually, 2 LBWs that were within a couple of millimetres of being out because they just shaved the edge. And there again, the catch at slip. That debate will continue, I think. Henry runs in and bowls to Rue. His first ball's tucked away down a fine leg. Nice start for him. He should get a couple there. As a tall figure, I think, assume it's Jameson way down there in the deep. Manages to pick that up and throw the ball back again. So 139 for 4.
The details of Brooks' innings: 58 from 54 balls, a 6 and 10 fours. He was 51 off 33 when he brought up his half century, so just 7 runs in the 20 balls before he was out. Henry had bowled 10 balls to him in this current spell for just 2 singles before that wicket fell. Just to go back to those stats, I was talking about Henry in his 30s. I'd be interested to get Jeremy's view on this.
Rue waits. There's a couple of slips and a leg slip. Henry bowls to him. The keeper standing up still at the stumps. Pushed away out towards point. And there's no run. So well bowled Henry. He deserves that. He really does. He's like a terrier. He's one of those. He's just always at you, isn't he?
Yes.
You can't shake him off.
You must have played against people like that. Really, a seamer that's always not necessary. Who was the guy in 1973 that came from down south a little bit, from one of those counties down the south, who just was, you could hardly get a run off him. He was so accurate. So accurate.
Not talking about Shackleton, are we? Someone like that?
Someone like that.
Yes, Derek Shackleton?
Yes, I think so.
Is it? Okay. You're just that sort of that.
Yeah, not too far.
He's a bit quicker, this chap, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, we've had these slowish bowlers.
But nipping it about all the time.
Yeah. 139 for 4. We've got O'Rourke bowling on the leg stump, and Root turns it away. They've taken 1. They'll come back for 2. The throw on the way from the deep, and Root has to run his bat in. Lovely throw.
So Henry's stats in his 30s now: 110 wickets at 20.3. Into his first 13 tests, he had 31 wickets, average 51. Wasn't a regular in the side. Obviously, a lot of that.
That's the point. I think that's what I would think of straight away.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just there. Have you seen an evolution in his bowling other than just that stability? And what would you? Yeah. How do you describe that?
Just bowling, I think. Bowling.
Didn't he try and bowl quicker than this to start with?
Yes, he's cut his pace down here just slightly too, I think.
That's what I've noticed about him. O'Rourke on his way, bowls, and Root lets that go through. He started off, I think, being a fast bowler, didn't he? And that obviously didn't work out quite so well. So he's cut it down in accuracy and.
Well, Bolt, Southey, Wagner.
Yeah.
And very hard to break your way into that.
Yeah.
Triumvirate, really.
Yeah. 141 for 4 then, England.
The partnership was 97 off 19 overs and 3/4.
Thank you. Well, it was very entertaining. And now Root on 59. There's O'Rourke bounding in, bowls, and Root on the back foot steers the ball to third man. Ravindra is the fielder. We might see him bowl at some stage, or indeed Phillips. That's some of the rough that's there now. Maybe now a left-hander is in. We might do, but not until Henry's finished.
No, Henry will keep going. I think now that Rue's come out there, and secondly, just for a few more. You don't want to bowl him out, of course, although he'll get a night's sleep before the second new ball arrives.
This could be interesting because O'Rourke got stuck into Rue a bit with the short stuff, and then dropped, and then caught hooking. So here he comes, 2 men out in the deep, and he bowls a short ball, which Rue, I suspect, knew was coming. And he just sways out of the way. I'm interested to see if he takes it on, or whether he just keeps out of the way now of this short stuff. You don't want to get a reputation too early for being susceptible to short pitch bowling. You're going to get a lot of it. There's a deep square leg. Interesting, that is Ravindra out there. And a long leg. So 2 out for the hook shot.
Needs to get it over the offside, just slightly. If he's going to play the hook, be careful of that, Rue. You've got to do a lot more work.
O'Rourke again in the sunshine, bowls down the leg side, it brushes something. The ball goes flying away past Blundell. It's gone for leg byes. Thudding into the boundary below us. So 4 more for England, 146 for 4. With Roux on 2, but he's O'Rourke's looking to get stuck in here, isn't he? Get the ball up into the ribs. Wouldn't like to face him, I must say.
In the nets.
Oh yes. Imagine it. Yeah, it wouldn't be nice. Well, there's the Barmy's rallying cry. And O'Rourke towers over the umpire, moves in now, bowls. Oh, that squared him up. Again, just short of a length. Twisted him round. Pushed away into the offside. So the end of that over. So let's see how many more Henry is going to bowl. He's ripping his sweater off. He's going to continue. I thought he motioned to Smith there about something, although who's coming up from the boundary to our right. Latham, I mean, where he was suggesting something to him. But anyway, Henry's going to continue. He's going to bowl to Root. So what? An hour of play left. Overs remaining. Andy. Watch Henry bowling down the leg side. Blundell can't stop that. Flies away for 4 byes. Nasty one for the keeper. In fact, Henry there raises a hand of apology. Says sorry. There's absolutely no chance he's going to stop that. So the 150 comes up for England. They have lost 4 wickets on the way to their target of 463.
It's 20 overs after this one left.
Right. Henry mops his brow. And he goes now, bowls to Root, who covers up, just pushing forward. Henry kicks the ball up with his boot. Pigeons are gathering, just fluttering around the place at the moment. Lovely afternoon. I hope you're enjoying whatever you're doing, maybe sitting out in the garden. Firing up the barbecue. It's that sort of weekend, isn't it? 150 for 4. Henry again, moves in, bowls, he's just trying to target that front pad. And Root on the front foot plays that out to cover. He's not a tall man, so the odds are if he does strike even the front pad, that the ball's not going to be going over the top. His way again. There he is now, over the wicket, bowls to Root, a little shorter in length this time. Dabbed away out to point. 150 for 4. How old is Matt Henry?
He is 34 and a half.
Yeah, so I mean it's a bit of a career extender bowling like this, isn't it? You can see him carrying on for a while.
Possibility of continuing at this pace for some years, couldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
If he keeps fit, injury free.
In his way, he goes again, he bowls, and Root just flicks that away with a bit of bottom hand, finds Smith at mid-on. And in this spell, how many is he into now?
This is his 6th over, currently 1 for 10, plus those 2 near LBW shouts, both given out, and England batters reprieved by an inside edge on review.
So he's getting near the end of this one. Shadow to his left, pauses for a moment. Root taps patiently at the crease now, raises his bat as Henry runs in and bowls to him. He's steered that away. Very well stopped there at backward point. It means that Roux will be on strike. Wasn't a chance of a single there. 150 for 4, Root 60. And Rue has 2. If it is tuning our way, the men out today, well, the Kiwis basically had a bit of a thrash and got out to set that target of 463 today. Mitchell made a very good 68. Bundle 16, Phillips 3, Smith 38, Jameson 6, Henry 1, but a lot of fairly wild thrashing around going. Joffer Archibald nicely, 3 for 62. Fisher picked up 3 there for the slogs, really. 3 for 58, Tongue 2 for 64. 362 all out, so 463 to win. See Matt Henry going off there. Yeah, he's felt like it was going to be the end, didn't it, of that spell, so he's heading up towards the dressing room for we're not allowed to say a breather because he's not allowed to offer a breather, but I suspect that's what it is. Here comes O'Rourke from the far end, bowls to Rue. It's short, and Rue is squared up and defends the ball. So England lost Duckett for 9, Gay for 11, Bethel a duck, and then Brooke after an entertaining 58 from 54 balls. Henry 1 for 25. James has taken a couple. And O'Rourke 1. So that's how it stands. It'll be a world all-time record for England to win this game. And it feels increasingly unlikely that they're going to do that. The question really is, can they save it? But they've got 6 wickets left. O'Rourke comes in, bowls. Oh, Rue feels for that. Ball flies past the edge and nearly knocks Blundell over there as he gathers the ball, fingers pointing upwards in front of his face. You must hear the ball thudding into those leather gloves. Real carry, bang. He took it, yeah, head high and still going. And 50 for 4. Rue left-handed. Waits now as O'Rourke comes steaming in. Is there any bowls? And that's tucked away out towards mid-on this time. I think Rue had a bit of a chastening day yesterday behind the wickets, but actually he showed some very good reactions today to take a reflex catch. It bounced out of leg slip's hands and he was there to gather it. So that'll cheer him up a bit. But he could do with an innings here. 150 for 4. Walks quickly and turns round. Now he's striding in again. Up he comes bowls and Rue covers up once more. Plays that calmly to the offside. Talk about overs. I mean, New Zealand want to bowl as many as they can. They want to keep, don't want to have too many unbowled. Remember a test match against Sri Lanka at Lords, I think it was, that England wanted 1 wicket. There's lots of muttering at the end about, oh, well, we're just 1 wicket away from winning. But in fact, there were a lot of overs unbowled. And you say, well, OK, but if you'd bowled your overs, you'd probably have won the game.
I was there 2014. Alistair Cook was captain.
That was the one, let's blame Cookie.
And Sri Lanka won the test at Headingley that followed.
Correct.
To take the series.
1 ball to go, wasn't there? Here's O'Rourke bowling down the leg side. Rue takes everything out of the way.
Was that when Anderson was caught in close?
Yes, off Damak and Prasad. Moeen Ali made a superb regard 100 in his second test.
Played brilliantly.
Angelo Matthews played very, got I think 160 for Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Again with that Lord's test. Yeah, I think they were on the, from memory, it was on the, I remember writing a piece about it when I wrote for Cricinfo. I think 6 or 7 overs.
Yeah.
England left unbowled on.
More than enough. More than enough to win the game.
Yeah.
So it can come back and bite you. 150 for 4. Rue is on 2. Here's O'Rourke running in, bowling to Rue. It's a bouncer this time, a genuine bouncer. So he dips his head, gets underneath, and flies through to the keeper. So the end of the over, 150 for 4. New Zealand did 6 wickets to win this match. England, well, that target still seems a very long way away. But I think if they backed the overs out to save the game, they would get very close to scoring the runs that they need to win it. Oh, Stephen Finsey, I've not seen you all day, Stephen, apart from rushing past the corridor.
Yes, that's...
And leaving, by
Yes.
the way, a very large mess next to Eleanor. All your food. And
Well, that was
plates
unintentional, actually. That was
wow, I thought these young lads in the dressing room, there they are, they're used to attendants coming and picking it all up and cleaning it up. Right, we've got Smith bowling, and that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket. And they take a single, that's a square leg, in fact.
Well, all I heard there was you called me young, so I love you for that, I guess.
Well, I'm using a relative because, and I'm leaving you anyway, not least young because Dan Norcross is coming in next, so there you go.
Yep, lucky me, lucky me. 10 seconds with Aggers. We'll catch each other tomorrow. Yeah.
Right, yes.
Well,
so I've got some news hot off the press. When the Pakistan-Bangladesh game, big wicket of Chuba Hassan, never one to blow her own trumpet. She's gone. Just Fatima Sana now is left.
It's that stage of the day, is it?
It is. As Smith comes in, right arm around the wicket, and thick inside arm for the bat squirts down towards deep backward square, really. I mean, he's so wide, that long leg. He's almost a deep backward square, and Rue picks up his third run, 152 for 4. So yes, they were 80 for 7, chasing 120 odd, I think. It should be a good result for Bangladesh. Here, England are staring down, well, they were staring down the barrel for quite a long time in this game, really, haven't they, since they were bowled out for 291. Got back into it briefly with a couple of wickets, and then yesterday they toiled as Smith is in. Root tucks this away off his pads down towards deep square leg. It takes another single. It feels like the interest is in whether England can take it into a 5th day. And there's an opportunity here, I suppose, isn't there? Because Rue and Cox, when Stokes, if we don't know, if Stokes comes back in for the Trent Bridge test, one of those are going to be out.
Well, it then depends on Jamie Smith as well, doesn't it? Whether he's...
Yeah, we could be both out, yeah.
The following test off as well on paternity leave.
Well, you are a father, as Smith is in. Rue defends into the offside square of the wicket. There's no run. How long do you have off in these situations?
Well, as long as you possibly can.
Do you?
Clearly. Well, yeah, you want to be there to support your partner, don't you? And to be there for the early days of your child's life. Was it Varney left the Test match for the birth, didn't he, and then came back? Is that right? I think I remember that in 2008, maybe.
Is that right?
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Would that be?
But no, after 10 days, I'd say you're probably looking forward to 5 nights in a hotel to have a good sleep.
Right. Smith is in, works into the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket. There's no run. So, yeah, but there's still, I suppose there's a chance that it's a sort of a shootout in a way. I mean...
Yes, and also not just if Jamie Smith comes back for the next test, you're looking at the touring parties, the spare wicket-keeper, the person who fulfills the role of the spare batter. You're always competing for that as well. And also, James Rue, there's no hiding. He's had a tricky game with the gloves, a couple of drop chances, and the manner in which he got out in the first innings. This is a great opportunity for him to show that is not true.
Smith in, that's nicely worked away through mid-wicket. That's a wonderful shot, actually. It's going to go away for 4 because there wasn't an enormous amount wrong with the ball. It was a touch short and it was a touch straight, but he's timed that terrifically to the right of mid-wicket, left to mid-on up to the boundary, and end of the over 7 from it, 157 for 4. Rue has 7.
Harry Brook and Matt Henry in this match, 19 deliveries, 4 runs, 2 dismissals. It's gone up on our CricViz group. Over his career, Harry Brook's average against pace, 51 with the keeper standing back, 31 with the keeper standing up. Let's sort of dig around a little more into exactly sort of how that's come about against what type of bowler, but yeah, certainly an issue for Brook potentially.
Well, I think keeping him penned in his crease, he'd be prime example of, because he wants to dictate the length that you're bowling by moving around, by moving left and right as well. So to pen him in the crease is a good option.
O'Rourke comes in to Root, starts a new over, gets up on his toes, defends the back foot into the offside. No run. You can watch highlights on today at the Test on BBC Two and BBC iPlayer from 7:30 p.m. tonight. Oh, there are clips, of course, available on the BBC Sport website and app. You can see some terrific 4s and 6s from Harry Brook, as well as the wickets to have fallen. And just a reminder that England against Scotland in the Women's T20 World Cup will follow us at 6:30. So our review of the day will be available on BBC Sounds as a podcast. Excellent. So my interviews will have to wait until then. You won't get a sneak preview. Here's O'Rourke again. Root lets this go through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Who do you think you'll speak to today?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm thinking
Because it's not going to be Root. I think
be
you're looking
Brook.
at. I think you're looking at backroom today, unfortunately.
I feel like I am. You say unfortunately.
Brook's a potential.
What would
But it always feels a shame, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a bit. But what would you ask Brook if you've... basically, I'm getting my work done now. What would you ask Brook if you were interviewing him today?
I would ask him what the conversation was at tea that made them come out with the positivity afterwards. I'd ask him how he may look in the future to counter the keeper standing up to the stumps.
O'Rourke is in short, pulled away, but along the ground, out towards deep square leg, and they just take the single route to 63, 158 for 4.
I'd ask him how the mood is in the dressing room.
How the mood is,
Yeah, I think that's your opening question, isn't it, really?
How's the mood?
What's the mood like in the dressing room, Harry?
Yeah, well batted.
Well batted. Well, yeah, you compliment him first to
Yes.
make him feel comfortable. Then you hit him with the how's the dressing room.
Okay.
And then you say, what are you going to do about the keeper stood up to the stumps?
And what was the conversation? I think. Don't I do the conversation after the...
Well, I was more thinking you soften him up with a few gentle ones and then you go bang, bouncer.
Okay.
Keeper standing up to the stumps.
Right. Thank you for that.
Pleasure.
Do you want the job next week?
No, you can do it.
Right arm over the wicket into Rue as O'Rourke worked into the onside. Root was thinking there might be a single there, but Rue did not. It's a bit of a nightmare, this Root business, but we'll get through it. And if it's backroom, I suppose it depends which backroom.
You're probably looking at a Southie. It's not
Southie?
Jeeton. I'd be surprised if it's Jeeton.
Oh, so for the we could talk about bowlers then, couldn't we? How are they bearing up? It's been a long, hot slog.
How's
a tough
Jofra?
pitch. How's Jofra?
With an eye on next week.
Was this one of those rare occasions at the Oval, very rare, where maybe batting first would have been better or not?
Good question.
I still think it was the way England batted in the first innings. That's the issue. But O'Rourke in short, pulled away down to fine leg or long leg, where Nathan Smith does the fielding. Got a nice connection on that.
Well, I think when dissecting the game, it's that morning of the second day when England could have the drop catch of Duckett, then followed by the carnage of Phillips, took New Zealand from a below par score to an above par score. That passage of play, and then the batting. It was 170 for 3, wasn't it? At one stage, you've laid the platform. And then Henry gets the keeper up to the stumps and goes bang, bang with Brook and Root.
Yeah.
And then Rue, right at the end of the day, it was those passages of play, I think, where the Test match has been lost.
O'Rourke's in and up on his toes. Again goes Root, and he plays that very nicely down to deep backward point almost, a very wide deep third. Takes a single, 160 for 4, 3 singles off the over. Root has 64. I mean, we've had... Oh dear. There are, if you are here and you're listening and you're travelling, you don't need me to tell you that there are issues at Oval Station via the stairwell. There may be delays.
It's a dodgy line, the Northern Line, isn't it?
It's a lovely line. When there a word said against it. So many branches as well. The options.
Yeah, but also the possibility of getting on the wrong one and ended up where you don't want to be.
Well, yeah, novices will do that. Yes. Have a look at the train indicator. That's the way to do it.
Public transport is supposed to be a metaphor for life, so that seems entirely appropriate. That's somewhere you weren't intending to be.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I just wonder, it would have been a brave captain to be the first in 29 goes to elect to bat. And Smith is in. It's worked into the onside by Root, but straight to the fielder Latham at short mid-wicket.
No, I think the right option was still to bowl.
Yeah.
Was still to bowl and bowl New Zealand out for just beyond 300, 20, something like that. Then you bat well and make the most of the pitch when it's at its absolute best through day 2 and early day 3. And then once you've got that first innings lead, you earn the right to dictate the pace of the game from there on in. And it's New Zealand who played those situations better on day 2 that lead us to where we are now, England trailing by 302 runs.
Smith into Root, who aims. Has he guided that down for a thick inside edge, was that, into the ground and behind the keeper for 4? I was looking for it past the right-hander first slip, because that was the shot. He was playing a late cut off Smith there, but I think he's got nothing on it at all. 4 byes have been signalled. I just want to see the replay of this again. And, well, it went down quite quickly. So if he got nothing on it, fair enough. I mean, some things on it. How can that be byes?
It's an under edge, isn't it? Trying to guide it down, but it nipped in quite a long way from Nathan Smith, back towards the off stump, and the bottom edge goes through Blundell's legs and away for 4.
Well, I never. Smith in, taken, half taken, standing up as Root looks to push at the ball and misses it. You know, in the first innings, Glenn Phillips got 4 runs off his head that he shouldn't have had, and ended up with exactly 100. Is Root going to be out for 96? As we're just checking on Ultra Edge, yeah, there's plentiful woodiness on that. But 4 byes have been signalled. Can Blundell appeal to the umpire?
Well, I'm surprised Root's not blowing up more about
yeah.
4 runs.
He'd be on 68 otherwise. Smith into Root, tucks this away nicely down to long leg for another single off the front foot. Moves to 65. Rue, I imagine, might get some shorts. We've seen a bit of short stuff to him, haven't
I'm surprised it's not come
more of it
early. Yeah, but I mean, you have to understand New Zealand may be thinking that conventional ways of getting people out will still work on this pitch when they first come to the crease, but especially with O'Rourke maybe not having that many overs left in him today before the close of play, that he would be the one that you would want to target Rue with that short pitch bowling. So, yeah, I'm surprised that he's not gone to that exclusively to challenge Rue.
Smith in. Oh, now that he's left that alone, been struck on the pad, Smith likes it too high. Not much interest. He turns, umpire's not interested. He turns, goes back to his mark. It's perilous leave, though. I mean, Smith's not going to bowl bouncers, obviously, with the keeper up, and maybe just it's not really his bag. As we see a replay of that, yes, hits him on the back leg, high up on the thigh pad. So that was definitely going over the top. But Jameson is warming up. He might. O'Rourke certainly could.
But it would be surprising if they didn't go to it at some stage this evening.
Here's Smith. He plays on the front foot, defends into the gully region. There's no run. I was quite surprised at the end of the over, 165 for 4, that they didn't actually do that with Gay as well, because he sort of flinched a little bit in his first innings dismissal.
Although it's different with the brand new ball. You want to make the most of it being pitched up, and you wouldn't ever really go those tactics with a. But you mean test him out a couple of times and over? Yeah, fair point. But those guys that open, Jameson is a big guy, but you wouldn't have him as a bouncer bowler, would you? Because it doesn't have that same intent that O'Rourke does into the pitch.
O'Rourke definitely can.
Well, O'Rourke is someone that I would very much never like to receive a bouncer from.
I wouldn't like to receive a ball from.
No.
It's a horrible height.
Yeah, it's
ghastly.
No, I like watching him bowl, but as long as I don't have to face it.
You see a bit of yourself in him, don't you?
Well,
you do.
He's got a nicer action than I did.
Oh, well. That's all subjective. So O'Rourke is in down the leg side, tucked away to long leg, and now we're going to see if he's going to do that to James Rue or not. Is he going to try the bouncer strategy?
Well, there's a short leg going in. Ravindra's whipped his cap off and is walking towards the first slip, Daryl Mitchell, who hands him his helmet, so there is going to be a short leg in.
It's all a bit theatrical, this. It's a bit, Harold. Body line.
But there's no leg slip.
There's a forward short leg, deep backward square. And is it going to be a fine leg or a long leg? Let's see. there's no fly slip. That's when you know it's really definitely going to be a bouncer. 2 slips, a gully and a backward point as O'Rourke is in to Roux, and that's shortish and guided into the gully region, and Roux will get off strike as a half stop parries the ball away from the incoming fielder, and they take the run. 67 for 4, Roux to 9.
I think if someone is perceived as compulsive as well, which it seems as though Roux likes taking it on and will take it on, I've not seen enough of him yet to know whether he's compulsive or not, but the surprise bouncers are effective to those guys because they will just instinctively play it. So you have the short leg and the 2 catches out there for that shot, but you're also saying that I think I can nick you off in the same over with the 3 slips.
Leg slips in for Root as O'Rourke comes in and just turns him around slightly as he works the ball along the ground up to mid-on, gently and defensively. Root on 66. He's had a pretty decent game. 46 in the first innings, 66 in the second, but just the inexperience of England is telling here. There's 5 players who came into this game with either no caps or 1 cap, so only 2 caps between those 5 players, and it is showing by this stage, but England are still hanging on. O'Rourke into Root, gets again up on his toes and pushes into the gully area, and it's really well fielded by Nichols, diving away to his right. New Zealand are just, it doesn't really matter if that goes for a single, but they're not going to let it happen. In another way, he probably
You'd almost want it.
Wants to bowl at Roux, really.
If I was the bowler, I'd be going, come
let
on.
it go.
Help me out.
What have you seen, Zolt? Well, there's a brilliant bit of stretching going on at mid-on.
I think Matt Henry at mid-off was lobbed the ball by, I think, Ravindra extra cover and missed the simplest catch. And the ball then ran almost to the boundary. The ball was dead, so it wouldn't have counted for run.
No.
And Ravindra generously saved his bowler from chasing it all the way.
O'Rourke in again. And Root pulls a ball from outside off stump, and he's got it through quite a straight mid-wicket. He's going to get just the 1 for it, though, because there's a fielder fielding out there at the sort of forward deep square leg. 168 for 4, Roots to 67. As we're probably reaching the last half an hour of the day. I say probably because, I mean, New Zealand might not take it, but if New Zealand were to take 3 or 4 wickets, they could ask for an extra half an hour, but you might as well not, mind you. With the weather set fair, you just give your bowlers a rest up and turn up anyway, or do you value so much that day off? O'Rourke in to Roux, and he plays this nicely into the backward point region.
But who decides that?
No run. I think the umpires are, if you ask the umpire,
and say we think we can bowl them out,
we can win in half an hour, and I think
it was the umpires offered you the extra half an hour.
Is that right?
That's what my gut is telling me. Yeah,
right. So, but they would only offer it, I think, if the side would have to be at least 7 down, wouldn't they?
I'd say 8. Yeah, 7's not enough to warrant an extra half an hour.
Well, looking at England's tail, it
would have to be 8 with a couple of bunnies. Yeah.
Notwithstanding that they did actually put on 54 or so, 53 for the 10th wicket in the first innings. Smith is going to continue.
Well, Matt Fisher joined in a very illustrious club, didn't he? The Test 50 club.
Oh yeah.
You have to be a good player.
You've got to be a very good player to do that, especially batting down at number 10. Oh well, he wasn't though, was he? He was batting at 9. Yeah. Smith starts a new over to Root. It's the keeper still standing up, and Root just guides the ball off the front foot, very square of the wicket, so he can take the single. He gets off strike, moves to 68. England 169 for 4. If you're just joining us, the notional target of 463 is 294 runs away. England lost wickets early at 13, 13 and 40. There was then a very enjoyable partnership of 97. Enjoyable because Harry Brook was timing the ball quite sweetly, but he then got somewhat becalmed as New Zealand went straighter to him. He was eventually out, caught by Mitchell at slip off Henry for 58. Smith is in, up on his toes goes Roux and pushes up to mid-off. There's no run.
Just on Harry Brook, and we're talking about quarter centuries earlier on.
Oh, well, you love them, don't you? Yeah.
We used to clap quarter centuries in India.
Well, Nathan Lyon introduced it. Not Nathan Lyon. It was Damien Fleming introduced the raise your bat for a 25 if you're an Australian fast bowler.
It's a very Damien Fleming thing to do.
It is, isn't it?
Since the start of the Ashes, Brooks had 9 innings in which he's reached 25. Only 1 in which he's got as far as 60. That was his 84 in the first innings at the SCG test in January.
Smith in again to the left-handed Roux, who drives, but not with timing or placement. It goes straight along the ground to mid-off. No run.
So in terms of runs added after reaching 25, he's averaged another 24 runs innings. All those innings combined averages 49. Prior to that in his career, when he'd reached 25, he'd averaged another 64 runs added. So yeah, quite a significant drop-off. He's playing a couple of really good bowling attacks, and certainly 3 of those games have been on pretty difficult batting pitches. But
if I'm interviewing him, I might struggle to frame that question.
Your quarter-century conversion rate.
Yeah, so, yeah. Do
Not what it used to be, Harry.
Do you think about that, Harry? Do you have chats about that? Smith into Roux, who nearly gets struck on the pad, but he just gets his bat across in time. It was coming across slightly sideways that time, which is not how you want a bat to come across, but he does get bat on it, puts it in the offside, no run.
It definitely has been a problem for England.
The quarter-century conversion rate.
Yeah, and this, well, just people getting starts and not going on. Duckett mentioned over 200 runs in the Ashes, but no 50s. Ollie Pope had a few starts in the games that he played in. Jamie Smith had 6 scores of 20 plus, but only 1 half century in the Ashes. So it's maybe a growing concern with this England side.
Smith in again. Roux defends well, in more compact fashion this time to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. It just seems like I don't know why that would be happening, and I don't know how they would resolve it, because it almost, it's not going to be concentration, is it? It's not going to be just they've suddenly all gone.
No, but I do think the keeper up to the stumps theory to Brook is something that will catch on, because I think he's such a good player when he's able to dictate where he's meeting the ball and throw bowlers off their line and length. But when someone is penned in the crease, they can't move from there, so it makes your target far smaller.
Smith into Roux, who defends the last ball well. The back foot to Rachin Ravindra at short extra cover. It's the end of the over. There are 28 minutes left of play today, almost certainly. England look like they're going to take this into a 5th day. Roux has 9, Root has 68. I'm going to get out of the way after some more thoughts here from Stephen Finn about how you play in these situations where really all hope is lost, but there's pride. How does that manifest itself? And then it's going to be Simon Mann.
Yeah, there's pride. There's also caveats and games within the game. You don't want to leave the Oval with an abject batting performance that then drips into the game that starts on Thursday at Trent Bridge, because then that leaves you a real possibility of starting that game badly, and you drag all the baggage from this one into that. So, yeah, there is a lot more than just the wider context of this game to play for.
So 169 for 4 then. Some of the backup staff are out there on the ground at the moment giving drinks to the 2 batters. Just getting their gloves back on. So a small delay. And we've got about 25 minutes of cricket left on this 4th day, unless we have a dramatic clatter of wickets in the next 25 minutes and a possibility of the extra half an hour, but it really would need to be a dramatic clatter of wickets. Philip Tufnell's alongside me.
Evening, Simon.
Good evening.
You're stretching your legs.
Yeah, just standing up for a bit. Jameson goes in to bowl outside the off stump. Root gets his gloves out of the way. To be precise with these two, Root together.
Yeah, gets the old blood pumping a bit, doesn't it?
What's standing up for a bit?
Oh, sat down all day, haven't we?
There's a lot of sitting down in this job.
Yes, that's why I took it.
Your best job, I mean, you could sleep quite a lot, wouldn't it? That's how you got your nickname.
Yeah, well, I know, but I don't know kind of
what you could do to.
Yeah, I don't know.
But you could be asleep most of the time.
Yeah, well, if you think of one, please let me know.
Jameson goes into bowl to Root. Straight ball, defended into the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Perhaps a mattress tester.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's a job for everyone.
There's something out there for everyone. Anyways, James Rue looks quite good, doesn't he? He's come out and played nicely, hasn't he? Getting himself in some quite good positions. One just kept low, didn't he? And he was in that position just so he could drop the hands and just about get it out to Smith.
The only thing is, Tuffers, I remember having this similar piece of commentary with you the other day, and then the next ball he pulled one straight to Ravindra at fine leg, didn't he? Ravindra dropped it, but it didn't last much longer.
No.
Jameson bowls, Root opens the face, runs it away on the offside, down towards deep third. Ravindra emerges from the shadows, bit where he dropped Rue the other day.
Well, it's a bit of a sort of rite of passage, isn't it? You know, the debutant comes out, and they always get a few, don't they? Just to see how you play it.
Well, let's see how he plays Jameson here. I wonder whether Jameson will test him out with some short pitch ball. There are two men back.
Yeah,
there's a leg slip. I said the two men back. Latham has brought one of them up inside the notional circle now. He's lurking on the onside. It's not really mid-wicket. It's not really square leg. Now he's taken the leg slip out. He's put in a gully. It's 170 for 4. Rue is on 9. And here's Jameson round the wicket into bowl to him. And Rue turns that firmly into the onside. Nice crisp looking shot towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yes, that's the shot I like. You know, he gets himself right across there. And nice, he's hit a couple of nice boundaries through mid-wicket as well. You know, just all timing. Gets himself across, sort of nice and crouched, and just lets it come in and flicks it away.
Scotland have won the toss and put England into bat at Headingley. That ICC Women's T20 World Cup match that starts at 6:30. We'll have commentary on that game here on Sports Extra.
Fancy a chase, Scotland, do they?
Yep, looks like it.
They might be chasing a few.
Jameson bowls to Rue down the leg side. It gets the gloves high there, get out of the way of the ball. It's taken by a tumbling Blundell to his right-hand side. The build-up to that match is on Sports Extra 2 from 6:15. But once we've finished here and seen the players off for the day, we'll be heading to Headingley, and we'll do our review of the day, and you'll be able to download it as a podcast a little later. There's some reaction as well from the main protagonists today. You're doing your chair there, Tuffers,
Well,
eh?
you just do a few squats, get the old knees going. just got a stiff left knee.
Jameson in the sunshine, moves into bowl to James Rue. And Rue drives firmly.
Yeah.
Nice looking, again, crisp timing up towards mid-on. He's hit it straight to the fielder though. It's the end of the over. There's no run there, just a single off the over. 170 for 4. At one stage today, England were 40 for 3. And it looked as though it could be over today. England, mainly through Brook and Root, forcing it into a fifth day. What do they put on in the end? 97.
Yeah, 97. I was looking at their record together. They do have a very good record as a partnership, averaging over 60 in their 42 stands together. 5 century plus stands, all of which have been at least 160. But they've now had 5 stands that have been broken in the 90s as partnership. Nothing to read into that, but a slight curiosity. When they get to 100, they tend to go big. They've had 2, a quadruple century stand and a triple century stand. A few in the 90s as well.
Oh, hello.
Here we go.
Bit of spin.
Ravindra is coming into the attack. And you were saying earlier, Tuffers, that it looks a decent pitch to bowl spin on, but I don't think we've had very much of it today. In fact, we had a bit from Bethel, didn't we? Some slow left arm. This is Ravindra's first delivery of this second innings. He moves into bowl to Root, and Root goes back, rides the delivery and eases it away square with the wicket on the offside for a single. 171 for 4, Root to 70.
Well, I think the main reason for that is the left-handed Root. There is a little bit of rough outside his off stump. And I think, was it Henry Nichols got a couple of really ones that lifted in the top of the bat handle, I think, sort of like chest high when he was moved, sort of playing forward defensive. So perhaps giving the seamers a little bit of a blow, a little bit of a breather, and see if they can get one to turn and bounce out of some rough to the lefty.
He only bowled 2 overs in the first innings, basically just rotated the fast bowlers for 82 of the 84 overs, and this is the 43rd over. Ravindra moves in, bowls to Roux, comes forward, head right over it, playing back to the bowler who picks up, and there's no run. Traditionally there was some rough there outside the left-hander's off stump, created by the right arm over bowlers, of which we've seen plenty in this test match, I think it's fair to say. In fact, 8 of them. Here is a reverse sweep from Rooney. He's hit it for 4. Pulled out the reverse, and he's hit it very well.
Timed to perfection as well. Nice and low. A bit of a risky shot when the odd one's bouncing, that is for sure, but this one was sort of full enough to really commit to the shot and really got hold of it well. Beautifully timed.
Takes Roux to 13. England to 175 for 4. Ravindra bowls, Roux goes back and nudges it away. It's blocked by the short leg fielder. Otherwise, Roux would have picked up 2 or 3 there. Hit it straight at the fielder.
See, if I was bowling there, I'd be bowling nice and slowly. Not a lot of fight and guile knocking about in spinners these days.
Pushing it through too much.
A little bit. I'd be just trying to get it up above the eye line.
That one is pushed through as well. Forward goes Roux, turns it towards short fine leg.
Just to sort of like make the batsman commit, and then it's not quite there. What do? Or go back. It's sort of half cock we used to call it, and a bit of no man's land, and then you sort of end up just sort of like having to make that split-second decision, and the next thing you know, perhaps a little bit of bounce, it can hit a glove, and you can get them sort of half and half.
Yeah. Ravindra bowls.
Nice.
Roux is 4. That's better. A bit more flight.
Yes.
Yeah, turned away towards short fine leg. The ball before took a piece out of the pitch. It must have one of those footmarks.
Yeah, lovely.
Flicked the thigh pad of Roux as it went towards short fine leg. Anyway, that's our first over of a slow left arm in this second innings. It's been a series, as we know. It's been dominated by the pace bowlers. 4 on each side in both games so far. 175 for 4. Crowd getting very animated by something. I think the police are involved down there to our right-hand side.
I think they're waving someone goodbye.
Yeah.
Might have got a little bit emotional.
I think, whoever that is on his way.
Yeah.
This end of the ground to our right in the JM Finn stand. It's going to be Jameson to continue from the pavilion end as we move towards the close of play. 20 minutes left. Root still there on 70. Jameson bowls to him. Root clip drives that, doesn't really time it. Rolls up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Better watching day for the crowd today. Less intense heat. Those coming tomorrow. I think temperatures back up again, then into a hot week, certainly here, but then we're going to Trent Bridge on Wednesday for Thursday's test match, and the forecast is good for that, so that's excellent for the series decider.
What's been happening up at Trent Bridge? Have you got the inside info on pitches?
On pitches there.
Usually pretty good, isn't it? Swings a bit usually, doesn't it?
I mean, generally, you think of, say, one-day cricket there, the ball races away, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But here's Root turning in towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ben Duckett got a double 100 against Surrey at Trent Bridge this season, didn't he? That was at Trent Bridge.
Well, we might have to play a spinner. And I see that Shoaib Bashir hasn't been picked by Derby for Chesterfield.
Well, Ben Stokes, if he does come back, then you have that option because he balances the team.
Yeah.
The problem that Bashir not playing here.
Got a 9 for last time against Zimbabwe. He played it there, didn't he? And if the sun's going to put his hat on up there, you're going to need a spin bowler.
Jameson bowls to Root. Root drives straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
In the championship so far this year, averaging sort of 360 runs per innings. First innings score average 366. Second innings not so good, 259. Big third innings, I'm not sure how many games there have been, so you can read a little too much into these stats sometimes.
Yeah.
It's been good for batting generally.
Yep. It's going to be dry.
Yeah, I mean, as a ground staff, you can control things better when you know that when they have settled conditions leading into the match. I think it's one of the problems with Lords, wasn't it? It's very hot, and then we had 3 or 4 days of rain.
Yeah.
Jameson bowls to Root, comes down the pitch to meet him, and then checks the stroke, guiding it towards backward point, where it's picked up by Glenn Phillips.
I like a wicket that breaks up a little bit, you know. Part of cricket, isn't it? You know, get your balance of your side right, and see how it all develops. That's one of the that's one of the things I love about cricket. Watching it over 4 or 5 days, and pitches come into play. Then everyone can have a bit of a fair crack at a whip.
Ideally, you'd like the pitch to change as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Well, this pitch has changed a bit, hasn't it? It was greenish first day. Now it's brown. Here's Root coming across his stumps there and clipping that up towards mid-on, and there's no runs. A yelp from the bowler. Big LBW appeal coming in there if Root had missed that. Root's trying to get down the pitch to take out potential for LBW. Last ball of the over coming up from Jameson. England clinging on, 175 for 4. I think I'm right in saying that no team that's been 5 down going into the final day of a test match has ever survived.
No, I can see that.
Yeah, and there's a certain logic to that, isn't it? Because it's extremely difficult to bat all day, 5 wickets
with
down.
your tail.
Yeah, nearly happened once.
Oh,
Jameson bowls and Root lets that one go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Blundell. It happened in that. We've talked about this series a little bit over the summer already. 2014, that Headingley Test match, where Moeen Ali made that 100 and Jimmy Anderson was out from the
Sri
all of the
Lanka.
match. Yeah.
Yeah.
England were 5 down going into that match, and I remember the stat at the time that no team has ever survived 5 down.
Last over he got out.
England got within 2 balls of
Was it 2 balls?
Well, he was out off the penultimate ball of the match.
I think he got bouncer, didn't he?
Yeah.
Shoveled it up in the air.
Yeah. I don't remember it happening since, the team being 5 down and surviving. So Ravindra is going to bowl. And he's bowling to Root, slipping a short leg in, reverse sweep, and he hits that to the fielder at short third, and they run through for a single. I say to him, he had to go just a couple of metres to his right-hand side. So Root was quickly through there. It was famous last words, but Ravindra to Root. I mean, Root's such a good player of slow bowling, isn't he? Yeah. You'd think long odds on Ravindra getting Root out, but we'll see. 76 for 4. Root on 70. Here goes Ravindra to bowl to Root, and Root is forward, playing that away into the offside. And there's no run. You think I've tempted fate too much there? I've tempted the cricketing gods.
A little bit, wasn't it? We almost chuckled yesterday when I said that one about Root.
Yeah.
As I said it, I was laughing.
Ravindra bowls. Root plays that away into the offside towards short third. There's a little bit to work with there, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a spinner, it's lovely to see the ball spin and everything, but that little bit of bounce, that's what really gets you interested, because you can just start varying your lengths, and it's still sort of like coming up and hitting the splice of the bat.
Ravindra bowls. Root clips that away through mid-wicket for a run, just going out towards the boundary, being chased by O'Rourke. I don't think it will go. They've come back for 2. O'Rourke dives, and that allows Root to come back for the 3rd run. So he's unlikely to be out to Ravindra in this over. So I feel a little easier. He's off strike.
Yeah, and it also, what it also does then when there's a bit of bats, the cross bat shots are very difficult. That's what he's looking very keen, Roo, to play the reverse. He's obviously pretty good at it because he's pulled it out 3 or 4 times, but just be wary.
179 for 4. Ravindra to Roo, and Roo clips that away. Who beats the dive of Latham at mid-wicket. They're going to go for 1, and they settle for that as well. So actually Roo has got up the non-strikers, and Root will have to face 1 more ball in this over from Ravindra. Roo looks calm, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Looks calm.
Absolutely. Yeah, just knocks it around. I wouldn't say he's a power player. He's a sort of timer of the ball, isn't he?
Ravindra bowls to Root. Root goes back and tries to get a single to the left of covered. Can't do so. Diving save there. It's the end of the over, and it's 180 for 4. Root 73. Root on 15, and we've got about 10 minutes play left on this 4th day. Jonathan Agnew is going to take us to the close of play after some more thoughts from you, Tuffers.
Yeah, he looks like a player that, once he gets in and sort of gets over that stage where anyone can get out, he looks like he's a player who could get you a big 100. Sort of just goes about it, ticks it along. Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. He needs to get some though today.
Yeah, he does. But he took a good reflex catch as well today, didn't he, off the rebound? So he had a bit of a nightmare day yesterday.
Yes.
But he was there. He was, alert. Right, Jameson comes in now and bowls. And Roux covers up, defends and plays the ball out to cover. And New Zealand here just playing a bit of a patience game, really, waiting for one of these two to make a mistake. We've got plenty of time.
Come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Have a little breather.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've had, this is the 46th over. So, bit of a breather, come back. And then, well, England have got 90 overs to survive tomorrow. They have to bowl all the 90.
Yeah.
180 for 4. Shadows lengthening. Jameson's on his way and bowls to Roux, full of length, and Roux drives.
Sunshine though, bit of sunshine on the side.
It's going to be quite hot tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, no clouds. I think that does just help this oval pitch just juice up a little bit. But England yesterday, when the sun was shining, it went like a road, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was really flat as a pancake.
30 tomorrow.
Ooh, lovely. Toasty.
Very toasty. Warm in here. Give it a double squirt in the morning. 180 for 4. Roux on 15. Patient innings. Jameson comes in and bowls to him. Oh, he's hit on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket. That's not going to be given out. But New Zealand are interested. He tried to pull a ball. Perhaps it wasn't quite as short as he thought it was. And Jameson's quite animated about this.
No, surely not.
Well, the time's ticking away. Not a tall man, Roux.
Yes,
They're going for it. Yes, they have.
New Zealand review.
He's got a funny little signal, doesn't he, Latham? He doesn't go for that big, the big sign.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery.
Can
we get a front on, please?
He'll be unlucky
Front
if
on
this is
coming up.
out.
Third umpires have been busy in this game so far. Rod Tucker. Let's have a look.
Short ball.
Let's have a look how much this bounces.
Okay,
it appears to have missed the bat. We'll confirm that
It's
with
hit him.
Ultra Edge, please.
Hit him amidships, as we call it.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's that short.
No, it's got to be going over, surely.
Clearly missed the bat, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Yeah, so he's not hit the bat. It's a question of
Now, Nitin.
just height. This really.
Impact is in line.
Oh, he's out.
Hitting the wickets.
What?
It's 3 reds, so I'll get you to overturn your decision to.
Well,
out.
Jameson was convinced about that,
Nitin, you're
and
on
Roux is
screen
out.
now,
He
signal
must have been crouching quite a lot there, trying to pull a ball that he thought was going to get up higher than that.
Blimey.
And Jameson, a very tall man, has managed to convince the computer that a ball that's short and that Roux is going to pull has not bounced enough, although it's hit him. Well, it's hit him straight in the box, let's be honest. You call it a midships, call it what you like, but that's where it's hit him. And somehow that's, it's a bail trimmer.
Well, I mean, that was a real sort of speculative sort of review, wasn't it? It was sort of like, oh, well, come on, it's late in the day, we might get, it might have been hitting. Umpire's call was on England's side as well, and that's said it's crashing.
Surprised by that one.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, and Roux looks devastated by it, to be honest, but he's out.
Yeah.
And we've got, 7 minutes to go. Joe Root stands firm. Jordan Cox is coming out. Shadows lengthening. There'll be a couple of overs of play left. Not a nice time to come out to bat, but England are 5 down now. And that target, surely unassailable, unthinkable, 463. It's 5 wickets left. Joe Root still there.
Well.
How many of those 463 is Joe Root going to have to score?
Was it 283 to win? He's going to have to score.
It's got to be a Gucci.
180 off. Oh, well, Jordan Cox.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's
well, I'm surprised by that.
That's a bit stiff.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of balls up here, don't we?
Yes.
And that one, I think.
Well, it didn't kick off the pitch as a short ball, but it certainly didn't sort of like, go underground. Ooh. strike.
So Cox is on strike. Jameson, revigorated, runs in now and he bowls and he lets that go by outside the off stump. So we've got a slipper gully, 2 catching at short mid-wicket, that sort of area. Backward point. Extra cover mid-off. Mid-on's quite straight. And down here in the shadows, we have O'Rourke at long leg. I mean, he isn't a tall man.
No.
And he was crouching a bit.
Yeah, from side on, it looks a little bit more realistic, actually. It looks like perhaps... No, I mean, the New Zealanders can't believe it.
No. Jameson was convinced. 180 for 5.
Yeah.
Here he comes again now and bowls to Cox, who covers up and plays back up the pitch again.
I think that was a real punt by New Zealand.
Yeah.
And it comes off, just goes to show.
Not even umpire's call.
No.
Oh, there you go. Listen to the bowler.
Well, there's been a few that you don't.
That's true. Jameson again. Cox right-handed, waits through, bowls. Oh, crikey, that kept low. So for a man who's just come in, he played that well. He really did. That was just a good length. Kept low, and he's played across that front pad to keep it out. That's a good effort. He's yet to score. Route 73. What are we saying? 6:25. Looks as if they're whipping Ravindra out of the attack. And they've got Matt Henry coming back. Well, they want to get 2 overs in here if they can. The oval rate's been very slow, but they're putting the field back, saying to Joe Root, go on, you can get a single. We want to go at the new man. And I wonder what Root will do here. Root could play the night watchman role and protect the new batsman. Let's see. Henry scuttles in and bowls to Root. And there's a single. He's saying, no, on we go.
Absolutely. Every run.
So it's played into New Zealand's hands. Cox is on strike. 6:26 showing on our clock here, and indeed up on the digital clock on the stand down at the far end there. So England trying to squeeze some time out of this, but the field comes in.
Where's that? Where's the digital clock?
On the end up there. See that line of digital stuff on the very end. Right, Henry on his way, and he bowls to Cox, who plays from the crease. Wicketkeeper standing up as he has done throughout this spell. And Henry walking quickly back. Yep, they want another over. It shows when you want. You can whistle through.
Yeah, when it suits you.
181 for 5. Cox waits for Henry. Is there now, and he bowls, and he again creeps forward. Henry fields the defensive shot. The oval thinning out.
Saturday night.
Oh.
Yeah, places to go. People to see.
27 minutes past. 3 balls to go. Henry bowls. Cox works into the leg side. Finds Latham, New Zealand's captain. 2 balls to go. Still showing 27 minutes past 6. So there will be another over. Cox waits as Henry runs in. He's there, he bowls to him, plays that nicely, getting a good stride in. Now, do they put the field back here? So they need him to get off the mark, which of course you're always rather loath to do as a fielding side, aren't you?
Yeah.
Or are they content just to have Root on strike?
I think they'll be thinking whoever's down there, let's try.
They're putting him out now. Latham's suddenly woken up.
Yeah.
Point goes back, square leg goes back. Singles there if he wants it. It would get him off the mark. 18:28 showing on the clock. Henry runs in. It's his last ball of the day, and Cox comes forward to it, plays the ball back up the pitch. End of the over. We will get 1 more in, and Root will be on strike. I suspect the field will be put back. We'll be going straight to Headingley. We've finished here at the end of this over. So a little recap on events. New Zealand Bowled out for 362, so setting England 463. They lost a clatter of wickets today, but they're just playing positively. Getting on with things. Whether they declared or whether they were bowled out didn't make any difference. They were bowled out in the end for 362. Archer bowled well, 363 for 62. Here's Jameson bowling to Root. No run there. The field is set back though, so he can take a single virtually anywhere. Fisher benefited from the slogging. 3 for 58, Tongue 2 for 64. And top scorer for New Zealand was, I've left a little gap there in my notes for some reason.
Nichols.
Nichols made 121. How many did
Mitchell? 68.
68, thanks, Andy. Fill that in. 362. There's a short ball paddled round the corner, so Root does take the single. This brings Cox down on strike. England was Gay for 11, Duckett for 9, Bethell a duck, Brook for 58, and most recently Rue for 15. LBW to Jameson. He played quite nicely up to them, showing being quite calm. Now we've got 4 balls to go. Then we will be off to Headingley for England-Scotland in the Women's T20 World Cup. Jameson lumbers in. Here he comes, bowls the right-handed Cox on the back foot, steering into the offside. Oh, he set off for a single there, Root saying no. Bit of experience showing that. Oh, might just have slipped a bit there, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, can't see pigeons. Jack Russell.
That's the youngster saying, come on, let's have one, you can go down and face the music. Joe Root.
Sorry, I've got 14,000 on you.
Yeah, I think you probably do it yourself. 182 for 5. 3 balls remain. Rue pacing around, looks rather frustrated there, pacing around the corridor, we can see. 2 slips of gully, 2 men catching on the leg side. There's a short extra cover as well. Here's Jameson, bowls, that's driven to that man. He's pushed really. 2 balls to go. Shadows over more than half the field now, creeping up towards the pitch. Stewards already on invasion duty, bringing the whole of the outfield.
They were practicing their run up, their run out this morning. It was quite interesting.
Were they?
Yeah.
They don't do it in front of the members. Have you noticed?
Oh,
they don't bother down there. But everywhere else, Steward every 5 yards.
Yeah, they'll all come sprinting on.
Jameson bowls and Cox plays that carefully to mid-wicket. And there's 1 ball to go of the day. We have green-vested stewards, orange-vested stewards, and blue-vested stewards. Probably all some sort of rank or
hierarchy,
something they have to do. Cecil on duty at the gate outside.
Yes.
Have you seen him, dear old Cess?
Yeah, he's there.
Doing that a few years.
Yeah.
Always asked the same question. Think it'll be a 5-dayer, Jonathan?
Yeah, I know.
Yes, says, don't worry, you'll get paid. They're all on day rates, aren't they? I think. Yeah. Don't worry, Cess. We'll get to the 5th day. Oh, all right. Right, last ball of the day. England are 5 down. They need a further 281 to win this game. New Zealand need 5 wickets. Odds are very strongly, therefore, there's going to be 1-1 going into the final test on Thursday at Trent Bridge. And the last ball of the day is pushed away into the offside, calmly enough by Cox. He's back tomorrow. 182 for 5. Stewards running on. They've been practicing their backwards running as well, making sure no one comes rushing on, no one streaks or anything. And the New Zealanders give each other little low fives there, say well done. That's a good job done. They need just 5 wickets to win the match. Joe Root finishes the day having completed 14,000 runs in Test cricket, just behind Sachin Tendulkar. No one else has reached that. And England need a mountain to climb if they're to win this. There's highlights on Today at the Test on BBC 2 and the iPlayer from 7:30 tonight. Or there are clips available on the BBC Sport website and the app, and the review of the day will be available as a podcast on BBC Sounds shortly. But as promised, the live cricket continues. England taking on Scotland in the Women's T20 World Cup at Headingley. We could join Alex Hartley and Henry Moran.
The score, England none for one. They've lost a wicket to the very first ball of the game. Amy Jones, having seen England elect to have, or put into bat, I should say, lost a wicket to Kirsty Gordon, of all stories, the player that used to play for England. And Jones chipping the ball to cover. And 3 balls gone in the innings. England 0 for 1. And so we have a side that is unquestionably very, very up for this in Scotland. And here comes Gordon again, dropped into the offside by Sophia Dunkley, who plays instead of Nat Siver-Brunt today, the England skipper, out with an injury to her calf. And what a good start this has been from Kirsty Gordon. Left arm spinner. She's bowling from the Howard stand end, the football stand. She moves in again. Dunkley deep in the crease. We'll just work that off the hips for the first run of the England innings. Alex Hartley's alongside me. And Alex, goodness me, quite the start.
Great start for Scotland. That previous ball from Kirsty Gordon, slightly more back of a length, but it did turn. It was worked nicely from Dunkley from outside off into square leg where there was no fielder. So if you're...
If it was like if there was rain or something. Sure. But if it's like a proper day's play.
Since 14.
Well, no, ever.
Oh, ever. Yeah, they were 2 balls away from doing it.
They nearly did it. Okay, what have we got? Who have we got there? It really was, wasn't it? I thought it had to be going over the top, surely. It just seemed to go flat. Yeah. But burst of Zolt's at the end. What do you want to talk about, Zolt's? What are you going to talk about? Okay, fine. Right. Okay. Are we ready to go, everybody? Microphone's on. Okay. Welcome to our review of the 4th day of the 2nd test at the Oval, where New Zealand are closing in on victory. They need 5 more wickets to win. England need a further 281 to win. They're 182 for 5 at tea. They were 54 for 3, and we wondered whether we would even need a 5th day. But Joe Root is still there. He is 75 not out. Harry Brook made 58. New Zealand bowled out for 362, 110 for 7 today, and 4 for 17 after lunch. But they were playing lots of shots, and they wanted to get bowling. And once they did, they just began to work their way through England's batting lineup. Michael Vaughan is here. Jonathan Agnew is here. We'll hear from Henry Nicholls and Josh Tongue shortly. Firstly, Michael, a certain inevitability about where we have ended up, but at least England showed some fight today.
Yeah, they did. I thought they bowled well today. There was a little bit more happening. That stemmed from Jofra Archer's first over, where he found the outside edge first ball. Harry Brook dropped one at first slip. England are fighting. There's never a question of the kind of want to put everything in for the 3 lions. It's just they're up against the side that since day one, where you kind of look back to day one and they kind of worked away New Zealand to just stay in the contest from pretty much the day 2, that first hour, they've been outstanding. They've played some tremendous cricket, and with the ball in hand, they've got a skillful attack. I did enjoy Harry Brook's innings. You know, the way that he came and played, particularly after tea. I just wonder what was said at tea, because England certainly came out after tea today with a little bit more energy and a little bit more of the kind of Bazball method that we've seen for a few years. But New Zealand, I mean, I can't imagine that England will bat 90 overs without losing 5 wickets. And we're going to Trent Bridge 1-1. But, you know, you never say never in cricket while you've got someone like Joe Root out there who's, once again, I mean, every time I watch Joe, I just think he makes batting look so easy. Yeah. You know, he's got all the time in the world. He's got great balance, and he's got that fire inside to want to bat for long periods of time. So, obviously, for England to have any kind of sniff, and it's a long sniff, the captain's going to have to bat all day tomorrow.
It is amazing how he keeps threading that ball through, isn't it? I mean, countless hours of video every team would have watched of how this is how you bowl to Joe Root. here we go, this is where we're going to put the fielders, and he still just threads that ball through, down through the slips, down through third man, and he's just kind of playing with them, isn't he? It's like they've had to put the fielders on string. It is extraordinary, but yeah, Michael's right. I mean, going to England have tried hard. It's kind of sums up the rather shambolic, chaotic build-up to all of this. They've got some young lads playing, giving it their best. They're just outgunned, aren't they? I mean, if New Zealand could bring in someone like Henry Nicholls to replace Kane Williamson, and England have brought in some youngsters for a look, and one or two have put their hands up, and we think, okay, that looks okay. But I think this Test match was always likely to end this way.
Yeah, that was my point. I mean, should anyone really be that surprised that England have been a bit disjointed this week?
No, not at all.
No, absolutely not. When you've got 5 changes and you've got 3 debutants,
different captain.
Different captain. They've not got a great record of late here either. Even when you go back to last year against India, where Ben Stokes didn't play in the game, the last game Chris Wokes got injured, so they pretty much played India with 10. I mean, I've seen signs of the new players that you'd think, I wouldn't put any of them on the scrap heap just yet. I mean, Sonny Baker, he's got a bit of pace about him. He looks like he might have to work on a bit of skill. He clearly has to get a bit closer, because then he'll bowl a yard quicker, which will help him and the team. Matt Fisher looks a skillful cricketer, played nicely with the bat. And I think James Rew, I mean, he's had 2 scores where he'd have liked to get the bigger numbers, but I've heard things, he's got a problem with a short ball. I've seen enough of James Rew to tell you that he's a good player. He's a batter. His keeping is certainly a work in progress, and he can keep better than he has done this week. But, if you look at James Rew purely as a batter in the future, I think he has a career in the England team. I don't see him being the wicket-keeper batter just yet. I think there's a lot of work to do with his glove work. He'll be the first to admit that. But, Jordan Cox, I mean, he's not out, but I see him and go, he's got something about him. He's got a lot of composure. And if one thing is positive from this week, if they find out about 1 or 2 players for the future in, a few games' time that they need a change in the batting lineup, and, you're looking at moving someone out the line, you've seen a couple of players. So that's the one positive that England can take from this week. But New Zealand are excellent. They're a workmanlike team, aren't they? They know how to kind of just gather, and they've got in Matt Henry this week, someone that looks a lot fitter than he did at Lords. I think if they'd have had a Matt Henry bowling the way that we've seen him this week on that pitch at Lords, you remember he had the back spasm on day 1. England got 140 at Lords on day 1. If Henry had been fully fit, I don't think that they got the 140.
Yeah, it's interesting watching him bowling at Root and Brook again, and the way that they were determined, I thought, to show, you think we've got a problem with this, with the keeper, we'll show you. And Brook playing those big shots, wasn't he? And Root, they just look really positive against that, as if, you've got this wrong, lads. But actually, they were both saved by the thinnest little edges again, weren't they? I mean, I don't think the way that they played actually necessarily answers that question. There's still, with that keeper up and a bowler like Henry nagging away like that, there is something there.
Well, I think it also identifies how hard it is to bowl with the keeper up. Henry's done it brilliantly. Nathan Smith tried it. Yeah. And he got it a little bit short, and Harry Brook went, put him onto the leg side, a couple of cut shots. So it's easy for Sol. You just put the keeper up, and you'll get Harry Brook out, or you'll get Joe Root. Well, you've still got to have skill, and you've got to have discipline. And Matt Henry, once again, he could have, and that spell in the last set, he could have had a wicket every ball. He bowled beautifully, and that's the kind of bowler that he is. He gets on a roll.
I think as a bowler, you have to buy into it. You have to buy into the whole notion of the keeper standing up as well, because, you're an opening bowler. You don't really want you don't want the keeper standing up to you, because there is that kind of negative side to it. So you've got to buy into what it actually does, which clearly Henry's done, and he's got a career extension opportunity here to bowl that little nibbly stuff. He started off as an out-and-out quick bowler, or trying to be. Well, this is lovely.
Well, the one that did for Harry Brook was a beauty, because he'd been nipping them back, and he just gets one to just shape away a thin edge, which came off the keeper's thigh and kind of just ballooned to Daryl Mitchell. But I watched that spell, and it was 2 plays. You had one in Harry Brook who's thinking, how do I attack him? He had mid-on and mid-off back. It was like a spinning field. I didn't understand that from New Zealand, that if I'd have been bowling to Harry Brook, I'd have wanted to make sure that he was on strike. And then Joe Root technically kind of working it out. It was great Test match cricket.
Yeah, it really was. Contest was on, because it felt actually for, I don't know, a day until England started batting, as though we're not quite going through the motions, but there was that feel about the game.
Inevitability about it, yes.
About the course of the game. But then it really was Test match cricket back on again.
I'm surprised by Rew's LBW. I don't know what you two thought. That looked an odd one. I mean, every now and then, and we see a lot of these. We see every ball bowled, and we see a lot of Hawkeyes and all that computer stuff. That looked an odd one to me, and it's a bit unfortunate for him, maybe, because he's going to attract more short pitch bowling. I mean, he's going to work on that, isn't he? I mean, you say he can play it. I'm sure he can. He's up against two very tall, quick bowlers here, who seem to think that he's vulnerable to it, and you can say that he got a bit in a strange position playing that one, but I think he might have been unlucky there.
Well, I look at Jameson where he pitched the ball, and instinctively, you're saying play instinctively, and he's seen it go quite short, and he's gone to play the pull shot, which I probably would have played that shot to that length ball. It skids on. Must have been every now and again with Hawkeye, I just see a ball that was tracking, and then on this occasion it seemed to flatten. It didn't kind of carry on with the trajectory of the ball. He's out. That's something that we can't change. I actually thought he played O'Rourke quite nicely when he went in. It's Test cricket, isn't it? You get out to a bowler in the first innings playing a pull shot. Guess what? Second innings, guess who's on? O'Rourke. So that's what you have to put up with, the pressure of the 20-odd thousand, everyone talking about you on the television, us talking about him now. I've seen enough of James Ream, not necessarily this week, but over the last 2 or 3 years, I wouldn't be putting him on the scrap heap yet.
Should we talk about another left-hander as well? Jacob Bethel, 6, 14, 9, 0 in this series, but we also saw him score a superb 100 in Sydney and also a brilliant 100 in the T20 World Cup semi-final as well. The talent is there, but it's not coming out so far at number 3.
We'll tell you about number 3, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say, look, we're asking a lot of Jacob Bethel, and, you know, I kind of understand the IPL, and I understand, you know, this contract, and a player pulls out and you get banned, don't you? You get a couple of years on the naughty step. It's very evident to me that for a young player to be successful at this level, you're asking a lot of him if he's not going to play any red ball cricket. You you're going on the hunch, oh, it happened in Sydney, but in Sydney he'd been on a tour and he'd been hitting red balls for a long period of time. He didn't play in the first three Test matches. England went 3-0 down. He came in at the MCG, played a bit of a dash innings, but played well in the second innings. And obviously, throughout that tour, he'd have hit hundreds and hundreds of red balls leading into that MCG game, and
mindset too. All they're talking about is red ball cricket. You're not sitting and talking about the white ball stuff.
To come out of no red ball cricket into this environment, playing a New Zealand attack that's quality, it just tells you that if it was that easy, many would have tried it before. So, but the problem for Jacob is, like, when does he get the red ball cricket? You know, so he'll play next week at Trent Bridge and then go straight into the white ball series against India. Then there's 100 and then straight into a Pakistan series. And, you know, he's a kind of player, because he's young, that he just needs time in the middle. You know, I'm actually laughing because Ben Stokes is up in Durham this week, getting a few runs for Durham, 95, and he'll no doubt play at Trent Bridge, I think, and he'll be so much better for that time in the middle. And I do worry about young players that are all format players, that they're not going to get the chance to kind of develop the game in red ball cricket away from the glaring eye of what is Test match cricket.
But Ben Duckett said, actually, well, I'm not going to go and play the IPL, didn't he? So, you know, and he's an established player. Doesn't it come down to the young player? If Bethel really wants to be a successful Test player, and I'm with sort of the Alistair Cook argument against KP here, it's down to him. I mean, he's going to make a choice, isn't he? I mean, it's not down to anybody else, really. I want to be a successful number 3 for England. You're going to have to get into that red ball mindset, aren't you? And play games. Play game. Yeah, I don't think today's dismissal was down to his fault necessarily. But he just needs to play. He just needs to play some games.
I suppose the difference with Ben Duckett is that he felt his Test place was on the line,
yes.
Whereas as far as Bethel's concerned, he kind of established himself with that 100 in that Sydney Test match.
Well, he's actually been out a couple of times LBW. I know the ball nipping back up the slope at Lords in the first innings was a decent delivery, and today again it nipped back. But you know, you start looking at players and you say, oh, you know, James Drew's got a problem with the short ball. Well, has he? You know, what about Jacob Bethel's problem with the ball that nips back onto his stomach? So everyone has problems playing this game. It's not easy, but you know, when you've got young players that are coming straight from the IPL with no kind of red ball game time behind them against a quality attack like New Zealand, and again you go on a pitch at Lords which was spicy, and there's just been enough here, particularly with the new ball. Don't be surprised if a few low scores happen when you haven't got the red ball cricket behind you.
And does it apply particularly to a number 3? It's like an opener or a number 3. That you know, if he was a middle order shot player, the fact he's come back from IPL white ball cricket, you can kind of understand in a way, 'cause that's the way they play. But because of a number 3, it's supposed to be that
Well,
solid
the
player.
perfect example is Glenn Phillips. He's been at the IPL. He's come back and played great, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But he's batting a bit further
Yeah,
down, and
absolutely.
he's, you can be a bit more proactive down there and be a bit more aggressive. At number 3, it's like, you've got to bat a long period of time, and it's that element of getting yourself into the zone of batting for a long period of time. You watch Joe Root, who's been our best, and he just gets into this kind of rhythm, and he just bats and just plays, and he's got this process of walking away and just coming back, and he faces another ball. It's nice and upright, and everything's the same. I don't know how you get that process of understanding what your game is and what your processes are unless you play, unless you're playing lots of cricket. And I think your process in T20 cricket, which is just a few balls, it's probably different to what it is in red ball cricket. In white ball cricket, 20 over cricket, you're always looking for boundaries, aren't you? Where the zones that I can strike. This is a different format.
It's a rhythm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a rhythm, and look. He's had a couple of good balls, but it's just getting him enough cricket so that he comes back into this and he can find that flow of playing the red ball game.
But as you say, it's not obviously going to change, is it? Because there's one more.
Aggers makes a good point.
White ball.
Aggers makes a very good point. Eventually younger players might, and the money's so big in India. Obviously, it's going to get more and more. You would think over time, and it's a big call for a young player to suddenly say, "I'm going to focus on red ball cricket in April and May here." And try and work on my game and not take the check. It's a big call for a young player to do it.
Hopefully the check's waiting for you in years to come, like a pension perhaps.
Half century for Root today, half century for Brook, and a half century, you've alluded to it already, for Ben Stokes, playing for Durham against Northamptonshire. He needed those runs, didn't he? If he's going to play anyway.
I must say, I was watching quite a lot of it, and I've watched Ben in Test cricket for a while now, and I've always thought, he looks to me like he's properly playing with his technique. He's trying to almost play the purest technical innings. I watched him today for Durham, and he was dancing down, he was whacking, he was pulling the ball, and it just reminded me, I thought, that's when Ben's at his best, when he's really trying to challenge the bowler. I'm not saying that he should dance down all the time, whack it over the top, but dancing down and punching it through extra cover, and dancing down and flicking it through mid-wicket, and then the bowler thinks, is he coming? He's not. A bowl it short and gets onto the pull shot. And there's one thing that's happened, and it's been chaotic, it's been carnage, isn't it, for English cricket? But if one thing positive can come out of it, well, maybe Ben has found his flow of batting this week. So maybe things happen for a reason.
What about England's bowling today? Sometimes you get to the 4th day and the team are well ahead. What were they at the start of the play today? 352 for 3, effectively New Zealand, huge lead. But actually England 7 for 110. Was
I
that?
thought they bowled well today, and it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, Jofra Archer looks better for bowling some overs. He just and he bowled. I thought he bowled really well today. I must say, I think that was his best, the best that we've seen of him. And the other ones more settled. It's anxious playing in your first Test match, or I mean, for Fisher, it's more or less his first Test match. It takes you time to get into it, doesn't it? And to expect, debutants to come in and just be right on it straight away is quite unrealistic, actually. So I thought, I mean, Baker's interesting, isn't he? Baker at the moment is, he looks like he runs in, lets it go, and he is quite expensive. But he has got some pace. And I do like his character. I mean, he's not someone who's going to hide away when the ball's flying around and I don't want the captain to find me sort of person. No, he's going to be out there, isn't he? So I think we'll see some more of him. But the big question for me is whether Archer plays at Trent Bridge on Thursday, because now having got himself into a state of actually having got some overs under his belt, and I thought he bowled really well today. They're not going to say, "Well, thank you, Jofra, have a rest," are they? Shortly, but you just don't know. I mean, if it is 1-1 and England had a win, I hope they play him.
I suppose it depends on, does Ben Stokes play? We think so. We don't know as we speak. Atkinson's been playing for Surrey down at Glamorgan. He's picked up a few wickets. What about Ollie Robinson?
Was running in here.
Player of the match in the last game.
Yeah, and he's running in, looked very fit on the outfield this morning.
Yeah, I mean, if Jofra can go again, you're playing Jofra Archer, surely.
Yeah.
And Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue, and